So if you're one of those people who've got a ticket, you will be getting a call. I think it's about 12 o'clock today. They call people up and they will send you the details of what you have to do. And only for those people who bought the tickets, you get the information through, and then you can follow it, and you'll have enough time to make sure. You'll have about 3 hours, but it'll take in theory, seconds. Is it too late for people to sign up for the live show? I don't think it is, actually. I don't think it is. Yeah, before midday, you can sign up for the show. Go to the details on the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, all the details of the show today. It's only a tenner. And all the money goes to Make Some Noise, the charity. So that's to help people out who've been affected. And God knows this year there's been a lot of people affected, a lot of people. Talking of affected, I did watch yesterday, and I wouldn't normally have watched it. But then the more I watched it, the more I got into it. And it was the 75th anniversary of the VJ Day. And it was Charles and Camilla and a load of people who were all in this beautiful place, actually. I can't remember where it is. It's the National Memorial Arboretum in Staffordshire. And it was so well done, I found myself unnecessarily crying because it was so well done. They had an orchestra and a band there. And Charles did, I thought, one of the best speeches that I think he's ever done in his entire life. It was very heartfelt, talking about his father and his grandfather, and he talked about Mountbatten and what they told him about these things. And it was sort of people there, and Charles went and chatted to them after they'd done this fantastically moving ceremony. It was really, really unbelievable. And I sort of watched it, and at the end of it I thought, well, now we know who these people are, because they do that, we shall not grow old, as, and this kind of stuff, and in the going down of the sun, we will remember them. And normally the response would come, we will remember them. But of course, because they were all socially distanced in the park, it didn't make any difference. But it was beautifully done. Boris Johnson was there. I don't know how they rehearsed it and got it that well done, but it was excellently put together. Really was. It was fantastic. And you had all the people there. Also, the Royal Arrows, the Red Arrows, formed a V for victory during their fly past in Belfast the other day. See, we have to hang on to all this stuff. I don't care about anything else. The RAF's aerobatics display team flew over the city centre, leaving this red, white and blue trail in their wake, because they turn the coloured smoke on and off. It was really fantastic. I mean, it really, I've never been so affected until, as you know, I go to the Festival of Remembrance at the Royal Albert Hall. And the poppies coming down from the ceiling. But this was, basically a programme for all those people who are still alive. Some of them are still alive. And Fergus Ancorn's son was there. Now, you remember Fergus Ancorn, because he turned up on the tone. He was the conjurer who was in the forces as well, and so did tricks to get extra food from the Japanese. And they used him on Britain's Got Talent, because the person who won is a member of the army band, and he told the story of Fergus Ancorn. And then the curtains parted on Britain's Got Talent, and there was Fergus Ancorn. And I met him on a few occasions down at the Magic Circle. He was in his 90s, and his son did a moving speech the other day talking about his dad and how proud he would be. And it was basically for all those people who didn't make it back, but for those people who did make it back. And you looked at them, and they're all old boys now, but every single one of them with a story to tell. Every single one of them. There you go. There is the picture of the Britain's Got Talent winner, Richard Jones, reunited with Fergus Ancorn. And it was so pleasing to watch. If you see it on YouTube, watch it. Break your heart. Break your heart, because I used Richard Jones for one of my Christmas shows at the Magic Circle. We always have, people that you'll go, oh, I don't know this person, but they're brilliant at magic. And we think, I'm not guaranteeing it at the moment, but I was talking to the Magic Circle the other day, and we think we might be online for a show at Christmas. I think they want to start doing live shows again, so I don't want to raise your hopes. If you've never been to one of them before, it's a great opportunity. To come to the world-famous Magic Circle, watch some fantastic close-up magic, and have a cup of tea, and we're not sure if you'll be able to go to the museum this time round because of social distancing. And then we've got a little theatre upstairs which we could socially distance on. So there might be a special. Again, it raises money for charity, but we've used so many famous magicians, because not all magicians are famous, but yet there's some really cracking people out there. Really cracking people who are just so good. I sit there and go, and then people always say the same to me. They go, Do you know how that's done? And I go, that's even cleverer than you think it is. That's even cleverer than you think it is. It's like watching Derren Brown or anybody like that. Although that thing that they were saying the other day, who's that magician who drives everybody mad? The American, David Blaine. He's apparently going to fly in on these balloons. He's going to fly across America holding on to the strings of balloons. It reminded me, I told the story the other day, at the risk of repetition, certainly not deviation. Did you ever see the film The Red Balloon? You have to watch it. It's a little cute French film from years and years ago. No talking. And it's the story of a little boy's friendship with a balloon. And it seems so simple, doesn't it? And yet you realise that kids get attached to things like balloons. And this little boy in it, he gets attached to this little balloon, which follows him. He's going to school one day and he looks out the back of the bus and there's this red balloon bobbing along the road. And over the course of the film, it's only a short film. I think it's only like 15, 20 minutes or something. 35 minutes. This balloon and this boy form a bond. They form a friendship. It was made in 1956, Le Ballon Rouge, the red balloon, because I am bi. And it's a case of this balloon is there when he goes to bed at night. It floats about outside the window. It follows him to school. It's like his bestest friend. And kids have these fantasy friends. When you're little, everybody's got fantasy friends. In his case, it was a red balloon who was there. It's in colour, yeah. It would have to be, otherwise it'd be the grey balloon, wouldn't it? It wouldn't quite be the same. That's what the producer the other day said. He said, is it in colour? Yeah, it's the red balloon. And at the very end of the film, there's some nasty yobbos. And they've got slingshots. What do you call them? You know, where you put catapults. And they've got stones in there, and they're trying to hit his balloon. And the balloon dodges backwards and forwards. And I'm telling you the end of this because this film came out in the 1950s, and if you haven't seen it, you know, spoiler alert. But one of the stones hits the balloon, and it goes, psh, and it basically, you're watching the balloon dying. We just see it as air coming out the balloon, but he sees it as dying. And then the most amazing thing happens. This little boy's looking at this balloon, and they're in Paris, and from all over Paris, all these balloons come together. Little kids are standing there holding their balloons. All of a sudden, they've whipped out their hands, and they all float, and they all come together and float down to this little boy, and he grabs all the strings, and they lift him. Oh, I'm quite emotional. they lift him up into the air, and he obviously floats away to a happier place. And you think it was, you know, they were all there because the red balloon was obviously significant in being, you know, head balloon or something, head honcho balloon in colour. And it's a great little film. It really is. It's a great little film. You'll watch it, and you'll watch the end of it, and that's what David Blaine appears to be recreating, doing these balloons coming in. I mean, secretly, I hope he's going to fall off, but I mean, that's, you know, doesn't say things like that. But I'm thinking, you can go up, because I've seen people going up in balloons, you know, big balloons where they take them up. Have you seen this bloke where he goes up in this balloon and it goes beyond the atmosphere, and then he just lets go? No, it's real life. He's about 2.5 miles up, and he lets go, and he's got a parachute on, and he parachutes from this balloon that he's been holding. It's like, I mean, I don't think I'm telling tales. I'm sure I'm telling exactly the right story, but he took this balloon above the atmosphere. I think it was the tallest, or the biggest depth that anybody had ever done. And I remember thinking at the time, that is really, I wouldn't do it. I'm not very good at all. Felix Baumgartner. He's an Austrian skydiver, and he jumped from Earth from a helium balloon, and he dived 24 miles. He reached a top speed of 1,357.64 kilometres. What? Oh my good God. He broke the skydiving records. He had he was the first person to break the sound barrier without vehicular power. And he jumped. I mean, imagine getting, 24 miles up, he lets go. And he comes hurtling, but he's got to frighten the life out of me. Can you imagine? I'm pulling the parachute and bugger. No parachute. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. But anyway, I just thought I'd mention that red balloon, because I think you should buy that film. It's available on Amazon, and I think it comes in as a sort of a double film. I think you get that, and you've got something called White Horses, but I can't remember what White Horses is about. And please don't tell me White Horses. That bit I've worked out myself. But I can't remember what the story is, but I liked it. Anyway, all of that sort of ties in quite nicely with Fergus Ancorn, who stands there and salutes on stage at Britain's Got Talent, bless his heart. And he used to take his own sandwiches into the Magic Circle. Some people do, they take their own sandwiches in, and he'd have a cup of tea, and you think, that's what he did during the war. In a way to appease the Japanese, he would do magic tricks for them, and they would then give him extra food, and he'd take it back and share it with the boys. It's a great story. Seriously, it's a great story. And to see all these people there the other day, and they'd socially distanced everybody, but it was like, 15, 20 feet, some of them. And they had a bit of railway track in this Arboretum garden to prove what all these people did. They built the railways. They sweated. They died. They were murdered. To come through it alive was quite some achievement. So to sort of watch it on the television the other day, I thought was the most amazing thing I'd seen in a long while, which is lovely. Right. What else have we got? Oh, yeah, Harry and Meghan's new mansion apparently is in the earthquake area of Santa Barbara. Well, looky here. Never let it be said that we weren't smiling as we say that. I feel like saying to them, you have heard of the San Andreas fault, have you, darlings? Because up until now, they managed to get a mortgage on the strength of no income. I wish it worked over here. And it's going to cost them £5 million a year to run the house. The mortgage alone is £50,000 a month. They've got no income at all. Harry, contrary to what I told you the other day, do you remember the other day there was a bit in the paper saying between them they're worth 33 million, and I said a rude word actually, inwardly. I said, what a lot of spherical objects, I said. I was hovering on that one. And I said they're never worth 33 million. Harry got left about 13 million, 9 million, I think, from Diana's will, which is, it was split between him, so they got about £9 million each, which today, if he'd done some investments, and to be honest with you, we're not too sure, could be worth 13 million. Meghan's only worth about 3 million. They put her down as, she's worth 15 million. From what? From what? She's never done anything. But, so, they don't have any money. They don't have any work. There's some story in the paper today that apparently Hollywood are falling over themselves to bid up to $50 million to get her to make films. Sheer God, not based on Suits, I hope, because that was the biggest pile of rubbish we'd ever seen in our entire life. But no, it's not going to go well. And they burnt all their bridges. Nobody, the British public in all the recent survey, they couldn't care less. Here we are celebrating, 75 years VJ Day. From Harry, nothing. An absolute disgrace. But there you go. Summer Montes, I slept with Paul Hollywood woman. You know that one, the barmaid. All right, darling, what do you want? Yeah, of course I'll go out with you. What's your name? Paul Hollywood. Yeah, I'll go out with you. Anyway, she's got horses as well, although to be honest with you, they look like nags to me. But luckily, every time she goes out, she takes a photographer with her. And she's managed to find a new boyfriend. Isn't that so sweet? Summer Montes, what's her face, is about 190. But the boyfriend used to be in Hollyoaks, so she's aiming high. Reach for the stars. And he used to go out with, wait for it, because he's obviously a celebrity babe hunter. Well, he went out with Daniela Westbrook. I know, I thought the same. Out the frying pan, into the fire. 1 minute Paul Hollywood, the next minute somebody who dated Daniela Westbrook. I mean, it's dreadful, isn't it, really? 18. So emotional about the film. It's so emotional about a red balloon and a little boy. Because I like things like that. I mean, it's like sort of kids who can see things. They used to say years ago, we used to have a place in London. They were all over the country. And it was an asylum for people with mental illness. And the Victorians... And now I'll tell you where it is. It's the Imperial War Museum. That used to be an asylum up there. And people used to go there, the Victorians, to watch lunatics, as they called them, walking about the grounds, talking to themselves. And I used to think, but wait a minute, they obviously saw things that we can't see. Perhaps they were on a different level. Because if you have conversations, we've all seen it. I remember my grandmother died in one of those places where literally it was an awful place to go to, where there were literally people wandering aimlessly up and down corridors in their pyjamas or not in their pyjamas, talking to walls, talking to doors. It was really awful. And the comedian Jo Brand, of course, used to work in one of those places as well. She was a psychiatric nurse. But my grandmother went up there, and in fact, if you were ill when you went in, you certainly weren't going to be much better when you came out again. So in fact, most people never came out. I remember my father going up to see her once, And she didn't know who he was. She had no idea at all, which I thought was terribly sad. Terribly sad. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And other than drinking Prosecco, Steve, do you and the producers have any pre-show rituals to get rid of any nervousness? Oh, we have a joint sauna, if that's any help to you. And hot tub. No, yes, anyway, we don't have pre-show nervousness. I don't think we do. If we do, I've never been aware of it. Because I remember on Friday we all went out for lunch, not this lot, and no point in taking them out to a sophisticated restaurant, is there? They're much happier in the local kebab shop, you know. Is it doner with chips or without chips? They don't know, no idea. Then they have sort of gherkins and stuff like that. But we all went out. There were 6 of us, and it was lovely, and it was really nice. And all the boys are saying exactly the same thing. So what are you going to be doing at the show on Sunday at 3:00? And I said, quite honestly, because I'd had about 3 or 4 sherbets by that time, I said, I've got no idea. They said, how do you know what to do? I said, well, I don't know. You just know what to do. I don't start this programme by thinking, gosh, what are we going to talk about? How long are we going to talk about it for? What's going to be the out cue? How long can I... You don't think like that. All I do is I go through the papers. That's my only ritual. I go through the papers. I'll have some cups of tea and bits and pieces, and then we just do it. That's what we do, and we had a good chat for a brief few hours, like 6. I became a bit of an anorak, and I'm not an anorak when it comes to radio. I'm absolutely not. I don't listen to radio. I don't know anything about radio, quite clearly, if you've heard this programme for any length of time. But it's just that we became anoraki. So we were talking about people in the business and things that we know, and then people sort of saying, oh, this, and people were saying nice things, which is always very, very pleasing. But no, there's no rehearsal. You can't rehearse a speech radio programme. In a music radio station, you can't rehearse it, but at least you know what the music is, because you've got a list, and it tells you where it is, but nothing physically is handled. Gone are the days where you'd walk through Capital's offices or downstairs and the desks would be strewn with CDs, or prior to that, albums, because I'm that old, and prior to that, the wax cylinders. And now, nothing on the desk. The desks are clear. There's no CDs, nobody sends in CDs. It's all on the computer. Everything's sort of built in. It was quite something. But in speech radio, the only thing that you've got is a set of newspapers. And depending on what the stories are like and how juicy you think they are and what you can get out of them, you know, determines on how good the programme's going to be. So this morning's a cracking one, because we've managed to find 2 Brooklyn Beckham stories. We've managed to find I'm not sure I can bring you this one, actually. If I tell you something, it's to go no further, okay? Are you a fan of EastEnders? You don't have to stand up. This is not one of those sort of things. If you need to go to the toilet, just ask, okay? So what is it about EastEnders? Ian Beale's leaving. Ian Beale is leaving EastEnders. And this is confirmed by the BBC. Okay, I've not made this up. The only thing I've not told you is that he's having extended leave. So they'll obviously write him out and there'll be a cliffhanger like, did he fall in the chip fryer? You know, is he going to survive, or will he just come out battered? You know, we've got no idea. But he obviously needs a rest. It must drive him mad. He's one of the original surviving members of the cast. You cannot do it. It's like a wheel with the spoke, and he's the main spoke. He is the hub. I mean, he's done 35 years. I mean, I've done more, but that's different. You know, I've got more longevity. So he's done 35 years. He looks better than I am. He's still younger than I am, and he's got a couple of businesses. You know, well, I don't have a couple of businesses. I'm looking okay. And, I always say to the producer every morning, he says, all right, we're all ready to go. And I always say, have we got the Steve Allen special lighting? We used to do this on stage. Every time we did it on stage, I used to do this cue with the person on lighting. I'd go, can we have the Steve Allen special lighting? And he'd plunge the place into darkness. So we'd stand there going, yeah, very funny, thank you very much. Well, we can't do that this afternoon, because the visual show is going to be just me in the studio. My boys will be with me, Corey and, what's his name? Thomas, and they'll be there, and a cameraman and something else, and we'll do this. We'll do what we would do for the live show. It's just that because of social distancing, we can't do the live show. So this is the best, but it will be live. I shall prove to you it's live at the time. Here we are on Tuesday, and I see no reason why it shouldn't work. No, it can be fantastic. So that is the shock horror story. Ian Beale to leave EastEnders, but he will be back. Geordie Shore failure Charlotte Crosby says she believes in aliens, because apparently she's spoken to David Icke. Well, that confirms everything, doesn't it, really? And Brooklyn Beckham on Strictly. What for? He's been a failure at everything else he's ever done. I mean, so he's managed to find a girlie who he's going to get engaged to, and then they're going to get married. They're also saying the other story is that he could be getting married in St Paul's Cathedral. They'll never fill that up. They'll never... Who's going to go to that one? They're going to have to open it to the public. It's going to have to be a raffle ticket thing. Do you want to go to Brooklyn's wedding? Because unfortunately the church can hold a few thousand, and we've got 30. Anybody else want to go to it? I mean, it's going to be ridiculous, isn't it? Ridiculous. But at least it'll be nice to see the Beckhams putting their hands in their pockets and coughing up for something after a long time, because they don't seem to be sort of spending so much money, do they? They haven't... they're having a lake dug at their Cotswold mansion, which is just basically a barn conversion. Nothing like that. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, do you blame people going on holiday? Not really, no. No? Why? Why would I? It doesn't bother me what somebody wants to do. If somebody wants to go on holiday, they go on holiday. Except France. Whereas, in fact, if you couldn't get back from France, you know, because it was a bit short notice, some people were in the middle of France, and they weren't given enough time. There was one couple came back on a fishing boat. Because it was only because if you were late in, you were doing 2 weeks quarantine. But I'm here to tell you, somebody swam. I mean, embarrassing, is it really? I'd have been towed behind on one of those long things that they do if you go to Ibiza, you know, and we go, because we had a sherbet. Yeah, on one of these it looks like a long snake, and you sit there with your legs spread wide apart. Not very attractive at all, unless you come from Geordie Shore, in which case, everyday occurrence. Going out on the lagoon. And being towed behind one of or the other thing which you pay a fortune for is some bloke's got a motorboat and he's got a thing, and then you sort of hang on to this kite sort of type affair, and then he sort of drags you off the beach, and basically you bring half a ton of sand up with you because you've got no idea. They don't know how to fly, these people. They've had a couple of drinks, they don't care, and they whiz you around the bay a few times and they dump you in the ocean, which is the best place for these people. So a lot of people managed to get back from France. There will be loads of people who didn't get back from France, and they'll be going, oh God, we're stuck here for another while. Although they did, I think Andrew Castle spoke to somebody the other day who said they decided to stay there. They weren't particularly bothered about coming back again. So I thought, well, that's okay. But no, holidays don't, you know me, I'm not bothered about holidays. Never have been. Never have been. I wasn't, even when I was younger, I wasn't bothered about holidays because I thought every day was a holiday. I have not changed my opinion. I still think every day is a holiday. Every single day. My driver was talking to me the other day, and we were talking about holidays. He said, you don't do holidays. I said, why? The only purpose of a holiday is to go away if you feel, you know, exhausted or something like that, and you go away and you lie on a sun lounger in your Speedos, and you've got sort of a mivvy in one hand and a bevy in the other, and you just sort of lie there roasting. I mean, what is the point? That's a holiday. Well, you might as well stay at home in Barnstable. You know, there's no point in going anywhere else. I don't know why Barnstable should come into it. Nothing the matter with that. It's as bad as Hull. You know, you might as well go to Hull. In fact, people say that now. They used to say, would you like to go to Coventry? Now they say, go to Hull. Or Bridlington. That's fairly popular as well, isn't it? But I mean, what's the point of going on holiday? And then so you then stagger off the beach at the end of the day because you've fallen asleep and you've now got an imprint of your hand on your stomach. So you stagger back to the hotel, you have a shower, and you suddenly realise when you take your Speedos off, oh my God, are you burnt? Because you've got the little white lines, and it just doesn't, it looks silly. The rest of your body is this sort of rosy red tomato colour, and then your white bits are really white bits. And then you get dressed, but every time you go to put the shirt, you go, huh? Because it hurts because you're dragging it over your sunburnt body. And then you go and stand in a cafe, and then after about an hour you forget about the burns on your body because you're drunk. And then you decide you're going to go and get some fish and chips, then you throw up, and then you go back to the bed. And then the next day you get up and do exactly the same thing. You go lie on the beach again, and then you go back. That Ibiza, have you seen Ibiza Weekend? Have you seen the big fat bloke, David, whatever his name is? He's not exactly the butcher's thing in the club, but there you go. What he's doing out there, I've got no idea. But somebody seems determined to turn him into something. I'm hoping something thinner. But, you know, he's going on this celebrity karaoke. I mean, God in heaven. They've already tried him on one show. He was dismally boring, I'm afraid. It was all very embarrassing. I don't know what they do. Do they look at all these people and go, oh, can we make you a star? And you look at him and you go, no, of course you can't. He's going to look ridiculous on Celebrity Karaoke. I thought he could have done The Masked Singer and just left him in the mask. Don't need to actually see him again. Gemma Collins has boycotted a restaurant. The nation rejoices. Yes, Gemma Collins will finally get that weight off. Oh, you've lost 3 stone. Amazing, isn't it? Although we saw you in a swimming costume the other week, didn't look like 3 stone to me. Certainly not on your legs. But she's boycotted the restaurant, which is called... Is it Sexy Fish? Woo, woo, woo. And why? Because Joss Stone went in there. I think it's Joss Stone. Is it? Jess Glynn. I don't know who these people are. They're all the same. They come out of a little factory. Somebody turns a handle, another one goes, and she's out there on the conveyor belt. They take her off. Yeah. And she turns up in a tracksuit. And they've got a dress code. I wouldn't want to go into a restaurant where some peasant is wearing a tracksuit, baseball cap, and trainers. I'm sorry, dear. Go away until you've learnt how to mix with other people. And so she then creates big merry hell, and the restaurants say, I'm sorry, we're standing, but we have a dress code. If you go into certain restaurants in London, you know, places for decent people to go to, not peasant places, you've got to dress up. You've got to put sometimes a jacket on, sometimes a tie. You know, I mean, or at least look smart. Unfortunately, she just looked like she'd been dredged up by something. And so they said no. And so she then kept moaning and moaning. And I'm thinking, you've done yourself no favours here. Because 90% of people, we know it's an act when, you know, you get to your age and you're still wearing tracksuits. And so Gemma Collins, who's about 3 weeks out of date, because this is an old story, then goes, I'm going to boycott it. And I'm thinking, well, if I owned a restaurant, I wouldn't want you in there either, love. So that's good news for everybody eating. Because if you were sitting there and they went, oh, look, Gemma Collins is coming in. I was in a restaurant once. Who walked in? Jade Goody. We couldn't eat our food quickly and get out. As it turned out, they didn't have any money on them. They had to send little Jeff out to go to the cash point to go and get some money. I don't think they knew who she was. They knew me. Right, decided, actually, they were quite right to get rid of Jess Glynn. Quite right. I mean, so she hits out. Jess Glynn is 190, so she was wearing a hoodie, and she criticised them after she and a friend had tried to get a table there. Thank God she wasn't allowed to. What was she wearing? I mean, it's a posh restaurant. OK? If you're running a posh restaurant, she'd be the last person. In fact, to be honest with you, you'd be hard pushed to know if you worked in a posh restaurant who she is. You know, so Jess Glynn, you know, and I don't know who she is. Never heard of her. But so she was wearing, here we go, this is in a posh restaurant. Move it down. Move it down. She was wearing grey oversized hoodie, black jogging bottoms, a black cap and trainers. She wrote to her 800,000 Instagram followers, I turned up to your restaurant looking like this and you looked at me and my friend up and down and said you can't come in, but the restaurant was empty. Yeah? Because they're waiting for people to get dressed properly, dear. OK? Then I went to something else who greeted me and my friend with pure joy, and we had a banging meal there. Wicked banging meal, love. And so she wrote to Sexy Fish London, please check yourself. If this is how you treat people, cause it's rude, off-putting, embarrassing, and most definitely not inviting. Well, I wouldn't want you in there either, love. If I was in there and they let somebody in like you, dressed like that, thank you, no, we'd be out the door as fast as possible. Got to have some class, dear. And also 30, aren't you a bit old for me dressing like this? Haven't you got any old lady jumpers or something you could wear? You know, there are dress codes. It's like, if you go on a cruise ship, let me just explain this to her, because she might not understand this, but if you go on a cruise ship, you can eat at the front of the ship and you can turn up in flip-flops and do whatever you want to do. If you want to eat in the dining room with everybody else, you will dress every evening. Some evenings it will be formal, which is black tie, and other times it will be lounge suit. And if you don't, they will turf you out, OK? Because, you know, decent people who've learnt how to do things like this. Apparently, Asian restaurant and late-night bar Sexy Fish, known as a destination for celebs. Oh, God, well, killed it straight away then. That's like sheesh, isn't it? It's a celebrity restaurant. Oh, right, what sort of celebrities do you get? Well, we get a lot of the cast of Towie. No, what celebrities do you get? Not which old tattoo isn't working at the moment, please. Maya Jama called it her favourite restaurant. Oh, riveting. Again, I shan't be going there, I think. It's not my sort of place. But, you know, at the age of 30, you should have learned how to behave. And if you don't, it's not very clever. Everywhere's got a dress code. I had to check the other day. We went out on Friday, 6 of us, to Soho House, but in Mayfair, and I checked online to see what the dress code was. You know, if there'd been a dress code like you have to wear a jacket, you didn't have to wear a jacket. You just had to look smart. And luckily I look smart, you know. I brushed my hair and, you know, look smart. I look like I fitted in. But, you know, I wouldn't expect to see anybody in there turning up in tracksuit. But she's 30 years old. I mean, in the pop business, that's positively geriatric. Good goodness sake. Just learn. Just check these things. You know, if you go into Claridge's or you go into lots of hotels, you're going for fine dining, you're expected to dress for it. It's called, you know, a little bit of respect, which is obviously something you don't have, my dear. But never mind, you'll learn one day. Because one day you'll be in a place and you'll be sort of a bit older and somebody will be, yeah, we're wicked, I want to come in here and sample some of your banging food. And you'll be going, God, that place has gone down, hasn't it? You know, that's why. Steve, I've just had a look at the Red Balloon on YouTube and it invoked memories of my mum and me watching it in the late 60s, says Jason. Isn't it great? Isn't it great? You can't, You just can't knock things like that. It's great. Steve, I agree with you. Why a holiday should be, sort of what it is at the moment. A holiday. See, there's no point. I do not want to lie on a sun lounger. I'm really not remotely bothered about waves lapping at my feet or something. If I want that, I'll just turn the tap on in the bath and sit there. I just can't be bothered. I know there's loads of you that love holidays, which is fantastic. Steve, re-holidaying in the UK, says Chris, because me and Beck have had a lovely time touring in Wales in our caravan. Yeah, I don't know. We used to go touring in our caravan years ago. We had a caravan. And we loved it. We went to different places. You'd get there, and then you'd wind the struts down to keep the thing sort of level. You put spillet level, connect up the gas bottles. You could light the things. Open the cupboards. We'd have soup on the go and bread and everything else like that. And that was it. We'd all cram into a little tiny touring caravan, 4 of us, with a toilet that was called an Elsan, and it was like a metal bucket. No chance of going quietly, let me tell you. It was one of the la 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 fingers in the ears, and it came with sort of something called Rakazan. Funny, I always remember it. And it was blue liquid, and apparently it was supposed to dissolve things, but not in a caravan. I didn't mind trudging across a field in my pants or my dressing gown to go to the toilet block. It was a lot easier than going in the caravan. Steve, love the red balloon, but every time I watch it leaves me feeling deflated. Right, your band. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, could you tell us again how to see you later? Just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, and you will find the Steve Allen Show details on there. And it's 3 o'clock this afternoon. I've got some front row seats available. So if you want to take one of those, and you bring your own booze. Okay, if you want to bring a bottle of Prosecco or some popcorn or something like that, but remember you have to share. No good sitting there and just sort of keeping it to yourself. A bucket of popcorn or something like that, but at least I can guarantee you will be in the front row. And it'll be quite good, actually. Well, I think it's going to be... I've got no idea. What do I know? I just turn up, they turn on the cameras and go, OK, 3, 2, 1, go. And I shall then have to say, I'm hoping you're all tuned in. I might have to say it. I might sort of start looking through some sort of different things, like who else has got books out. I know Matt Staddon's got a book on tits, and I think James O'Brien's got a book out. Ian Dale's got a book out. Anybody else got a book out at the moment? I don't think so. We must be due more books. Everybody writes books at LBC. I don't know when they find the time. Honestly, I've barely got enough time to comb my hair in the morning. And these people sit down and they write books about... I don't know what I'd write a book about, actually. Showbiz debunking stories, or just showbiz stories, or things like that. I have got one book out. Sorry? Read it. You'd read it. Of course you would. Of course you would. Because you've not had a haircut. That's why, Jay. Why have you not had a haircut yet? What are you doing with it now? It is getting worse and worse. You've now got neck curtains going on, haven't you, at the front, where you just sort of comb it and then you pull it apart like that. It is laziness, isn't it? It took me ages to get Corey to get his hair cut. Corey was sort of it just went for ever and ever and ever, and it didn't. That's my producer during the week. Well, from tomorrow, but was it tomorrow or the day? Probably Tuesday. Actually, I can't remember. But he took ages to get it cut. I'll cut it for you. I'll cut it. Yeah, absolutely. I'd have no hesitation. No hesitation. We dampen it down. Cause I've got me water spray, which is. Have you ever had these? These are fab. Look. Ice cold water. It's really nice, actually. Very, very nice. I bought loads of them because they were sort of a bit cheaper than normal. And in this hot weather we've been having, we all get a little bit sweaty. But if you spray this into yourself, it's delicious. It really is. And I bought another one which is even colder than this one. They vary in price, I have to tell you, from £2.50 up to about £8. It's too much for you, I know. But if you're not spending the money on having your hair cut, honestly, we need to sort this out quickly. Warren says, your book could be called My Hanging Baskets. And Other Friends, My Hanging Baskets. Actually, this morning I was out there watering because one of my neighbours, Heather, she's been self-isolating for 6 months. So she hadn't seen her family for 6 months, but now she's allowed to see them again. And they were going to use the patio. And then the rain came down, so they weren't able to use the patio. So I was out there last night, 10:30, 11 o'clock, watering, going... I should give them a quick squirt when I get home again, just sort of keep them going. I don't like to think of baskets sort of sitting there waiting for a next little bit of deluge of water. But, sorry? Loads of rain today. 7 or 8, what did I say, 9 centimetres. I don't even, as I say, I don't know what 9 centimetres looks like. Jake obviously does. And obviously went to school a little bit later than I did, so probably remembers all these sort of things. And what is 9 centimetres? How many inches is that? 9 cent... Just under 4 inches. I shall say nothing. My lips are sealed. So very generous. So thundery showers and light winds. Do you remember that? Well, actually, you're very lucky. You're actually very, very lucky, because the last time we had one of these live shows, which was last year, on the day we did it, on the Sunday afternoon, it tipped it down. I mean, people were literally arriving at the Leicester Square Theatre absolutely drenched. Absolutely drenched. So everybody's quite grateful this year that we're doing it as indeed we are. So we were everybody's saying to me, thank goodness. Poor old Heather came down. It was from Norwich, and it was the worst weather we'd ever had. Bad news, Debenhams look like they're going to start winding up. Now, they've got about 120 stores. They employ about 14,000 people. They've announced this week they're shedding a further 2,500, and they've appointed Hilco Capital. They specialise in helping to wind down distressed retail businesses. What in God's name are you going to do with all these huge buildings? If they've got 120 of them, these aren't small, are they, Debenhams? These are quite big as sort of department stores go. I used to go to the one in Staines. Never anybody in there. I mean, how they used to look around. I remember thinking, how do they afford to keep this going? How do they make money? Because I think gone are the days of department stores nowadays, and it's not totally due to people shopping online, but that's the fun of it. You know, I mean, I ordered some sweeties yesterday, day before yesterday, which arrived because the postman went, Steve, got some parcels for you. Honestly, just that luck, isn't it? I walk out, I've thrown some rubbish away, and the postman's got a van, like Postman Pat, and he doesn't have a cat in there for some reason. Anyway, so he sort of said, I got 2 parcels for you. And when he opened the door of the van, I said, I know exactly what they are. Exactly. I could tell that they were both toffees. 2 big boxes, 1.5 kilos of toffees in each one. Not for me, you understand. Not for me. I bring them in for the little people, and that's, you know, because it's a treat for them. I told him, I said, this is for people at work. I said it's a bit of a bribery. I said, you know, you offer them a toffee. I said, and they work better. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, it's amazing what you can get out of somebody for a toffee or 2 toffees. Have you not seen them? Oh, well, there's probably a reason for that. You want toffees? You want toffees? I got toffees. I can give you toffees. Yeah. They're all different toffees. Some are banana toffee. Some of them is toffee with chocolate wrapped round. Yeah, should we go to a break? And then we'll see if we can find the toffees together. We could have a little treasure hunt going on in the studio. They're happy they've got the toffees. They're now happy they've got the toffees. Honestly, you've never seen anything like it. It's almost like it's the holy grail of radio programme. They're nice, aren't they? They're nice toffee. Yeah, the very nice banoffee one, banana and toffee, and the other one's covered in chocolate, which are quite nice as well. But I was telling them how to make banoffee pie, which is very easy. You don't even need to make the blooming thing now. You just get a pastry case, and you can buy them already made in the supermarkets. I mean, everything's done for you. You buy a tin of evaporated milk or condensed milk, and you stick it in a pan of boiling water. And we used to have condensed milk on jelly and pies and things like that. It was quite nice, actually, but I mean, you don't see so many people having it because they've got cream and ice cream and double cream and extra thick double cream, which is called spooning cream. And you can have a lot of fun with that, let me tell you. But on this particular cake, you boil up the tin, and when you open it, the contents have turned to toffee. You boil in the tin, yeah, you don't, you know, you leave the tin sealed. So you have to keep topping up the water so it doesn't evaporate, and you boil it. I forget how long you do it for, somebody will tell me. And when you open the tin, it's turned into banoffee, and you just pour it into the pie, and then you put bananas around the outside. And then you get some squirty cream. Yeah. I need to see a food hygiene certificate. We're not allowed to eat food that's been brought in. Otherwise, I would tell you that. Otherwise, it'd be a disaster. People would be sending in food every 5 minutes to this programme. Things we seem to consume more of it than anybody else. But never mind. Still to come, the mind-boggling cost of Harry and Meghan's lifestyle. They don't have jobs, it has to be pointed out. So far, bit of a disaster, and not getting any better. Steve, talking of ice cold water, my favourite is San Pellegrino, only £1 in Waitrose. And you're wrong about Meghan's wealth. She was earning $3 million a year. Yes, unfortunately, she wasn't. Unfortunately, she really wasn't. Her total wealth is about $3 million. And that's it. But again, they're far too tight, both of them, to actually spend their own money. Hence, managed to get a mortgage. On what earnings? I've got no idea. Rose says, I have a hairdressing mister, which I use on my indoor plants. Oh, like a mister. Sorry, I don't know what you were talking about there, actually. One of these things here. But this is not a... This is just a can of water. And I bought loads of them, mainly because Darren Adam uses these all the time, because if you get very hot, and I do get very hot, you just literally sort of... Take my glasses off you, so... It's quite nice, actually. Really annoys people on the bus. Do that because they've got no idea. Because the first thing anybody says, if you go, listen, do you want a squirt? They go, what is it? What is it? I think they seem to think it's acid or something. Yeah, no, it's water. Yeah, or mace. That was a sketch in something. So you have somebody walking through. It might have been a Victoria Wood. Would you like a test? Oh, what is it? Mace. Oh dear. Steve. Gemma Collins came into an Indian restaurant. We were in with her two assistants. And she came in, she said, oh my God, they're looking at me. They all know me and tried to kiss people. Oh, she's very loud and vulgar, I'm afraid. Also, I couldn't be in the same restaurant that would allow her in. I mean, that would just like be watching Troughing. You know, I don't want to watch something like that at all, thank you. Do Thomas, Corey and the boys need special qualifications to get a job on your show? No, I don't think so. We've never actually questioned their qualifications. No, there's no qualifications, I think, needed. We don't know what they've got. I think Thomas has actually got a diploma for the Cubs or something. I can't remember. There was something that he got for sort of tying knots. Swimming badge. God, do you remember the swimming badges? You know, breaststroke, crawl. Unfortunately, I can only swim on my back. I can't swim on my stomach. I look ridiculous, so I swim on my back. I make a lot of splashing. And in the Olympics, when they do it, you get to the other end and then they turn under themselves in the water and push... No, I have to turn round and then push off. I can't do it any other way. I look ridiculous. Seriously. Swimming is just mad. Steve, you can buy ready-made boiled up condensed milk. I think it's called Carmel in the supermarket. So but I like the idea of actually being able to do it. Don't you think so? I mean, actually doing things like that, I think would be absolutely brilliant. Steve, another one here. I've been watching Suits, Meghan Markle's programme. I was surprised. I think she's a good actress. But I think she's done yourself and Harry an awful disfavour. She was absolutely privileged to be part of the royal family, in my humble opinion, but she threw it away. Well, I'm inclined to agree with you. I don't think she ever had any intention of sort of... I mean, bearing in mind she was married... And she's had various other boyfriends, and then, you know, he picks up on her. And if you noticed, she played it very clever. Whichever way you look at it, every opportunity, she's hanging on to him. Every opportunity, holding hands, arms linked through. That's not how the royal family behave. But, of course, if you're actress, that's what you do. Oh, here it is, Nestle Carnation Caramel. Wow. Good Lord. A pack of 6. Banoffee filling. Wow. Is that here? You can buy that here, can you? Is that from Amazon.co? Good Lord. £11.94 for 6... how lovely. Sounds quite exciting, doesn't it, really? Oh, I'm liking that. That sounds quite good, actually. Yeah. Are you still eating these... How many toffees can you get in your mouth at the same time? You've even dissolved it and the next one's gone in. I mean, there could be a world shortage of toffees if we're not careful. I mean, I don't like it. You were still chewing, and then went the next one. In front of me. It's been a long night, yeah. You need the Sugar Hit. What was their record? The Sugar Hill Gang. Hip, 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 Rapper's Delight. Up jumped the boogie with the boogie. I hated that record. Steve, do you know if the Queen has paid off the royal mortgages yet? No. No. And somebody says, loved hearing Luke chatting in your ear. He's never allowed to. Luke is totally barred from talking, I'm afraid. Wish you had cameras on so our spikers could have a good nose around. Well, there's not really a lot to see. It's not... Yeah, this afternoon you will see me in our television studio, and you'll see the boys. The boys will be there, even though they were playing a little bit funny the other day. On the Thursday, when I mentioned it to them, they go, oh, I don't know about that, Steve. I said, no, you will be appearing. I'm sorry, not even under discussion. Then they started sort of waving things like, we'll need to talk to the union and our agents. And I said, you don't need to talk to anybody, OK? You'll do what you're told. Otherwise, you'll be working on a less interesting programme, which, of course, is difficult to find. John Terry loses money as a swimwear firm he backed goes bust. Why is it nobody likes John Terry? Is he just a complete irritant? And Kylie Minogue loves gardening, which is good. Naomi Campbell on why fashion must change. And 15 are the best family beaches. Number 9 is Blackpool. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know whether you'd want to ever go to Blackpool for the beach. There's a lot of it. But that's only when the tide goes out, and the tide comes in fairly quickly. In fact, it's been quite dangerous up there, because a lot of people, stupidly, after they've had a few sherbets, think we go for a walk on the beach. And then the tide comes in, and unfortunately the riptide underneath is particularly bad. I mean, there's a lot of it, isn't it? I suppose years and years ago, Blackpool was it was a great place to go to. Now, I'm afraid it's a dump. You know, the sort of place where you really wouldn't want to go to unless your life was coming to a slow end, I think. You go, oh, let's go to Blackpool, and the kids going, let's not. Let's go somewhere closer to home. Ilfracombe's quite nice. Always love the sound of Ilfracombe. Steve, where were you born? I don't know. I was very little at the time. I can't remember these things. Probably Bromley. And Steve, you don't even have to boil the evaporated milk. You can buy tin. Yeah, we know. We've just discovered them. 6 tins you get for £11. 6 tins. Yeah, about £2 a tin, isn't it? Something like that. Yeah. Another one here says, somebody else saying somebody else telling me you can buy this ready-made. You've all been there, haven't you then, really? Also, following up contacts and positive leads. A lot of people talking about the problems after a spate of electric car thefts. Police believe they now have enough to charge a subject. Thank you, you're barred. I nearly fell for that one. Luckily, I was ahead of it, which is very, very good. Steve, your boys say you pay them with peanut. What's it got to do with you, Tony? Mind your own business, curtain twitcher. What's it got to do with you? Listen, sometimes they don't even get the peanut, OK? Sometimes they have to fight over the peanut. People fight to be on this programme. Or was it fight to get off it? I can't remember. It was one of the two. Somebody... Who was it? Wasn't that a very famous story years and years ago of an actress who was doing a play, and it was so ghastly. And in the end, she stood at the front of the stage and she addressed the director and said, who do I have to get off this production? And back came the retort, same person you did to get on it. Which is not unsimilar to this programme. So you've got Charles on the front of some of the papers. It was very good. Very, very good. Best speech he's ever made. I don't know who wrote it for him, but it was very, very good. And here we go. The government has failed us. You've got loads of poor students. Very, very worried. The fury over their exam chaos. And, people are calling now for Gavin Williamson to quit. I mean, so they've been marked down by postcode. Now, to be honest with you, I don't know very much about things like this, but I do know I've heard of England star Dele Alli. I don't know why I've heard of Dele Alli. Is he some sort of footballer of note? Something like that? No, he's sort of quite famous. But anyway, he's got girlfriend, okay? Girlfriend's called Ruby May. Now, I don't want to be rude about Ruby May, but I don't know what sort of model she is, but I suspect she don't walk on catwalks. Okay, I've just got a sneaking feeling, judging by the outfit she's wearing, and Ruby May didn't look too happy when she got wet at the quayside because water. And it's sort of, what sort of model is she? Ruby May. May is spelled M-A-E. She's 25, so she's fairly ancient in model terms. Most models nowadays are very much younger, unless there's sort of, who is the girlfriend Ruby May? And what brands has she worked for? Let's have a quick look. Despite being just 23, she's established herself as a high-profile model with a host of big-name brands. Okay, right. I'm looking at the pictures. We've got a lot of fake hair going on, haven't we? And, very chav. And she's modelled for Dolce & Gabbana, Chanel, Miss Pap, and the style. Well, of course, they spring instantly to mind when you think about companies, don't they? But Hidden Fashion and Channel. So, but only since she's been hanging around with Ali, which is great, isn't it? Dele Alli. But she doesn't like getting wet, which is it. And she's got that sort of kind of, look at me. Kind of, it's one of those sort of model poses, isn't it? But here she is. Look at her. Oh, look. You can always tell, can't you? She's going to be one of those. I mean, what do we call her? Ruby May. I think Ruby certainly would. And anyway, so there's loads of pictures of her looking bored out of her mind, because I'm like model. Okay, what sort of model do you do, dear? Model like clothes. Okay, very sweet. But she's going out with him, and they've also got their own photographer to take pictures to let you know just how famous they are. But she's kind of wearing a bra, but not really wearing a bra. It's one of those two little bits of material just covering your little bits, you know. I've got one of those, but it's called a swimsuit, and very attractive. Nice to have your company, nice. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7 o'clock when Andrew Castle will be along with us. Somebody says, visit Blackpool. This is somebody called Haggis. I think you kind of dug your own grave on this one. Says, you need some pictures of Blackpool. You keep saying it's a dump. Maybe it needs to be shown otherwise. No, I've been there. That's why I know what it is. Okay? Thank you very much indeed. God, I say nothing worse. Actually, the funny thing, every time we mention Blackpool and we go, it's a dump, you'll always find one person. Obviously, that's how bad life is up there. But it doesn't matter, dear. Also, Steve took you for your first outing yesterday, christened the tote bag. We went for a haircut into Tesco. I went for a haircut yesterday as well. I had a haircut. I booked. It looks great, thank you, I know. What? Yeah, because of the toffees. Move over Marmite peanut butter, says Chrissy. Hello, Marmite cream cheese from M&S. Delicious on crumpets. Listen, everything is delicious on crumpets. Everything is delicious on crumpets. Mainly peanut butter. Also, my dad, who's bald, and came home with rabbits tattooed on his head. When I asked him why, he said, because they look like hairs from afar. Thank you very much indeed. So, M&S selling Marmite-flavoured butter, cream cheese and cheddar twists. Wow. Oh, it's that blooming ad blocker thing, isn't it? Drives us mad. £2.50. The spread is a mix of light cream cheese and Marmite. Why have we all gone mad for Marmite? I mean, I do like Marmite, but I don't like it very thick. Marmite, you just have a thin cut, because it's quite strong, isn't it? But, I mean, just, yeah. So you can buy Marmite cream cheese. I'm not really a fan of cream cheese. You like cream cheese, do you? Oh, no, see, I don't do cream cheese. They used to do that thing on the television. What was the cream cheese they were advertising? It was a cream cheese that used to be advertised on the television all the time. And I can't remember who was doing it. It could be Philadelphia. I remember looking at it thinking, ooh, I don't even know what it is. I like Dairy Lee spread. That's cream cheese. Oh, that's cream cheese. Oh, is it? Right. Except it comes in this metal thing and it's very fiddly. Or it came in a plastic tub and you peeled the metal lid back to sort of get to the... I might try and get some of that today, actually. I quite fancy the idea of... Yeah, the triangles were great fun. A triangle, trying to get it out the blooming metal thing was a pain in the rear end. That was very difficult. So, how much is it going to cost Harry and Meghan to survive with no work? The answer is they can expect to spend about $5 million a year just to cover their living expenses. I mean, they obviously have no concept of money whatsoever. So, once Harry spends more than 183 days in the USA, he has to pay tax on all income worldwide, meaning he'll have to disclose private deals. Oh, I bet nobody told him that. The total is twice as much as the $2.4 million of taxpayers' money spent on renovating Frogmore Cottage, which we're still waiting for the money back on. He's paying it little dribs and drabs here. So, the property tax is $112,000. Security, they have to pay for this, apparently. But you bet your bottom dollar they don't. Because Harry will do the, oh, help me out. 6 security guards. 6 security. Well, I'll account for the fact they've got 16 bathrooms in their house. 16 bathrooms. For 2, I mean, it's ridiculous. Presumably the security guards will live on site. Ex-military or former police officers licensed to carry firearms, including accommodation, flights and expenses. That's $775,000. Security chief, $144,000. Monitoring and patrols, $24,000. God, blimey, honestly. Would have been easier, darling, to stay in this country, wouldn't it? You're going to America and you're wasting all this money on security. God, blimey. Staff, if they employ a high-end full-time steward butler, $156,000. We don't think he can do anything, do you? 4 housekeepers, $272,000. The chef, $91,000. A nanny, chauffeur, if they have one, $73,000. Chief of staff, personal assistants, lady's maid. A lady's maid? For whom? Well, for Harry? A lady's maid? What's the point of that? I mean, this would be if you were in the royal family. They're not in the royal family. You've got a lady's maid. Oh, yeah, lovely. Utilities, electricity, water rates and gas cost them the best part of about $70,000. Professional services, Meghan's business manager, Meghan's PR team. I'm sorry, Meghan? Also, lawyers, ongoing litigation, because that'll run for years, won't it? Plus, they've got a garden pool upkeep, pest control, because you've got to have that. You've got rats everywhere. So you'll have to call somebody in for that. Private health schemes and stuff like that. Grooming, hair and beauty. Facials, food and dining, 48 grand. So they actually reckon... I mean, the figures are expert estimates. All salary costs quoted above include mandatory social security pensions. Just under £5 million a year before they've even whistled or bought toilet paper. It's as simple as that. £5 million a year, and a friendly warning from the tycoon who designed Harry and Meghan's £11 million mansion, complete with a scented wine cellar, non-squeak floorboards, and even fog sensors. I mean, to be honest, I love the idea that she's got a lady's maid. Can't she find clothes herself? Good Lord above, honestly. They're living cloud cuckoo land, aren't they? They really are. Not in the royal family. Harry worth about 13 million. He got 6.5 million from his mother, Diana. They say now worth about 9 million. 3 million from the Queen Mother, now about 4 million. There will undoubtedly be inheritance tax from the Queen, but Harry can't access that. It's this 183 days. And then going out, and if he earns any money, they will have to know about it. It's as simple as that. Apparently a lady's maid is a female personal assistant who waits on her employer. The role of a lady's maid is similar to that of a gentleman's valet. Oh. They don't seem to have a gentleman's valet, actually. But they've got 2 full-time gardeners. I mean, they're living in cloud cuckoo land. They don't have jobs, remember. There is no job on the line. There is no offer of film work. There is no nothing for him. There is no nothing at all. Except the poor people who live round them in Santa Barbara are going to have to put up with security guards every 5 minutes. God, couldn't you have gone to the island of Shetland or something like that? That'd be a lot easier, wouldn't it? Go and live in the Orkneys, you know. I wonder whether or not they're going to end up like the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, Toy Town royals living in a ghostly exile. I mean, that was sad, wasn't it, really? And I think this is the same thing. Craig Brown says, Meghan's morning ritual starts with a cup of hot water and a slice of lemon. Hold the front page. I know. This is all from the book which isn't authorised. But I bet they've got a copy on their coffee table. That'll be lifted up every so often. I mean, I'm not sure who's actually read it. Oh, they will have done, won't they? Because in case there's stuff that you have to take to litigation. And David says, Harry and Meghan claim to do charity work. Yeah, but you can't live on charity work. I mean, I wish you could. I wish it was so easy. You could just go, oh, I do charity work. And you go, all right, and how much does that pay you? Well, it's charity. Well, you need to get a living, dear, unless you expect your family to support you, which I suspect you probably do. And Steve, for the show this afternoon, I'll be connecting my smartphone to my Logitech speakers. They're powerful, so it'll sound like a theatre. Wow. Steve, the cheese was called either Dairylea or Primula. I liked Primula came in a tube, because I used to buy little Ritz crackers and buy all the different Primulas, and then you just go squirt on each one, and that was quite nice. That was quite nice. Yeah, for a sort of a snack. I'm sure it's really fattening, but it was quite good. Somebody else says here, and you like dairy, and Luke likes Marmite. I don't like things like that. Well, actually, we discovered that Corey didn't like... What did he not like? Peanut butter and Marmite. He thought that looked absolutely disgusting. He became quite ill, actually. And Steve Williams, probably a fake name, says, Steve Allen giving his opinion on Blackpool on LBC. I would dump his radio show. Luckily not up to you, is it, Sweet Pea? I love the idea, giving his opinion. Good Lord above, what, in this day and age? Somebody having an opinion! Imagine! Poor little Steve Williams. We've got an opinion of you, dear. Probably not what you want to hear. Do you know that the banoffee pie was invented at a restaurant called the Hungry Monk in East Sussex? Well, it was very nice. Very nice. And I haven't had it for ages and ages. Steve, loving Luke's voice coming through the microphone, very dulcet tones. Not this morning, I don't think so, unless you're living on cloud cuckoo land. You're not drinking, are you, already? He's not here, actually. And no, it says, I returned to Cambridge via Liverpool Street instead of King's Cross because of a broken-down train on the line. They're always having broken-down trains, aren't they? There's going to be all this water. The text you will get today, I think, comes in at 12 o'clock. I think 12 o'clock you get your text telling you. My friend Duncan says, how dare you have an opinion? I know, honestly. Little Steve Williams, playing age 12, I should imagine, having an opinion on somewhere. Imagine. That awful. I don't like Mars either. He says, how dare you have an opinion? Hope you're well. Hope you're very well. Hear good things. My friend Warren says, is Andrew Castle okay? Is it true he has a game of tennis before he pops into work? I don't think so. I've never asked. I shouldn't imagine he'd have a game of tennis. He'd probably go afterwards for a game of tennis. It's like, I don't know. None of us know, No point asking you, still eating toffees. Hopeless, isn't it? I don't know. I don't think he would. Just in case he did himself an injury before he came into work, so perhaps not. But he's prepping, isn't he? He's prepping the show, yeah. Strangely enough, what Warren says, huge storms here, Steve, flashes galore and loud thunder. Is it raining here in Leicester Square? No, we're still... You know what'll happen? At 7 o'clock, the heavens will blooming well open, and I'm going to get drenched going back to the car. Does it look ominous? Oh, God. Can't bear stuff like that. Never mind. Also, the couple who beat the 14-day quarantine by 2 minutes. This is Bernard Rust and Sarah Holloway. Made it just in time, because otherwise you've got 2 weeks. How they're going to enforce this, I have no idea. They say it's 2 weeks quarantine, and you go, oh, good. And what are you going to do? Go round and check on them for that one day that they happen to be in? They're trusting people. Oh, ye of little faith. They're trusting people. Oh, yes, we've been self-isolating for ages now. Yes, have you been out? No, goodness Lord above, no. Oh, we had to go out to do some shopping and to go and take the dog for a walk and do that. Oh, right, so you're not isolating at all. Well, we are. It's just that we're not doing it all the time. And they do check on people, but only some of them. Only some of them. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here, poor old Steve, who says, what on earth is your problem? That's how he writes. Just stop moaning about Harry and Meghan. Apparently, because he's really intelligent, this one here, your rants clearly demonstrate a certain jealousy. Oh, I'm so jealous, honestly. I'm jealous that she got him first. God, we were all after him, weren't we? God, blimey. Love to go out with Harry, the intelligent one in the family, and Meghan, the best actress in the entire universe. Yeah, you must be. Are you on something? So, the quarantine rules. The government publishes a list of... By the way, if it's in the paper, Stevie boy, we do it. Okay? Because it's called news. Okay, just thought I'd tell you that now. So Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland can make their own quarantine rules, but they're usually similar. So you're asked to provide an address where you will self-isolate for 14 days. You can be fined £100 for failing to provide the details. 1 in 5 eligible passengers will be called or texted to check they're following the rules. Oh, wait a minute, so the texts come in. Are you following the rules? Yes. Kiss. There you go. That's it. Got to go. I mean, so they're just going to send you a text. And what you can do, right back and go, look, we're all on the beach at the moment. Don't bog us at the moment, bring us down. We're enjoying it. £5,000 for persistent offenders. £5,000 fine. £1,000 in England, Wales and Northern Ireland, and £480 in Scotland. Well, let's go and do it in Scotland. That's going to be good, isn't it? Because it's much cheaper there. It's only 480 quid. You can be done twice up there for the same price as being done down here. So they're going to send you a text. Are you self-isolating? No. Ha, 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 ha. What are you going to do about it? I'm not going to do anything. Not going to do anything at all. What are we going to do? We're going to take a quick break. Racing through today, So, definitely Andrew Castle is prepping. He's definitely not playing tennis. Well, I can't see him getting up that early to go play tennis. I would want to go for a swim if there was a swimming pool open at this time of the morning. But then I think, no, I get chlorine in my hair and everything. It'd be an absolute nightmare. It's 16 minutes past 6. 16 minutes past 6. Andrew Castle is going to be with you at 7 o'clock this morning on LBC because he's got the weekend breakfast show. And today, as some Brits miss the quarantine deadline by minutes, he'll be asking if you arrived back from one of the countries on the list. There's also the latest on the A-level results. And he'll be asking which coronavirus measures you're prepared to live with if a vaccine can't be found. Aren't they? But there's about something, somebody told me the other day, there's about 6 or 7 vaccines that they're pushing through at the moment, possible vaccines. To be honest with you, I think we're going to be living with this for ages and ages. But that and more with Andrew Castle, the nicest way to spend your weekend breakfast show from 7 o'clock this morning, with or without tennis. 84850. The reason, Steve, Mr. Williams has taken clear offence to your Blackpool comments. Oh, no, Mr. Williams didn't. Mr. Williams did, actually. Is because he or she is fully aware it's a giant cesspit whose only attraction is a yawn-laced rusty old tower. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? I don't even think that's an attraction. Goodness sake, have you seen some... Oh, I tell you, you have to go there. You'd never believe the people that go to Blackpool. Anastasia says, good luck with the show today. Merci, thank you very much indeed. And, Steve, I was wondering, have you got enough changing rooms for the 45 Tiller girls that you booked? Well, well, you know the problem we've had doing this. Some of the boys are having to give up their sort of desks so the girls can change. I watched this one day. They had something on the Capital Breakfast show, and it was 2 showgirls and something else, and they got changed outside my door. And it was really bizarre, because I'm sitting in here, and I don't know if they knew that I was actually on air, or I was just sort of sitting... Perhaps they thought I was on the toilet or something. And I'm sort of looking out, and they get changed, and they end up with sort of these leotards with all jewel-encrusted and big feathered headdresses and everything else. It was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. And I went out there, and I went, thank you. And, yeah, I was looking through the window. I felt a bit guilty about the whole thing, but it was great fun. Steve, in stitches of laughter... says, Matt, about that story, the bloke moaning about your jealousy of Harry and Meghan. I know, not the brightest penny in the box, is he, really? Poor soul. And, but never mind, you always get 1 or 2. And, Steve, when was the last time you, went to Blackpool? What are they going to do with you, you nosy old so-and-so? Honestly, nothing worse than the curtain twitchers and the snowflakes today. And, on my last visit to London, I was mugged and threatened with a knife. Never happened in Blackpool. No, it was probably somebody from Blackpool who'd come down. They do travel, these people. Honestly, what a stupid thing to say, honestly. And, God, I don't know. I was wondering here, looking forward to the show today. Although the text will appear on the phone, can we watch it on a computer? I believe so. And there's a lot of you. Mind you, I won't know how many of you are actually... I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to home in and see people if they've got cameras. I'm not sure about that. If you've got any queries, all the info... on the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk, okay? lbc.co.uk, that's for the Q&As and everything. No, it says, which LBC presenter is the calmest at dealing with breaking news? All of them. All of them. I don't think anybody... What do you mean calm? When you say calm, people don't go, oh, my God, no, you just do it. Somebody will say, oh, this happened, Steve. We get a guest for you in 10 minutes. That's what, or 5 minutes, whatever it happens to be. So that's generally how it works. We don't have sort of presenters who are calmest at dealing with things like that. You can imagine poor old Steve, though, moaning about Harry and Meghan. He's not going to be calm, is he? Oh, no. He gets himself all riled up. Can't believe it, honestly. That's why your hair fell out, mate. You want to chill out and get a life. Hot bagels, says Martin. Butter, cream cheese, smoked salmon. I bought smoked salmon yesterday. I bought a whole pack of smoked salmon in Costco, and it comes with a dill and mustard sauce. And I nearly had it yesterday, and then I changed my mind at the last minute, and I had fillet steak. And don't get that in Blackpool, do you? No, I didn't have double cream with it, actually, no. I had egg fried rice. I know, it's a very odd combination. I know, I'm a fool to myself. But I fancied egg fried rice. And then I looked at the rice thinking there's maybe not enough rice. So I added some vegetable rice to it, which was okay. And then I realised I'd made too much, so I couldn't eat all of it. So I had to pick out all the bits of fillet steak, leaving a whole tray of rice. Having a mare of a day the other day, actually. That's good. I have to go through the fridge to decide what to have for lunch. Is it going to be insulin or a cold remedy? I don't know. I have to sort of decide. 2 squirts of insulin for one of cold remedy. God, honestly. You've heard of the BBC presenter, haven't you, Clemency Burton Hill? She suffered a serious brain hemorrhage after collapsing at work. So she had emergency brain surgery, and she suffered a hemorrhage. And she was unconscious for 17 days. She's pulling herself back together. And how's she done it? With music. But, I mean, things like that frighten me. They do frighten me. She suffered this hemorrhage caused by a previously undisclosed malformation. It's an uncommon and abnormal cluster of blood vessels in the brain. God, what does go on inside our bodies? There's always something, isn't there? You read of people and they say, oh, so-and-so's, got ill through sort of doing that. You think, well, how do you know? When they say I see these adverts on the television of people having strokes. How do you know somebody's had a stroke? Has their face fallen on one side? So I'm quite good at looking for things like that. But you begin to wonder, are you just going to be walking down the road one day and then just going to drop to the floor or something? It is worrying, especially if you get to an age. That's all I'm going to say. An age. Although it seems to affect most people, doesn't it, really? Steve, I'm dreading Debenhams closing as my hairdresser works in the Oxford Street branch. I've been with him for years and followed him around 4 department stores. Steve, my mum used to make jelly and carnation milk for us, says Sophie. Happy memories. I agree. I agree. And sticky toffee pudding was first created at the Sharrow Bay Hotel, a splendid house on Lake Ullswater in Cumbria, owned and run by Francis Coulson and Brian Sack from the late 1940s. Do you know, I've had sticky toffee pudding once in a restaurant. Because to me it goes, that sounds like an awful lot of calories in sticky toffee pudding, and it's a lot of calories. I know. What did I have the other day? Oh, when we had the lunch on the Friday, all I wanted at the end, because we had our main course, I just had a plain cheeseburger with some little fries, you know, which you never use your fork for. You just pick them out of the little tin thing, and which is quite nice actually. It's a bit poncy. And then for pudding, all I wanted was chocolate and strawberry ice cream. That's all I want. I just fancied a scoop of chocolate. Well, it wasn't even Neapolitan because I didn't have vanilla, and I had that, and I was quite happy. Quite happy with that. Strawberry and chocolate ice cream. And you mix it all round the bowl, and it goes all funny colours, and you go, not eating it now. Doesn't look the same, does it? Steve, I have to drive to Burton-on-Trent with my work, and you know when you've arrived, as you can smell Marmite in the air from the yeast extract from the breweries in the town, says Dave. Really? Good Lord. Well, there you go. Aisha says, will we be using Zoom, Big Marker, or for the webinar with Mr. Allen? You're asking the wrong person, actually. I have no idea what any of that means. No idea. Just go on to the LBC. I'll direct everybody to the LBC website. It's the easiest way. You will find out all about it. There's a very good chance that the talented one in the Beckham family... Oh, no, sorry, it's Brooklyn. Do beg your pardon. And they say here he could be going on to Strictly Come Dancing. The Mail on Sunday can reveal the BBC bosses have opened talks to persuade him to take to the dance floor, knowing he'll have a huge appeal for younger viewers. Are you stupid or something? What appeal has he got for younger viewers? What, sort of Brooklyn, not really in the real world Beckham? Hello? Can't take photos, can't make a cup of coffee, doesn't have a job, and he's getting married. An insider said Brooklyn would be a dream signing for Strictly. He's being written about everywhere, because he's got an agent. Are these people who are stupid on the Strictly thing? And they say having Brand Beckham behind him. The issue, though, is Brooklyn's a shy boy, and other than dancing, he doesn't have much experience. Have you seen his dancing? He's like old man dancing. He can't dance. As you'll discover at the wedding. You better learn little waltz or something like that. The wedding, it's going to be the most embarrassing thing ever. But at the moment, they're having big discussions over the wedding. You know, whether it really should be taking place. And do you invite William or do you invite Harry? Because you can't have them both in the same place. They will not go in the same place. So already it's a bit of an... To be honest with you, if I was them, I wouldn't want to go to it either. All the Beckhams will do is milk it for the publicity. That's all it is. It'll be milk for the publicity. And the poor Peltz family are going to be looking a little bit... Because you don't realise what you're dealing with. Victoria, she'll have gift bags on every chair. You know, these are Victoria Beckham products. It'll be freebie time all the way through. Colin says, have you ever tried sticky toffee rum made by Mint Drinks in Kendal? No, I've had toffee vodka. Toffee vodka is very nice. Have you ever had that? That's very nice. And Royal Mint chocolate liqueur is nice. That's like crushed after eights in a liqueur which you can pour over ice cream. That's very popular. But I bought some toffee vodka ages ago, and it was quite delicious. That's it. That's the one. Thunder. Toffee vodka. It's delicious. I mean, to be honest with you, I couldn't drink a whole bottle. It's not too expensive. It's about 20 quid a bottle. There you go. No, you mustn't drink it. It's not good for you. You know what you like on drink. Not good. Have you got what? You got... No. No. But, Steve, Sean Connery was struck by a falling book yesterday. He said, I only have myself to blame. Bard. And because he talks like that, you know, shaken, not stirred. Speak properly! As I say, the only poor man who appeared as a Russian submarine commander with a Scottish accent. I mean, he was supposed to be Russian. Unfortunately, it was a bit limited. Because he was voted best James Bond. And we didn't think so. We thought Roger Moore was the best Bond. Oh, God, here we go. What's the matter? But I just thought that Roger Moore had the edge. I watched him the other day in something, and I thought he was actually really good. He was nice, and he'd been to see us a few times, whereas I don't hear great things about Sean Connery. You know, a little bit difficult. You know, he used to be a nude model. You know, when they used to do art classes, a lot of actors went on and sort of earned extra money by doing posing, you know, and then people would draw you. I mean, please. Not for our lot round here, I tell you. Far too embarrassing. Far too embarrassing. Also here, Nicole. This is good, actually. This is Nicole Kidman, who apparently is Hollywood royalty now. She's obviously elevated herself. So she goes out jogging, covering up so nobody knows it's her, big dark glasses, baseball cap, the whole thing. But following her is a golf cart, because this is what they've all got to have out there. So when she gets tired, which she does, she just gets in the golf cart, and the little man driving it drives her back home again. It's not really like jogging at all. It's like jogging for people who can't jog. And they go, oh, is the golf cart there? Okay. Okay, the paparazzi gone now? Okay, let's get in the golf cart, and off we go. Sounds very odd, doesn't it, really? Very, very strange. Derren Brown, when's this on? Is this on today? 20 Years of Mind Control. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. On television. And the film mogul's ready to offer the Duchess a huge movie fee. What for? It's only ever done Suits. You know, there's no point. It's just a load of old hooey, isn't it, really? Load of old hooey. Perhaps it's put out by one of their sort of ladies-in-waiting or something like that, or, you know, somebody... A lady maid called up and said, hello? They're looking for Meghan for the films. They want to put her in a film. You go, yeah, of course they do. Let us know when it's finished, OK? Somebody says, how often do you visit Wetherspoons? I don't. I've only ever been once to a Wetherspoons, and I made the cardinal sin. I went in and sat in because they did a breakfast. I'll risk it in Twickenham. I didn't realise you have to go to the bar to order. Nobody told me. So I'm sitting at the table and they're bringing food in and sitting down. I'm thinking, hello, have you not noticed me? Perhaps I'm invisible. I was sat there for a good 5 minutes, and they kept bringing this food in. And in the end, I thought, oh, you've got to go to the bar. Very common. So I walked out. I always do things. They have an app. I'm not even doing it on an app, for goodness sake. That's just ridiculous, honestly. I'm either going in for a breakfast where somebody turns up at the table, or I'm not going to bother. Morning, nice to have your company. Colin says, hi, it's Colin. Well, how well done you. He says, have you ever met or interviewed any of the Beatles? Nope. None at all, actually. And somebody says, we're playing Guess the Producer this morning, Steve. If it's not Luke, it must be Connor. No. We have quite a rota of producers, but no, it's not Connor. No, this morning we have two who we have at the weekend, but no, it's not Connor, it's not Luke. I don't know when we see Luke next, probably next week at some point. Tomorrow. Janine Yacoub, writing in the Sunday Mirror today, talks about, remember when David Beckham broke his metatarsal, and we all prayed for his foot to heal? It's time to send those vibes to Love Island favourite Kem Ketaney. He's about as big as this. He'll be appearing in pantomime this year. And he's damaged his hamstring and looks unlikely to feature. Kem Ketaney, the little hairdresser from whatever programme it was. He says, I've got a coach and was training with these 13-year-old boys. I was on the floor in tears when my hamstring popped. I was more upset about Soccer Aid than the pain. I'm no David Beckham. No, you're not, are you? Not really. We've seen you on the television. You're not much cop at presenting. So Soccer Aid is back with some of Kem's telly-mates. They're not mates. They don't have telly-mates. It's all just a load of old hooey, ladies and gentlemen. Also, what's this one here? Why did I turn this one over? This is very interesting, isn't it? The ups and downs of Winnie the Pooh's creator's son. Oh, how real-life Christopher Robin was more of an Eeyore than a Tigger. Oh, well, there you go. I haven't read that book in years and years. Mind you, I'm a bit behind on the old readings. So, Redknapp dating Frida. And he's 47. She's a mother of 4. She's a Swedish model. They get around a bit, don't they, these Swedish models? 4 children. And they say it's early days, but they've grown close. Oh, it'll upset Louise. Oh, she'll have a mare over that one. I think she was hoping they might get back together again. Not anymore, dear. He's discovered he can pull somebody who's Swedish, which doesn't get any better. And who in God's name is Chloe Veitch? They say reality TV's Chloe Veitch. She... lives up to the title of the dating show that made her a star. I've never even heard of her. You heard of her? No? She's apparently 20. She's a British model, but she gave her fan a treat by posing in black lingerie. Wow. She appeared on something called Too Hot to Handle. God, how tragic, dear. Never mind. I'm sure you'll get there sometime. So Jamie introduced Louise by Robbie Williams. She was on tour with Eternal, and then they got separated, fighting to save their marriage. Reached a financial settlement, and Louise relaunched a career, which was a bit of a dud end, I'm afraid, because she was going to launch a singing career, Louise Redknapp. But I mean, to be honest with you, it's been donkey's years since that river dried up. There's no point in sort of trying to relaunch something. They're not interested in that nowadays. So all she has to do to try and get any sort of coverage in the newspapers is to pose in her underwear. So here's Louise Redknapp in her underwear yet again. Has she got a single out? Yeah. What did the last one do? Nothing. You know, it's almost like you need to go and find a proper job, dear. I mean, some of the supermarkets are still hiring. You could get a job that, of course, they can't do that, can they? What are they supposed to do? If you've been a celebrity, where do you go to if all of a sudden your work dries up and, you know, and they go, oh, I'm bringing an album out. It's like Sarah Harding, you know, the disaster from Girls Aloud, who unfortunately had all sorts of issues with just about everybody. And then they went, oh, she's recording a singer. I think it's not going to do anything. It's not going to do anything. She's too troubled to do anything like that. And every time I see a picture of Louise Redknapp, it's sort of posed all sort of, oh, look, my hair's all wet, and sort of pouty. It just looks ridiculous. She was never pouty before. So Brooklyn is in line to marry model Nicola Peltz in St Paul's Cathedral. I think they're having 2 weddings, one in America for the Peltz family, and then they'll have the Chav version over here with Vic and Dave. Which is, they're going to have 2 weddings. Because they are. Because, to be honest with you, the Peltz family have got no idea how naff this is going to be. How naff this is going to be. Because Victoria will be saying, oh, we're going to bring a lot of our celebrity friends, so Elton John will be there, because he's Brooklyn, you know. Well, there's no guarantee that Elton will be anywhere at all. He might be on tour or something. Tom Cruise is there. I mean, it's interesting, the Beckham spokesman declined to comment about their wedding plans. Of course they did, until they want to tell you, and then they'll sing like canaries, ladies and gentlemen. It costs, for a ceremony with an organist, £3,240. Because you've got to have an organist, you can't not have anything. At St Paul's, it's open to the public, which is a bit of an embarrassment, so it won't be there, because they'll have to do it so it's all secret, because they'll have flogged the pictures to a magazine. The Peltz family got no idea on this one. Watch it, I'm telling you. But no, St Paul's is open to people, so you can have a wedding ceremony taking place, and the members of the public will be coming in and standing there gawping. Victoria'd hate it. What, ordinary people here? At my son's wedding? Yes, dear. Yes, ordinary people standing there gawping, taking pictures. Hilarious. But we'll wait and see. Apparently musicians and recordings of the ceremony start from £1,000 each. Oh. Charles and Diana walked down the aisle in front of 3,500 guests. I don't think the Beckhams know 3,500 people. What are they going to do? It's going to be a bad turnout, isn't it? I mean, could you not use the Scout Hut at Ponders End? That'll be free that day. You can get 50 people in there. Colleen and Wayne Rooney are braced for details of their sex life being aired at the looming Wagatha Christie libel trial. Oh, I don't think we want to know things like that, thank you very much indeed. Do we? I mean, why would you want to know anything like that? It's unnecessary. We know what he gets up to, and to be honest with you, anything else I think is private. Private. As I say, here's little Summer What's-Her-Face. Got the hots for a bit of Holly, and they're all posed pictures. A bit embarrassing, really. Otherwise, you'd be going, excuse me, who are you? Why are you taking pictures of us in a park as we're kissing? She's going out with somebody called Fabrizio Santino. And apparently Fabrizio played Ziggy Roscoe on the Channel 4 soap for 2 years. We're not sure if he's working at the moment. He's also appeared on Captain America, and then previously seen on a date with, wait for it, Daniela Westbrook. Ooh, hot date, Daniela Westbrook. Also, Taylor Swift has dedicated a bonus track to the Lake District on her Folklore album. People like the Lake District, don't they? I've never been. You've been? You've been? Oh, right. Is it nice? Pretty? Okay. Did you stay in a hotel? Oh, you just went up there for the day? Just went and... Did you do a boat? Glamping? Oh, right. That sounds like sort of upmarket clamping, doesn't it, really? You sort of go out there. It's a gold-coloured clamp. Which is lovely. Glamping, yes. I mean, okay. Were you by the side of a lake or something, or water? Lovely. Oh, Lake Windermere. Oh, go for the top one. Very nice. Did you have a nice time? Did you? You climbed Scarfell Pike as well? Good Lord, there's no end to this excitement here. How old were you when you did? But it was years ago. 17, that's why you could do. Now, of course, we'd like to climb... No, let's not. Is there a railway on Scarfell Pike? I can't remember, or something like that can get you up there to the top. There is something. Because that I don't mind. I don't mind doing a mountain railway. I quite liked it when we did Austria many, many years ago. We went out into the Tyrol, and when we took a ski lift, because it was middle of winter. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And a ski lift, you just sort of sit there with your skis on. But we didn't have any skis, because I can't ski. So we had a toboggan. which was quite nice, because the toboggan run crisscrosses the ski run. It's still dangerous. These mountains are like vertical. So have you ever seen people on these vertical mountains doing this? They sort of jump on, you think, no, thank you. I did fall off. We went over the edge of one of them, and I thought, I'm going to die, because it was a vertical drop. And so I rolled off the sledge, or toboggan, and literally I thought my life was about to finish. Up on a mountain in Austria. Very pretty, though. Bit like Bond, yeah. Mr. Bond. Exactly. All of a sudden, these people in white suits appeared out of the trees and started chasing me down the mountain. Go away! Don't want to be chased, thank you very much indeed. The real Christopher Robin wanted nothing to do with his neglectful father, A.A. Milne, and mother. Well documented and dramatised in the film Goodbye to Christopher Robin. Wow. And so Colin says you should go to the Lake District. You've never really lived. Oh, right. So it's not Corey, Thomas, Connor or Luke. I give up. Loads of us are on Facebook, Steve, trying to guess. Well, you're wrong. It's not any of those. Not helping you. Helen says, can I watch your special show tomorrow? Yes, you can. You can watch it tomorrow, if you can't manage it today. Steve, your car boot reminds me very much of Mary Poppins' carpet bag. You never know what's in there. No, you don't. In fact, if you took every item out of my car boot, it would be the most hilarious day you'd ever had. I picked up the other day 6 bottles of Prosecco from Sandy's over in the fish shop. Stuart phoned me and he said, I've got 6 bottles of Prosecco, 40 quid. Are you interested? As a Pope Catholic, I was there. You should go on Storage. Oh, no, have you seen Storage? What horrible people. Horrible, horrible people. The Americans are bad enough. There's an ugly couple there. She's really horrible. And she's always going, come beat them down and all the rest of it. They think they're the bee's knees. Over here, we've got the oddest bunch of people I've ever seen. Where do they hibernate, these people? Are they sort of hiding under a dustbin or something for the remainder of the year? They're really ghastly. And then the guy who does the auctioneering kind of thing, you know, give me $5, $20, $20. He does this kind of thing. He's peculiar as well. But sometimes people bid over this is where you open up a thing that's been sealed, and then you look at whatever's inside, but you can't see it all. There might be things hidden under sheets, and then you go, all right, I'll bid for it. And he goes, right, $100, $200, $250, and then somebody will go, 1,000. And he'll go, okay, Pee Wee Herman. And he gives them all these funny names because he thinks they look like people. They're mad. There's an old woman who's got what can only be described as a dead dog on her head. She's got this black hair. It's all... I mean, seriously, she needs to get some proper makeup advice. It's just wrong. These people shouldn't be allowed on the television. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do it. But I could probably own one of the things. People would never guess what was in it. Oh, look, we found loads of DVDs. Oh, wait a minute, it's got Prosecco. And bags of toffees. Bags of toffees. Have you eaten all the toffees now? Have you eaten the little Maryland cookies? They've all gone. Okay. It's like the feeding of the 5,000. I was better off with loaves and fishes. You know. It's so funny. What was I watching a film the other day? Oh, I think it was Jesus Christ Superstar, but the film as opposed to the stage version. And for the thing where he gave his sermon on the Mount, there's all these people who, I mean, they can't have heard him. Because I think when they did The Life of Brian, he starts talking, Jesus, and of course people go, what's he saying? I can't hear what he's saying. Sorry, speak up! You couldn't hear him. And so all these people, they were all apparently local villagers who lived locally. And obviously at some moment, the bloke filming said, OK, now all walk up the mountain. Because they all walk up. They appear totally disinterested in the fact they're going to get the sermon from the Mount. Still a good film, though. Still a good film. The railway you're thinking of is in Wales. It goes up Snowdon, not Scafell Pike. All right. We're not going to make a big deal about it. We'll take him out and have him sorted out, all right? Get yourself ready outside. Steve, can I... Oh, yes, somebody says, have you reached pension age yet? Yeah, gone past pension age. Past it. I've got, yes, but I haven't claimed my pension. I get a government pension, but I haven't claimed it. Thought I'd just leave it in there. And I've got 2 private pensions as well, and I haven't taken those out either. There's no point, is there? I mean, what is the point? What is the point? I want to go on a little railway. Snowdon Mountain Railway. Oh, how lovely. Doesn't that look nice, actually? If you could get a cup of tea, I'd be even happier. I've done the boat trip from Richmond up to Hampton Court, and you can get a cup of tea on that, which I think is quite nice. Although, bad news for those people in Hammersmith. Bad news, they've closed Hammersmith Bridge Before, they closed it to traffic and the buses. Now they've closed it to everybody. So you can't walk over it, you can't cycle over it, you can't do anything. It's completely blocked off. You can't even take a boat underneath it. They're so worried it's going to collapse. I mean, seriously, had they spent money on looking after it over the years, would have been a lot better, wouldn't it, really? Right. Is there a Wetherspoons here? I thought that was TGI Fridays. Oh, next to that, there's a Wetherspoons. Is there really? Oh, well, there you go. Never... Well, Mark... says, when I went to the Lake, this is my former producer. They always listen in, you know. He says, when I went to the Lake District, I visited the Laurel and Hardy Museum in Alveston. It was very good. They even have Stan Laurel's furniture from when he was a child. Now, which was the last? So, Ollie Hardy died first. Stan Laurel, you could phone him up at home. He was listed in the phone book. And I've heard various people, celebrities, tell that you could phone him up for a chat and he'd sit there and talk for ages and ages on the telephone because he was in the because people didn't believe that it really was Stan Laurel who was in the phone book. And he would pick up the phone and talk to people. Strange apocryphal story. I should do that, yeah. But I used to be in the phone book years and years ago when I first joined LBC. Big mistake that was. Oh, hi, is that Steve Allen? No, he not here. Anything really. So there is a Wetherspoons. Have you been to a TGI Fridays? I have. I went to this one here when it first opened. And somebody says, Steve, make a strong mix of hot water and Marmite, cool it, pour it into lolly molds, and you've got Marmite lollies. I can't think of anything more disgusting, actually. So there you go. Laurel was gracious to fans and spent much time answering fan mail. His phone was listed in the telephone directory and he would take calls from fans. And in fact, I think Jerry Lewis was among the comedians to visit him, and he paid tribute to him, Jerry Lewis, and Bill Richmond played a version of Laurel as well. Dick Van Dyke told a similar story when he was starting his career up. He looked at Laurel's phone number, called him, and then visited him at home. It's amazing, isn't it? He's still going, Dick Van Dyke. He's still going in his 90s. No, unfortunately. Somebody bumped into him, I think, over here, and they said to Stan Laurel, are you Stan Laurel? And he said, I used to be. Which I think is quite sweet, actually, because the moment I think Ollie died, I think he didn't want to do anything ever again. How much money he made... Caught up here. How much money these people made? I bet it wasn't as much as people nowadays make. It would be very little. So they did tour over here. Laurel and Hardy came over and did a tour of this country. And you'll probably find it somewhere on YouTube if you hunt around for it. But it's interesting that when these big celebrities came over to the British... This was like people who were up there, you know, tantamount to the Almighty. And so when Judy Garland came over, they'd seen her in all the movies. They'd been with her through all her drug addictions and her alcoholism and everything else. And so when she was hopeless at appearing, she did a season at the Palladium. And some nights she was so drunk they had to try and sober up to push her onto stage. And sometimes she'd stand there and she wouldn't sing. And so when a drag queen came over, whose name I can't remember, but he used to do impersonations. He did 3 people. He did Barbra Streisand, somebody else, and he did Judy Garland. And he played it exactly the same as Judy Garland did. He would sort of, you know, be late on stage. But then for that London audience at the Palladium, all of a sudden the orchestra goes into all her familiar tunes, and then she walks out on stage and the place just erupts. Just amazing. Big, big stars. And Laurel and Hardy as well. Laurel and Hardy, loads of people like that who came to tour in this country. And they would put them out on the circuit. They would go out there. I mean, I've got a big, before your time, Liberace picture, who was this very camp man who played the piano in Vegas. And he was very popular, but very, very outrageous. But he only ever played Dancing Waters and all the rest of it. And he played the Chiswick Empire, part of the Empire circuit. And so what they would do, so I've got this big poster at home, an original poster, no fakes in my place. And it's got Liberace, and they would have a team around him. They would do the show. Then in the second half, Liberace would come on and he would do the second half of the show, and that would be it. And it was, and people would pack out the theatres to go and see these big American stars who'd only ever appeared in America. They'd never appeared outside. Then they discovered this sort of lucrative circuit over here where you could come out there, and we got all the big stars. Big stars. Blackpool was one of those big playing places. I think actually it was said because I think John Inman used to live up there in Blackpool, and he used to go to all the theatres, and then played all the theatres up there. His mother never went to see him. She hated it. Why would I want to come and see you behaving stupidly, she said. Not exactly the best thing to say, is it? Front page of the Sunday People, Boris's 3-year slump. Country won't recover from the recession until 2023. Might be too late by that time, mightn't it, really? And apparently students have to wee in bottles and buckets after being warned they would fail online law exams if they left their seats. Well, you can't leave your seat if you're in the middle of an exam. I mean, that's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? And the story which I did during the week, because we thought it was quite interesting, in a shopper called Lauren O'Connor, goes to Sainsbury's in Staines, and somebody said, somebody made a complaint about her. Could she pull her T-shirt down over her shorts? They were a little bit short shorts. A male customer, elderly, complained about it, and so they went over and said, can you pull your T-shirt down a little bit? So she basically said, what for? You know, there's men walking in here with their shirts off, chavs, and coming in and shopping and things like that. I never understand how people can walk into a supermarket with their shirt off. It's all right on holiday. If you're on holiday, you expect to come off the beach and go and get an ice lolly or a beach ball or a shrimping net or something like that. You don't put your clothes on to go shopping. But if you're wandering around Staines and Chiswick and places like that, you don't go in with your shirt off, do you? Very common. Other stories of the paper. Well, it's Harry and Meghan all over the paper, because they're now saying they have to repay a yearly property tax, reported to be 220,000 quid. Where do they think this money's coming from? I think they thought they were going to be self-sufficient, which of course they're not. Absolutely not. They've had to rely on press, publicity and everything else. The whole thing that they left this country to get away from. They left this country to get away from the paparazzi. And where have they gone to? Santa Barbara. What do they overrun within Santa Barbara? Paparazzi. All these, poor Oprah Winfrey, who's lived a nice sedentary kind of life in her £79 million mansion, you know, and all of a sudden you've got this couple move in very, very close down the road with security. I mean, you know, even Oprah Winfrey just lives a normal life, go shopping, go and do this, because nobody knows it's Oprah Winfrey. You know, if she's not done up for the television. It's like, if you saw me away from here, I don't look like Steve Allen. I have to dress up for this. This is sort of, you know, it's, you go through the creating of the face, and so people know what it is, and the hair, and, you know, I mean, because if you saw me out on the street, I'm very Amazonian. Very Amazon. I've got a body to die for. And long flowing, you know, golden locks. As you'll see this afternoon, I'll try and be as natural as possible at 3 o'clock. You will be there, won't you? Well, I know you will be, because there's so many of you bought tickets. End of the road for Ian Beale. He's taking time off from EastEnders. The BBC have confirmed last night that he's taking an extended break. He's obviously, I should imagine, absolutely exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. Steve, the railway you may be thinking about is on the Isle of Man, runs from Laxey to the summit of Snaefell. All right. I've never been to the Isle of Man. I've been to the Isle of Wight. I've never been to Guernsey, Jersey, any of these sort of places. I don't know why, actually. Andrew is in Morecambe, poor soul. But actually, he could be Colin. He's on the way, gets a bit confused. Stan Laurel. Oh, yes, highly commended, the Stan and Ollie film with Steve Coogan and John C. Reilly. Very good film. Very, very good film. And apparently a woman called Matt at 4:30, and she was very rude to him. Oh, I shouldn't imagine he was particularly bothered by that. And she says, Matt gets these sort of callers quite often. Really? I don't think so. I'm looking at his producer, and I think it's highly unlikely. Steve, I've been on the Snowdon Mountain Railway in a boat trip from West London to Central London. Marvellous trips. Yeah, I like doing the boat trip from Richmond up to Hampton Court Palace. That's a good one, actually. Did you ever see Chris Moyles in Jesus Christ Superstar? I did not. But I was with him on Friday, so we had a very nice time, actually. Very, very nice time. It was good. And it didn't cost me a penny piece. I don't have to pay anything at all. I mean, that's like what I call a result for the day, but I was so exhausted. The time it got to sort of about 8:30, something like that, I was like falling asleep on my feet, very tired. Very, very tired. Front page of the Telegraph today, the Sunday Telegraph. What's occurring? Ruth Jones, the Gavin and Stacey star, on finding her true confidence. Also, the Royal Navy called in to stem the migrant channel crossings. I don't know how they're going to manage that. Priti Patel saying that they will halt it. How they're going to manage it, I've got no idea. And veterans and service people attending the VJ Day National Remembrance event at the National Memorial Arboretum in Staffordshire yesterday. Absolutely fantastic. Beautifully put together, beautifully done. Not a hitch in sight. It was well worth watching. Sunday Times, where you can go now. Obviously not France. Also, the exam results chaos to end in a court battle. Patel, migrants see France as racist. Oh dear. Funny, they didn't want to go to America. I was watching some more of those Karen DVDs this morning on YouTube. It's another world, completely another world. That's it for this morning. Thank you so much. I will be back with you at 3 o'clock this afternoon, so make sure you're settled in comfortably. Okay, it's no good. We're not running late. 3 o'clock, it will start. Tickets and information on lbc.co.uk, and 12 o'clock today you'll get a message on your particular device telling you how to access everything. And there are lots and lots and lots of you who are going to be watching the show. In fact, if we'd done it in the theatre, we could have sold it out many, many times. Like that, actually. Do you know they were all over the age of 90, all the musicians used on that particular track? Most of them are not even with us now anymore, which doesn't really matter, does it? Also, the latest thing to hit Milton Keynes, I know, we've all wished that, it's remote shopping trolleys. Remote shopping, it does look quite... Apparently there's about 100 of these little things, and your shopping goes in there. It can hold 2 bags, and presumably it's got a lock on it, because otherwise somebody could sit on it, open it up, and take the shopping out. I mean, what Milton Keynes is like. And then I thought, I quite fancy this idea. And so it loads it doesn't do it itself. Somebody has to physically put the stuff in there, pushes the go button, or presumably a postcode, and the machine finds it. They trundle along the side of the roads. Isn't that clever? I think that is absolutely... What are you doing next door? Honestly, what are you doing? You don't need to rearrange things, honestly. We've done the furloughing, okay? We've done furloughing and stuff like that. I can't remember if you're still fasting, are you? How long is this going on for? Is this the rest of your life? Yeah. It's really tedious. No, but it's not working, is it? Well, it's not rude, that's fact. I'm just telling you. You don't look as though you've lost any weight, which I'm assuming that's what you're doing it for, isn't it? Oh, you thought you looked quite good this morning. It's like dealing with Sooty and Sweep, isn't it, really? No, unfortunately, you look exactly the same as you did last week on the programme. You haven't looked any different in ages. I could understand it if I hadn't seen you for a few days, and then I saw Luke, and I went, oh, good Lord, that weight has fallen off you. You don't look any different at all. I don't see you every day, though. That's the trouble. I really don't. Believe you me, I try and block it out of my mind. But, and I was sort of thinking to myself, I mean, how much weight are you looking to lose? Just see how it goes. So far, what have we done? Sort of speck of dust? Half a speck of dust? Maybe bottle top? How much weight do you think you've lost? A gram. I would think that was a conservative estimate. I would go for that. A gram, yes. We had a lot of trouble the other day trying to work out what 9 centimetres was. Because they said it was going to... They always tell you, if it's going to rain, they tell you... most people haven't got the faintest idea. Luckily, the producer was well aware of what 9 centimetres looked like, because he'd looked it up previously for somebody else. And it turns out to be 4 inches. But then why don't they at the Met Office tell you it's 4 inches of rain that's going to land in the next 24 hours, as opposed to going, most people of my age and your age, you don't know what centimetres are. I'm still in feet and inches. I'm still working there. You think you know centimetres better? So would you have known that 9 centimetres is about 4 inches? Sorry? Yeah. You probably would have known. You wouldn't. You wouldn't have the faintest idea, would you? All right. What's 27 centimetres? What's that in inches? I don't know. We have to find out now, actually. You just say... I don't know whether you times it by 3. 2.5. What's the answer?
27 centimetres.
Is 10 inches. There you go. You see, 10 inches. Complete difference. You can't round... If you were rounding up, you'd round up to 11. Anyway, we're going to have 9 centimetres of water over the next week or so, which actually doesn't bother me. I'm quite happy with that, which is very good. It just means that your hanging baskets could be decimated by the end of next week. I'm only saying that because the more they get wind-lashed and stuff like that, a bit difficult. But, no, we had a nice day yesterday. I spent most of the time sitting in cars. Took an hour to get in. I'd forgotten all these people coming into London. And then something had happened at Hammersmith flyover. Somebody towing a little boat. It had fallen off. And no, not on the bridge. No, the bridge is closed completely to everybody. Even if you live down there, you can't walk across it. And apparently it's because it's a steel... Is it a steel bridge? Iron bridge. Cast iron. And apparently it's basically falling apart. So it's a bit like the Titanic. Because the Titanic is falling apart underneath the ocean. Eventually, when it does all fall in on itself, because it's got these insects, like microbes, that eat metal. I mean, really, given the choice of, a kebab at the bottom of the sea, or some shellfish, or some scampi, or plaice. No. Here's part of a ship pitch black, you've got no idea what you're eating, not a clue, but you just sort of chew up the ironwork. So eventually it will just all sort of just go, and you won't hear it, it'll just, and they'll go down there to go, and here's the front of the, oh, for goodness sake, where's that gone to? You know, they'll be looking for the front bit of the Titanic. That's it, because you want to go on it, don't you? I wanted to go to the ship, and I wanted to get off the submersible and stand at the front of the ship and sing, near, far, wherever you... And I thought that I could do that. And then I suddenly realised I'd be dead. Because you're 2 miles down. It's not the deepest you can go in the ocean. The deepest, I think, is around about 12 miles, which takes you into a huge... I think it was about... And somebody went down in it. 7 miles or 12. Whatever it was, it seemed an awful long way down. And it's a trench, I think, which is, again, pitch black. There'll be stuff down there that we've never seen before. And I find that quite fascinating. There we are. This is the Victor Vescova. Is it him again? And that's right. His mission to dive to the deepest points in the world's oceans. But he can't just dive down 7... So wait a minute. Vescova, it's the Challenger Deep. The deepest thing. That's 35... No, there's a deeper one here. Back in May. 35,853 feet. What's that in miles? I mean, why don't they tell you these? I mean, they just put it in the wrong context. They should tell us how many miles it is. 6.6 miles. 6.6 miles down. That's how deep. All that water. All that pressure. How long is London? Well, from where? I don't know. What do you mean, how long? North London to South London? I don't know, half a mile? Something like that. It depends if you're strapped to Concorde, doesn't it, really? If you're not strapped to Concorde, it's a long way. And also, there's nowhere to park the plane when you get there, is there? You can hardly sort of land. So I'm terribly sorry. Concorde's coming into land. Brixton High Street. Here we come. You know, that'd freak out a few of the shop owners, wouldn't it? That's always quite a bustling area, actually, Brixton, isn't it? Very, very bustling. Oh, that's where you're from, isn't it? I know. That's where we send him back to every day. I'm assuming that's where the care home is. I've got no idea. We just have an address and a tag, and we leave it at that, really. Which is okay. Have you seen the picture of Roman Kemp? He started flashing his body pictures up again on the television. I mean, that's what you could look like. Okay, let that be a lesson to you. I think we need to go and pin it to Luke's locker. This is... Yes, you think Roman's fasting? I do hope so. There's got to be some reason you end up with sort of a washboard stomach. Although, to be honest with you, I've never bothered with things like that. What's the point? You know, inside me, there's a thin person trying to get out. Well, not just the one, admittedly, but I mean, it doesn't matter, does it? At least I've made the effort. I know what the doctor's going to say to me today. Oh, your blood sugar counts are rubbish, you're this, you're that. And I'm going to go, yeah, what do you suggest? I hate it. It's like being lectured to. You feel like going, yeah, okay, putting the phone down, going off doing other things, you know, come back, yeah, well, whatever. Putting the phone down, going off doing some more washing up, watering the plants, yeah, oh, God, interesting. So I know I'm going to be told off, but I don't know what the answer is. You know, during lockdown, we've all eaten more and drank more. Luke certainly drank more. And, but now he's sort of paying the price. Because if you remember, when he started working on the programme, he went, can't have anything to eat, Steve. Kind of started speaking like that, you know, as if he was from a middle-class family. And then all of a sudden he started going, I'm vegan. And I went, we'll have trouble here. And he said, I'm fasting. And that was months ago. I mean, months and months. Seriously, no difference at all. Absolutely no difference. He looks exactly the same as he did about 9 months ago. How long have you been working on the programme? When I say working, I use the term loosely. How long have you been on the programme would be better. How long? That 8 or 9 months. And you were fasting when we started. Fasting when we started, because yesterday we got questions in from listeners on the show, which will be available today. Actually, you'll have to go to the LBC website to find out about that. And it was, I forgot what I was talking about, actually. What was I talking about? Oh, that's right. Look, we're getting questions from people in the other day on, you know, who's your favourite? Sadly, a name never came up, Luke, at all. Although a lot of people were guessing the other day who was producing the programme, and they came up with, is it Thomas? No. Is it Corey? No. Is it Luke? No. Well, who is it then? Is it Connor? No. Nobody got it right. They were guessing on one of the Instagram groups on who it was. No, they never mentioned Joe at all. Never even got a look in. Never even, not a peep, not anything at all. Yes. There once was an ugly duckling. Do you remember that song? I don't know why that just flooded into my mind. All of a sudden, I remember thinking, they were saying, And the other birds and too many words said, quack, get out of town. Apparently, quack, get out, quack, quack, get out. Yeah, moving on. I love a good song on the programme. I love a good tune on a Monday morning, but I tell you, I'm going to get shouted at. But the moment the doctor's finished shouting at me and I've promised the earth, you know, yeah, I'll do that, yeah. I think we need to change my insulin. I've been on the same insulin for donkey's years. Perhaps I need to try something else. Something else which sort of might work or might not work. Let's hope it does work, shall we? Steve, thoroughly enjoyed the show yesterday, and I thought you looked really good in the jacket, and it went so well with the off-the-shoulder number you wore. Not sure about the boys' sequin shorts, though, says Lynn. Well, I thought they looked very good, actually. Both of them wearing, of course, as you know, their Groovy Gang T-shirts, which Corey had made up. Bless it. Do you know, you've only got to give Corey 2 glasses of Prosecco, I've discovered, and he becomes like a complete wet lettuce. He's like, oh, I'll do anything. No, I gave him a bottle of Prosecco to take home. Oh, I can't, Steve, I can't. And I said, no, you can. I gave him a bag, and he sort of held it. And you could see the weight of it was holding him down. He became marooned to the spot. He's still down there. I said to him, there are some strawberries there as well. Are there? Seriously, he was on another world yesterday, which was great. Thomas was doing sort of bits and pieces. Everybody was in yesterday. I was when you come in on an afternoon when we don't normally come in because I've already gone home. There's loads of people in there that I hadn't seen for ages. I had to reacquaint myself with them. It's always nice to come in and see people, and they always want to chat. You know, so how's your career going? That kind of thing. And I go, it's okay. And they go, oh, still got a spike? Yeah. Every morning? Yeah. What time? 4:00. It's time the programme starts. And to keeps going. And then who's doing breakfast? Nick. Oh, right. Was he in France? He was in France, but that was the other week. He managed to get home on time. I mean, it'd be the last place you'd want to go to at the moment, isn't it, France? Unless, of course, you're French and you live there. In which case, it would be the sort of place you'd be wanting to go back to. My friend Annie lives over there. Mit Famille, which is nice. So that's Bryn's wife, which you'll remember, lovely Bryn. Red Tails in the Sunset was the title of his book, talking about his life as a Toastmaster. And then sadly we lost him, but we've clung on to Annie. And she's going to be with us for a long time to come. Unlike a few other people, including an ex-producer of mine called Ian Marshall. When I came to LBC years ago, when we were back in Gough Square, I had 2 producers, one during the week and then one who worked the weekends. During the week, it was Mike Carson, who's the voice of so many adverts on the television now. You'll generally see him advertising JML. He's got one of those really butch voices of JML. And Ian used to produce me at the weekend for the Weekend Night Extra programme on LBC. And he was also a pilot. And then Chris Lowry sent me a text from Spain saying that Ian Marshall had passed on. So I was trying to work out how old he would have been. I can't find anything about it online. It's driving me mad. I'll have to contact Chris and say, where did he come from? I've done this before, you know. He said, oh, so-and-so died. That was a shame. And someone went, no, I think they're still alive. And you go, oh, I'm terribly sorry. Right, let's try and hit most of these out times today, shall we? I do my best, but you'll have to bear with me. It's a Monday morning, and to be honest with you, it was such a traumatic day yesterday. Steve. There is no one there, is there, Steve? Nobody where? You're on your own? No, I don't do anything. You know me, I mean, I'm terrible. Other people sort of have teams on their programme. I have a team as well. I could take a picture of the team today and have to persuade them to, do it for money, that kind of thing. But, there's a little team. I can't do anything. I really wish I could. No, I don't really. That's a fib. I've never thought, I wish I could sort of drive the desk or something like that or put a podcast together. But luckily, I don't have to. I have people what do for me, which is good, isn't it? Which is good. What do you think they're talking about in the papers? You'll be delighted to know it's not Harry and Meghan. We've kind of said, although the writers of this unauthorised book about them, although they seem to have approved everything, because if they hadn't, they'd have been in court immediately, have hinted that there could be another one. There's so much material. I thought, my God, they are settling old scores, aren't they? Because I'm afraid we're not buying into the old baloney that is Harry. We're now told that William and Harry cut contact completely for 2 months and are still barely speaking, according to new bombshell revelations. And they're droning. Though, funnily enough, what did I hear the other day? Because you know that one of our dear listeners works in W.H. Smith in Manchester. How many copies of the Meghan and Harry book have they sold? 3. And that's in W.H. Smith's. 3. You know why? It's serialised in the paper. Who wants to read the backstabbing of Harry against Her Majesty the Queen and all the people who work at Buckingham Palace? I wouldn't imagine, on reflection, that all the people working at Buckingham Palace are absolute paragons of virtue and they're wonderful people and they do everything that they can do and they're the nearest thing to angels. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's Harry going, you know, throwing his toys out with the bathwater. You know, we've seen petulance before. In fact, we've seen it when he staggered out drunk outside of a club and he went to lurch at the cameraman. And what they should have done is let him go for it. They should have let him go for it to sort of teach him a lesson. But now they're saying tensions were inflamed because Meghan accused Kate of not supporting her in the dark days of her pregnancy. Oh, God, very needy, aren't they, Harry and Meghan? Have you noticed? Very, very needy. Richard Hammond wants to build a secure barn to store his cars after thieves struck. Wow. He's got 31 acres in Hertfordshire. He's owned more than 30 cars. And so people, I mean, why is it people, I mean, stupid question. But, I mean, you know, you have a nice collection of cars, you save up, you work hard, you pay your taxes, you buy them, and then some little tow rag comes round and thinks they can half-inch them. I think, you know, for somewhere like that, Richard should have bought, you know, for the sake of 30,000 quid, one of those attack dogs, you know, and you just go, this here's Rover. Ready? Steady, go. Let's see who can run faster, shall we? There was that, you just that sign in a field, didn't they, just outside Brixham in Devon. It said, the bull in this field is there for a reason. You can make it across this field with him in it in, I think it was 12.2 seconds. Unfortunately, he can do it in 8. Want to risk it? It's like cows when they're protecting their calves. They'll kill. We've heard of lots of people who've walked through fields thinking cows are placid and they're just there to give milk. Oh, no. Cows will turn on you quite badly. Quite badly. That's a lot of cow that can fall on you. Take my word for it. Take my word for it. Steve, interesting to hear you had a pilot as a producer. Maybe I can come and produce you on my days off. On the way to the airport to fly down to... Oh, I'll never pronounce this, will I? What? Is it Zakynthos? Zakynthos? Sounds like... Where's... Sorry, or Zante? Oh, right. Well, it sounds quite nice, whatever it is. Oh, it's like Magaluf. Oh, is it? We don't want to go there. We don't like... Have you been to Magaluf? Not for you. Not really for you. I think you'd be out your depth. You know, I don't want to make a big deal about it, but I mean, it's obviously not for you. You know, you'd be the one sitting there going, it's so noisy. It's very noisy, Stephen. I don't know any of the tunes. I'd be going, listen, they're banging, mate. Happening, aren't they? Happening over here. You'd be going, can we just go and get something to eat and then go back? It's very noisy. I've got a bit of a headache coming on. He'd be the only one walking up and down the street with a handkerchief clutched to his nose. I'd be DJing, yes, I'd be... And here comes ABBA. Mamma mia. So, more dreariness, fresh revelations by the Sussex's biographer. Where do they get them from? Where do you think? They fall out of a tree, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing. Also, they've hinted there could be a Finding Freedom sequel, which will reveal more scandals. What? Because petulant couple decide to have little tantrums. I mean, dear God in heaven. It is a bit pathetic, isn't it? Behaving like children. But apparently, don't worry, because after yesterday's scoop that Hollywood are ready to bend over backwards to get her back in the movies. Can't imagine why. She didn't exactly set the world on fire the last time she appeared. But they'll do that. Meanwhile, Harry is doing nothing. But they need... The clock is ticking. The clock is ticking now. Because they've got their mortgage. They've got to get that... I want to see what sort of furniture they have. I can't imagine, you know, to think they sort of shop at IKEA or something like that. Well, they have to bring an interior designer. Because what they're doing is spending money they don't have. You know, which is called being a complete and utter idiot. Because you only spend money. It's like every time you go out somewhere. I've lost track of how many shops I've been into over the years. And they go, oh, have you got a Boots credit card or this? No, or sort of Debenhams credit card. Absolutely not. House of Fraser. No, thank you. No. I prefer to actually sort of buy things as I go along. I don't really, you know, want to get myself into debt, because that's the easiest way. And of course, that's exactly what Harry and Meghan are. They're in debt to the tune of about £5 million every year, having lied through their teeth in this book, whoever put it together, because, I mean, it's quite clearly telling you porky pies. Because at one point, as I said yesterday, the reason there were all these questions about why can't they keep staff? Is it because Meghan's a pain in the rear end, or because, they don't want to be treated like servants? Which apparently some of them seem to be. One of them lasted less than 24 hours. Another one was got rid of because they thought she wasn't professional enough. In other words, their vetting procedure is basically rubbish. Rubbish. If they can't even find a nanny. If you remember, William and Kate have got a Norland nanny, which is where Harry and Meghan could have gone to. That Norland is a training school for nannies. You can't mistake them. You'll see them in Knightsbridge. They've got their fawn uniforms on and their hats and their nice perambulators. They're very famous. The Norland agency for training people as nannies is very, very famous. And so there you go. It's their uniform. Look at them. Lots of happy, smiling people. And they do nannying. But of course, Harry and Meghan think they know what they're doing. So, wallow in it. And then they got rid of somebody. The reason being, not because, apart from the fact that they were absolute rubbish, it's because they didn't want anybody else to be in the house. They just wanted the three of them. And I thought, oh, that's really sweet, isn't it? And I nearly bought into it till I suddenly realised that living in this 16-bathroom dump that they bought over in America, they're going to have the security living with them. And presumably, there's going to be a little bit more than three of them there, including... Wasn't a lady's maid, was it? What do they call it? It was a lady's maid, that's right. Meghan's going to have a lady's maid. She obviously can't even dress herself. Gets worse and worse. But a sequel, a follow-up to this book, they're really determined to stick, because obviously it's had no effect so far. Buckingham Palace has gone, yeah, whatever. Let's take both Harry and Meghan off this list, together with Prince Andrew. When you think about it, they're a bit of a disastrous family. But Harry thinks he knows best. But wouldn't it be funny if she manages to get a film? Who's going to look after the baby? You don't really think Harry could do so? They've been to toilet. I don't think Harry would have the faintest idea what to do. That's why they have servants to do things. And you think, come on, come into the real world. Please, come into the real world with the rest of us. It's good fun. You have to work for a living. I realise that might be a slight problem. But you could do, so well. But it didn't work out the way they thought. I think they thought they'd arrive in America, they'd be living in a sumptuous house which was somebody had given them because they're a bit sort of scrapey, freebie. And then everything would be marvellous. The money would come rolling in and they'd be hugely successful and they could turn around to the royal family and go, one up to you, we don't need you anymore. Unfortunately, they need the royal family. Who do you think's coughing up for most of this stuff that they've got? It's either going to be Charles or the Queen. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that, because where else is it coming from? Ain't coming from her mother or her father. Could be coming from one of her sort of step-brothers who's got the cannabis farm. He must have a nice little industry going. Yeah, because it's legal over there. In certain states, you can go out and buy a spliff or a number of spliffs. Oh, right, spliff. And from this, made of marijuana. And you put money in a machine and out it comes again. And I'm thinking, it's all a little bit worrying, isn't it? It's a bit doolally time. It's her nephew, is it? Yeah. There's quite a big cannabis farm, though. It's very productive. And because it's legal, people say, I can imagine if it was like that here in this country. Having told you, well, I will be telling you on my free podcast today, that I'm now addicted to bent coppers in America, of which there are many. In fact, it's almost epidemic proportions, because there are hundreds and hundreds of coppers. One copper has just been suspended in Buffalo for using language which, he knows he's being filmed because he can see the camera, and yet he still uses language which I can't even repeat on this programme or even hint at. So he's been suspended on no pay. He's what's commonly known in America as a bent copper. One of them, and I've told the story, some of it is amazing. Very butch, bent female copper, America. Bloke standing in car park. He doesn't know it's a private car park. We don't know if he's driven in or he hasn't. That doesn't kind of get mentioned. He's the one to do it. And out she steps. Nick. What are you doing here? And he goes, just kind of standing here, not doing anything in particular. And so she says, were you smoking over there? Which is a bit of a stupid question, because in the next breath she goes, I saw you smoking. Which, of course, is her first lie. He doesn't smoke. And when they say smoke, they're talking about the marijuana cigarette. She thinks she's seen him, and of course he doesn't. He doesn't smoke. But he's black. And that's why she's got it in for him. And she goes all over the place to try and get him. Okay, so you have a criminal record, do you? And he goes, no, I don't have a criminal record. And she goes, I think you'll find you do. And he goes, I think you'll find I don't. I mean, she's that thick because she's a bent copper in America. And to cut a long story short, she's determined to get him on something. So what does she get him on? Loitering. He's trying to get away. He's given the ID. Apparently you have to carry ID in America. I think they use it a lot for getting drinks. I mean, Luke could never get served. Never get served over there. Because you've got to be 21 to order alcohol, and they expect you to prove it. It's like, I never understand why you get sort of 18, 19-year-olds going to Vegas. You can't go on the casino floor. You're not allowed anywhere near it. And if they find you standing on it with all your mates, you're off. You're turfed off, yes. And if you're old and bald, you can't get served without ID. Really? They ask everything. I know a friend of mine went over there. He was 55, and he was a bit shorter. He was one of my ex-producers. Another one who's dead, actually. But there's quite a few of them recently. And he used to get asked for his age. 55. And, of course, he did have a slight drink problem. And he laughed. He thought it was funny. But, of course, if they put their foot down and decide not to serve you, they're not serving you. But Vegas, you go there, and it's for adults. It's not for 18, 19-year-olds, because they're going to ask you for your ID. And if they think you've got fake ID, they'll haul you out so fast your little legs will not touch the ground. But that's the way it sort of works nowadays, isn't it? People sort of want to go out there. I mean, I like holidays, but not lying on late. Nice to have your company. Jane in Cockfosters writes, Steve, wonderful to see you in the team yesterday. Loved the sparkly jacket. You wondered why your magical style and formula is so popular with your loyal listeners and spikers. It's because you're an amazing friend to each and every one person. Oh, it's a little bit too much, this sort of stuff, so I'll read on. It says, you don't preach or lecture. You become a loved and valued start to everybody's day. Well, that does seem the case, actually. It says, with highs and lows, you cry and laugh with us all. 2 years ago, you cared when my dad passed. 10 weeks ago, you cared when my mother passed. As I sat and held her hand, you told me I wasn't alone. So we are blessed to have you. There's no extra charge for this one, Jane. No extra charge for this one. It works for a lot of people, actually. She said, but yesterday, you sat in my sitting room, we drank Prosecco, and I laughed for the first time in weeks. So thank you very much indeed. You have no idea how your popularity works. I listen, if I live to be 37, Jane, I shall never stop it. I shall never understand the popularity. I understand the programme's very popular. I understand that the spike is still there and it's been there for some years. The only reason it's there, I'll tell you now, without sort of a word of a lie, nothing else on. There's nothing else on that there that does this. There's a load of people going, this is, that was, and this is Mantovani, and here we go, and it's, quick time check, 25 minutes to 5. What time does Shopping Channel start? What, you're suggesting I go and get a job on the Shopping Channel? Please, I'd be very good at the Shopping Channel. I'd be buying all the stuff anyway. I'll be holding up something going, you'll like this, I bought the last one. There isn't anything ever. I couldn't resist it. A friend of mine used to work on Bid Up TV, and used to sell those globes, which were all different, anthracite and pyrites and all sorts of different things. So it was all precious stones on this globe. They shifted thousands of these buggers. Oh, sorry. Thousands. And very popular. I do quite well on there. I remember somebody telling me years ago, because I remember saying to somebody, how much do they get paid working on these sort of shopping type channels? And somebody said, well, it's around about 30, 40, 50,000 a year. I said, oh, for goodness, really? And I remember thinking, you've got to shift a lot of stuff, because if you don't sell the stuff, there's no point in them keeping you. That's the only problem with these shopping. They aren't commissioned, but I would imagine they'd be looking at people to make sure that they shift the other thing. Because I think on Gems TV, they only used to have one little short stubby bloke working overnight. Now they've got sort of a little array of them, sort of blokes doing it who've forgotten to sort of put something on their nails to make them look a little bit less gnarled and horrible. And also, blokes selling rings to women doesn't kind of work in my book. They need a woman there to go, look, it fits. Because most of the blokes have got stubby fingers. And of course you can't actually get the ring on there. And they've all got this thing. They sort of twitch it backwards and forwards so it catches the light. So they've learnt to move their sort of knuckles in a peculiar way. It's totally indicative of all of the jewellery channels. And I say jewellery, I use the term so loosely, I'm so sorry. And sometimes Christmas cracker material is what they're actually flogging on the television. They go, because they used to do it years ago, and it used to be my big, I could run for days with it. I said, and somebody come up, they go, look at this, and they'd show you this bit of cheap tat, and they go, 4,350. But that's not our final price drop. I just think, thank God for that. Thank God. Because I think sometimes they sort of slip something in to see if you've sort of fallen asleep. And they sort of show you this ring and they're going, look at this. And then you go into raptures about it. And some of the presenters on there, I mean, seriously cracked. I mean, not even normal. Not even, where they get, there must be an agency for people who can smile and try and sound believable and yet come over as so false. But it's so interesting to watch. So they do this. So we're moving backwards and forwards and it's catching the light. If you shine about 3 million watts of light onto it. And here we go. And that's lovely. Okay, the price at the moment, but you're not going to be paying 4,350. We're doing this, and this is our summer manager's special. They'll go, and you think another load of old baloney. Here she goes, talking the old garbage. And so she'll go, and the price is now £199. Get it? I've got collectors coming in from Widnes, from Hull, people in Yorkshire, people in South. Somebody on Humberside is phoning up now for this garbage. It's unbelievable. So it's gone from this huge price down to, and sometimes it goes lower. They had earrings the other day. Well, I nearly phoned up. I nearly bought earrings. These things were fabulous. Unfortunately, I had to pierce your ears, and I wasn't sure whether I was going to go that far to get a piece of tack jewellery. And she goes, so-and-so, 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 £9.99. And I thought, what, for two? That's really good value. And she said, I've got collectors in. You think, what sort of people are collecting jewellery that's worth £9.99? I mean, it's so, for the shopping channel, it's so hilarious. It's so hilarious. But of course, the best ones are on Ideal World. The bloke who demonstrates the drones and everything else, and obviously knows all the market patter. He looks like he turns up in a big white van, all right, got all these drones, love. You do that because he's obviously learnt it, because he's following a script, because he never deviates from it at all. This drone, you take it here, put your hand on the top, take your hand away, it'll remain there. Okay, they flip it upside down, it flips itself back over again. Now it'll go straight up. The camera on the front will also reverse, and it's just unbelievable. I'm watching this thinking, this is market trading at its best. So much so that I picked up the phone and ordered one of these blooming things. I was so excited, and it's still in the box. Still in the box, because I'm taken by adverts, and I'm a good shopper. Somebody asked me yesterday, what's the thing that gets you most excited? Is it sort of buying everything duplicate? Because I always buy things in twos. So it comes as no surprise to people that I bought this Magicool. Have you seen that, the Magicool? This is even colder than the other one we had. This is like, really, it's like being in the Antarctic. And how many did I buy? 4. I couldn't just buy one for 4 boxes. I couldn't just buy one. I had to buy 4 of them. And if I see something I like, then I'll buy. What you got? Oh, right. Oh, it's a fizzy drink. Is it Ribena? Looks like Ribena. Summer berries, yes. What are summer berries? We don't know. It just says summer berries on the packet. Summer berries, Could be anything, couldn't it? This one kills you. This one might make you feel a bit drowsy. But there's summer berries. They never really know. 84850. Howie says, Steve, there is no show like yours either here in New York City. No, there isn't. And the funny thing was, and I did think about it the other day, because when we first started doing the show all those years ago, we didn't have, we had a switchboard, but we didn't know how to operate it. We'd never seen it light up, to be honest with you, because nobody phoned in to LBC Overnight. They used to do what they called a magazine programme. So when I took it on, I did a magazine programme, which was basically a rehash of the day. I mean, you'd never do this on a radio station now, where they'd play it all back, all the daytime, to save, a tiddly little amount of money through having a live presenter. You'd never find somebody putting on magazine-type programmes. That's just what's commonly known as cheap programming, and basically an insult to the world of radio. And that's my opinion. And another place I can't go. And so I was sort of thinking, we used to do all these magazine time, and then I started thinking, this is boring. It's not only, if it's boring for the presenter, it must be boring for the listeners. And so I would be going, and earlier on today at London Zoo, Chi-Chi and Annan had a baby panda. Here's our reporter, Rodney Bennett. And then Rodney Bennett and the producer, Mike Carson, who went on to do the voice of JML and all these other things on the telly, would do a list of all these tapes. And Rodney Bennett's might be about 4 minutes. So you can imagine now I've gone completely anti programmes running sort of what I call pre-recorded pieces, because I like things to be. So we started making up letters on the programme in an effort to drum up some sort of interest, and nobody had ever done it before. So, in fact, I was really setting a bit of a trend by, in fact, for the first ones, I'll be honest, I made up the letters. We would make up letters, and then, strangely enough, then people would write in the following week. No texts and emails, no. Nobody didn't have screens. There was no screen. If they wanted to go to another caller, they'd write it on a piece of paper and hold it up at the window, so that you knew to go to a caller. We didn't. And then we got a two-way thing where you could type up, Steve, this is the time of your break and this is the next caller, which would then appear in and that was it. But we never had computers. We had a little reference library and a cuttings library. So every day, Charlie Rose would go through the newspapers. They'd cut these things out, they'd sticker them, and they'd put a date stamp on them, and they'd go into the archive. So in other words, if, say, I don't know, Bill Bailey died or something, you could go to the archives, go to Bill Bailey, and you take out all the cuttings to do with Bill Bailey. And so that was our archive. We didn't have anything. I mean, computers make it so much easier. If I want to know anything about anybody, you just put their name in and into Google, and up come millions of things very, very quickly. So it was all a bit different. I mean, nobody had mobile phones. Mobile phones came along years later. The very idea. I mean, you were very lucky if you had a cordless at home. We went shh, 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 and you go, Mum, stop moving. Shh, shh, shh. And that was the way it was. That was the way. Simon Mark said he used to work in the wire room. Yes, in fact, downstairs at Gough Square, you used to have the wire room, which had teleprinters in it, and that's what they would rip off. These things would be clattering. It was like a newspaper office in the 1940s. So you'd have the news desk, the pall of cigarette smoke everywhere, because there was like a fog that hung over, because everybody smoked. Everybody smoked. A pile of typewriters in the corner, because typewriters used to break. We had hundreds of old typewriters. Could have set up a shop selling typewriters if I'd thought about it. But that was the way. Overflowing ashtrays, beer bottles. Yeah. Did people drink? Are you serious? We were in Fleet Street. You could drink 24 hours in Fleet Street. There was a bar literally practically over from the front door from LBC, or Communications House as it was, and it was open till about 5 or 6 in the morning. People would stagger back. They'd stagger back through, not from our building, but for all the printers working on the newspapers. The Sun in Bouverie Street, straight over the road, the Express just down the road from us, the Mail, all these other it was a hotbed of activity. The big lorries in the morning, with all the big rolls of newspaper, which used to sort of dump it, because they printed on paper. And then, of course, there was that big move to Fortress Wapping. Fortress Wapping was when they didn't tell the printers that they'd managed to set up a complete operation down at Fortress Wapping, which didn't need printers anymore, because it was all automatic. They didn't need rolls of newspaper, nothing at all. It was all done without things like that, and they just moved overnight. Oh, was there a tantrum going on? I can't begin to tell you. It was nobody had any idea what was going on. They just moved it all over there. It was very cleverly done, very cleverly done. But no, Fleet Street was just awash with things. We had the old Cheshire Cheese, very old pub with its own little church underground. Really old. You used to get, people, Charles Dickens used to go in there and things like that. Well, the pub was tiny. The actual main bar was smaller than this studio. Still there? Oh, absolutely. It's a tourist. You should go to it. It's one of the oldest pubs in the city. Ye old Cheshire Cheese. You go down Fleet Street, it's an alley on the left-hand side, just a little bit nearer the bottom of it. You should go to it. You'd love it. There you go. That's what it looks like inside. You can see there's barely room to swing a cat. Everything original in it. It's not... Yes, absolutely. It goes back, beyond that. It goes beyond that when you actually look, all the different things. It's down a little alley. And it's like time has stood still. Time has not moved on for ye old Cheshire Cheese. They used to have a parrot in the bar, but I think it's dead. And, it's not moved in ages, so I'm assuming it must be dead. But it's quite good. Heavy company, Monday. Monday. I'm sorry about that. I know you hate Monday. I wish we didn't. Steve. Connie says, can you please have a heart for my son? I would pay twice the money if I could have an afternoon with Steve Allen on DVD, because I had no sound for about 30 minutes. And it was not easy to watch my autistic son. Well, actually, it'll be available, it'll coming up on Today's Monday. It's coming up today, actually. I'll find out. I mean, if you haven't learnt by today how you can watch the show again, you can watch it back, yes, because you paid for it, so you can watch it back again, okay? Also, Steve, such a crescendo of excitement amongst the spikers beforehand. Real treat to see the rest of the Groovy Gang, I know, except the one who sort of looks like he's a Yeti. And we can't get his hair cut. I mean, we've tried, you know. You're very lucky, actually, to see Thomas in a pair of trousers. Normally it's shorts. Spends most of his time in shorts. So I came in the other day and Luke was in shorts. Took me about an hour and a half to recover from that one as well. Steve, how wonderful you'd be on a shopping channel, especially if you said what you really thought. Oh, I'd love to do that. I would absolutely, Jane, have a field day. You know, I would. You'd do it as a one-off, wouldn't you? You get yourself the job on one of the shopping channels. It doesn't matter which one it would be. And which one would it be for me, actually? It would have to be the jewellery stuff. It would have to be. Because sometimes they appear not to have enough jewellery, so they have to sell candles or sunglasses. It's so out of kilter with everything. And you'd love to go on and go, okay, yeah, because you'd think to yourself, listen, I'm only going to be here a day. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? And you go, I wonder how long before they manage to take you off air. You go, and this is nice, it says here. This is a ruby. Whatever. Heat treated, okay? You want to see this thing close up, I tell you. The only reason it's sparkling is because I've spat on it twice. You know, it's just... Don't buy this, it's rubbish. Seriously. And then have you noticed as well, that's the only thing I discovered the other day, but actually I've known it for ages, that when they sell a pendant, okay, 9 out of 10 times it doesn't come with a chain. If it's come with a chain, they'll tell you it comes with a chain. If they don't, there's no chain. You just get the pets. You've got to go and buy the chain. I've still never worked out how they make these little tiny filigree chains. How do they make those? I've got no idea. Is that a machine or something? Whatever it is, it's quite clever. But no. So a lot of the time, the chain does not come with it. Not come with it. And another one here says, you should have words with Nick Abbott on Friday evening. He insinuated the reason you had a flash car. That did he say that, Dale? Well, he'd know. He'd know. I'm going to tell him about you and tell him you're a telltale tit. Okay, and then you'll have no friends, will you? Who will you be able to write to? Nobody. I mean, honestly, your life must be absolutely falling apart. Christina from Morden says, could I be a bit cheeky? Well, if you want to be, it's up to you. Doesn't make any difference to me. It's Monday morning. It's a free country. It's my birthday today. That could you make it extra special by saying hello to me? I think you have to pay for that. It's £1. Yeah, just drop £1 in the post and I'll say hello to you for happy birthday, Christina. Which makes more sense, doesn't it? Christina from Morden. And all the neighbours will be going, how's she managed to wangle that? She paid £1. She paid £1. That's the way it is. So that's you being cheeky. And Pete says, anthracite isn't jewellery, it's a hard, high-grade coal. Oh, there's always one, isn't there? Oh, God. Mr. Pedantic on a Monday morning. I think you'll find, actually, that this bus, the 37, has not been running for the last 15 years, mainly due to the carburettor, which was made, I think you'll find, in the Far East and doesn't work under our body temperatures here. That's the sort of person. And this train here, this was built by Isambard Kingdom Brunel, and we sometimes, me and my friends... This is Albert, and we go and sit at the end of platforms and write trains down, the numbers, so we know where they've come from. You know, opposed to just looking up at the board, you know, and it tells you where the trains come from, but let's not spoil a good afternoon out. Colin in Feltham says, really enjoyed the live show on my lounge TV, seeing the boys in a great jacket. That was a bit of a decision, that jacket. Yeah. Do you remember a series called The Nanny, says Dion? No, vaguely. You think it's Wendy Richard. I'm not convinced it's Wendy Richard. The Nanny. The Nanny. I'm in my mind, I'm seeing this show and I'm seeing the title of it and I'm seeing a picture of somebody, but I don't think it's Wendy Richard. I have a feeling it's somebody and I can't remember who it is, but I could be wrong. On the other hand, I could be right. So this was, who was doing it? I mean, is this the British one or is it, there's an American one which aired up until 99 with... No, it wouldn't be this one at all, would it? Because there's nobody in that you've ever heard of. It's not a British Nanny. Oh, here we go. Wendy Craig as Nanny. Wendy Craig. Love Wendy Craig. Love Wendy Craig. I think she's fab. I think she's really nice. So that was it. But that was a long time ago, wasn't it? I think it was set in 1930s England, and Wendy Craig was Nanny. She looked like one of the Norland nannies. Lauren says, what happened with all the plans for the pink Speedos for the live show? Well, as usual, lawyers intervened. which is not good at all, is it? Steve, I listen to you every night, and you've been a welcome support throughout my insomnia. Insomnia, which is very good. Very good. Well, not if you listen to this program. We don't need to worry about insomnia. And also, somebody says, Colin, really enjoyed because he was the one listening in the thing. And then somebody else says, you look the ticket in your glittering jacket. Thank you, Lisa and Martin Spikers from Guildford. Because, if you live out at Guildford, you need a spike, don't you? You really do. Ender, the Tesco lorry driver. I just know somebody called Ender. Very, very interesting name, isn't it? Love your show and listen every morning. You make me laugh when you're talking about Harry and Meghan. Yes. Well, only the truth. Only the truth. You can only tell the truth. You cannot... somebody says, watched your show today. Front row seats, we loved it. You look like you've lost weight. Please do it again, because we love you. And that's Kerry and Paul. Well, at least we got everybody out there this morning, which is very nice indeed. And you will be able to watch it again. So all those bits you thought you'd missed, you can watch again. And your friends will be jealous. They'll be very, very jealous of the fact that you actually got to see it. It was quite busy, actually. There were 1, 2, 3, 4 of us in that little studio downstairs. I mean, it was okay, but when we had to change, there was no sort of corners to hide around. The fourth person, me. Yeah. Who do you think's operating the cameras? No. We had a proper camera operator in. Corey was operating the auto cue. That was a bit of a disaster, I have to tell you. There was an auto cue underneath the camera, and then he'd sort of go there, and I'd be going, and so let me tell you'll know this, because this is how I do it on the programme. I said, because there was a big bit about make some noise and how much money we'd raise, and I said, I'll do that later in the show, probably at the end, and I said... And of course, and at the moment I'm looking at audience questions, which they've got the last one up on there. And I don't know what Corey must have nodded off, or we were doing beads or something, I don't know. And probably drunk, actually, on the 2 glasses of Prosecco I very unwisely gave him. And I said, and of course, it's the reason that we're all here today, as if you didn't know, and that was to raise money for Make Some Noise, hoping if I spoke a little bit slower, maybe Corey would move the auto cue to where it says, the reason you're all here today is because we're raising... And so I then went, and because it's very important... By this time, I'm now paddling with both feet. I said, because it's very important to know, A, where your money goes, and B, exactly how we're going to be spending it. And still nothing appeared on the screen. We've still got last listener's question, so I sort of threw my last lifeline, which was basically, help, in a plaintive kind of voice. And it worked. They finally moved it back to the top again. It was just total madness. But you'll see it if you watch again. And somebody says, morning Steve, says Dean, I'm a 30-year-old man, and for the first time ever I've got a crush on a gay man. Do you think I should talk to him? No. Not really, no. Get a jigsaw. It's much easier. It's less confusing. Just get a jigsaw. You don't want to do anything like that. What do you want to do that for? You're a 30-year-old man, and for the first time ever, I've got a crush on a gay man. It'll end in tears. Seriously. Yes. Oh, see, the producer goes, follow your heart. But he would, because he also followed the Yellow Brick Road, and he followed quite a lot of people with dogs called Toto, and a lot of... No, I always say, no, seriously, far too confusing. Listen, if you're 30 and you've only just got round to this... it's maybe not. Jigsaw. Painting by numbers, that's very popular. An Air Force kit, you can get some aeroplanes you can make, which will be, and then you can attach them by string or cotton to the ceiling of your bedroom or something like that. And if you can have little searchlights on the sideboard playing backwards and forwards to sort of recreate the war years or something. I quite find. In fact, actually, that's about one of my best ideas that I've had. I think that's actually rather talk to somebody, And also, I mean, it's no good you having a crush on this gay man. He might not like you at all, and then it makes you look as if you're a bit of a stalker. So you need to find the lay of the land. So the producer, jump in with both feet, throw your bra to one side. It's just, no, because it might be a bit frightening. Do you remember this happened in America? They had a show, and I can't remember who hosted it, but it was about, people have got a story, and they bring this guy on, and he's big, butch, muscly guy from school and all the rest of it, and they said, somebody's got a crush on you. And they went through it. He couldn't think out who it was. And out comes the school gay. Well, this guy was horrified. Middle America's a bit scared of this kind of thing, because there's a lot of it. And he was so horrified, he went and shot this other bloke when the programme finished. It was one of those disasters where he'd been humiliated on television because they hadn't told him it was going to be a bloke. So my advice is still, get the jigsaw, get the lay of the land, the lie of the land. We'll get something off the land and sort of take it from there, but don't jump in with both feet. Don't be like him. It's like that. Nice to have your company. Sorry to sound cheerful on a Monday morning. It's a bit depressing, I think, because the weather, having had the sunshine and me complaining bitterly about the sunshine and it's hot and it's unpleasant, and if you're diabetic, there seem to be sort of added complications that come with it. And of course, then I've got the doctor later on today. He's going to be phoning. I'm going to look at it and I'm going to think, oh God, I really can't be bothered with doing this. But he's only going to berate me and tell me how bad my blood sugar count is. But we had a very successful day yesterday. I know that because Henry's parents were watching. So I gave them a bit of a shout out, actually, which I thought was quite nice. And Henry just texted me, said, brilliant live show. It was that. When you consider we've never done anything like that before. We've actually never done anything at all like that. Even I wasn't even sure whether you could count. The only difficulty is you don't get the response from something. So if you're doing a live theatre show, you say something funny and everybody laughs. Yes, it's like dealing with a mute. Seriously. Yes, I had texts and tweets and things like that. Well, we had some questions which had come in. We'd asked people to write in advance, just as well for some of them, and as you can imagine, so we just did it. They had to have a clock put in for me because I need to see the time. I need to know where I am at any one particular. Like on this programme, but of course, doing it yesterday, there was no ad breaks. So you don't get. So I'd said to Thomas, make sure he went to the toilet because he's got a very weak bladder, and so he went to the toilet because there was nowhere. The place is so small. It's like I'm sitting here. You're even closer than you are at the moment in the actual room. There's got the camera in there and everything else. But we'd never done it before, so it looks likely we could do it again. You never know, actually. It's a very odd way to do it. But enjoyed the shout-out. Mum and Dad loved it, says Henry. He said it was going very well until some ugly Scottish boy walked onto the screen. Yeah, I had to introduce the team, the two boys, the Groovy Gang. Bless their hearts. They are good, actually. They are very good, actually. Love the fake strawberries as well. We didn't have any fake strawberries. Obviously, Henry had a sherbet. You know what he's like? He's terrible, actually. We normally get his mother writing into us. I mean, I think all these mothers write into me because I'm obviously seen as some sort of grandfather-type figure, you know, the person that can tell the parents where their children are and why they're tagged, you know, because I think it's necessary to know these kind of things. Steve, you were on fire yesterday, were we? We never noticed that. And so disappointed. Couldn't see your show yesterday, says Susie. But nothing. What did I do? Don't listen. Don't worry, because you'll be able to see it today. It'll be going up on there. I don't know if the details are going to be up on the LBC website. Everything will. Everything will. Everything. There you go. There's the promise. Not from me. Came from the producer. Okay, you just write to Joe, care of whatever. What's it about lemon Jaffas? Says Michael. Lemon Jaffas. What? Oh, Jaffa in lemon? I bought lime. It's not lemon, it's lime, because lime sounds a bit posher, doesn't it? They make them in Marks and Spencer. Well, they don't make them in there at all, they just sell them. Not as good, are they? No. I used to work in the factory. Well, I didn't. I used to work on the radio that appeared in the factory where they made them. And we used to go up there and have a look at them making Jaffa cakes. They were made in Manchester, Jaffa cakes. And they come off the line, and they come the little round biscuit thing, and then it goes under a thing. I mean, there's millions of them. You can't imagine how many millions of Jaffa cakes there are on these huge conveyor belts, and then it goes and it squirts the orange stuff on, and then next thing, it flips it over, and it's in a chocolate bath. So, so my radio station was in one of the biscuit factories, yes, in Osterley, where Sky is now. Where Sky is now, that's where United Biscuits was. But no, we didn't get free biscuits. No, you could buy them we have a biscuit shop there, Broken Biscuits and stuff like that. Yeah, they were cheap biscuits for people who worked there. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I can't remember what the prices were. Right, yes, it's Luke heading up there for chocolate biscuits, which you can't have anyway, because it's not vegan, is it? Chocolate. Honestly, it's all these things we're discovering that he sort of gets up to, that he's not supposed to. Honestly, if he was in the vegan society, they'd have kicked him out by now. You did what? Brie. Oh, I don't like brie. Did you have it deep fried or something? Oh, in a burger? How disgusting. Oh, it sounds horrible. I was watching the other day, Brian, can't remember his name, one of the cooks, and he took Annika Rice out. She was very irritating. And, look at me again. And he did chicken Kiev. He showed us how to make a chicken Kiev. Looked blooming brilliant. Looked absolutely delicious. I remember sitting there salivating quietly to myself, which doesn't happen very often, actually. But, when I sort of watched this thing, I thought, oh, chicken Kiev. Oh, delicious. Steve, will you be doing another live show, says Martin? We've just done the first one. Jackie says, I have some of those fluttering solar butterflies on the way. Are they any good? Well, you'll find out. You've ordered them. You'll find out. It's got to be a sunny day. It's got to be a sunny day for them to work properly. If it's just a lukewarm day, it doesn't work. But you can put a battery in. I think they take an AA. I think. I'm not too sure. But that means that you could have them all the time. So if it doesn't work with the sunshine, it's a little solar panel. Once the sun comes out, it's going to be great. But unfortunately, the weather forecast is dire. I mean, it really is. Do you know that you can get 3 grades of crossing across the channel, which is very generous, isn't it, of the smugglers? Yes, you can get the gold package, the silver package, or the bronze. And, I mean, I still don't understand. If these people are coming over from France or wherever they're coming from, it's a case of, why don't we bring them across? Because they're going to get here anyway. We might as well then process them, put them on a ship, charge them money, and that will then get rid of all these filthy drug smugglers. Drug smugglers? They probably do drugs as well. They say people smugglers. I mean, here there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's about 15 people on one of these little and they're coming across the channel. So the package is gold, £10,000. That's luxury class. Same boat, but with less people on it. Oh, and it's got life jackets as well, should you happen to fall into the ocean. The silver is £3,000 to £5,000. Migrants were taking selfies of themselves as they're crossing they've all got mobile phones. Because I often wondered, if you're paying £3,000 to £5,000, why don't you just get an aeroplane? It's much cheaper, isn't it? Because they all destroy their passports and everything else. But why not risk it? Got nothing to lose, have you? Just go and buy a ticket like anybody else. There isn't a... But why not? Why would they not get past customs? If you've got a passport, we're going on holiday to England, which basically is what they're doing. So why would they be stopped? Well, the French are desperate to get rid of anybody. But the worst one is bronze. It's £1,000. It's a canoe. A canoe, okay? £1,000, and it's the riskiest of the gang's 3 options. And you think you're going to survive the waves in the channel and the shipping that goes back? I don't think so. But more than 4,000 migrants have crossed this year so far, and the traffickers are making millions. Well, why don't we make millions? Open up a ticket office in Calais, get your tickets here, cut price tickets, bring in one of the Sea-Link ferries, you could put a few thousand people on it, bring them over here and then process them. It'd be safer for them, be safer for everybody. Makes perfect sense, most of these filthy people smugglers. It's absolutely ridiculous. But they say now the Navy's been called in to deal. What are they going to do? Ram the ships? Ram the little boats? We're going to be rammed by the Navy. Ben Wallace says the armed forces are always ready when we need them. Oh, do us a favour, for good. What does that mean? Well, they're going to shoot them or something. Didn't Greece do that? There was a story in the Sunday papers because they were talking about it to me the other day, that Greece had tried to get rid of these migrants who seem to wander from sort of country to country, and they took them all out in their boats and just left them in the middle of the ocean. And I remember thinking, that's a very odd story, isn't it? Why would you want to do that? But if we're going to end up with people anyway, why not do it legitimately? Why not have it so that they get on a ferry? Why don't they just hire a ferry and bring people over? And that way you could have food, so they get food, changes of clothes, stuff like that. They can have showers and everything. Doesn't that make perfect sense, as opposed to us sort of spending an absolute fortune trying to stop them from coming here but not being very successful? Well, they're going to come here anyway. Why not? We should be quite flattered, I suppose, that somebody wants to come here. James Whale apparently has cancer of the kidney, the spine, the brain and the lungs. It's kind of going for the complete full set. But in fact, the more I read this story, he's had this before. Well, he had little bits of it, but now he's vowed to fight it. And so he says he could be on a tablet. He now says, it's interesting, when you read this story to start with, I thought, good grief, is he working? Is he not working? He said he's on these sort of tablets, and he says, I can now run up and down stairs. So I wasn't really sure at the end of having read it whether he's really, really ill or whether it's in abeyance because he's been taking the tablets. He says the pills should shrink the tumours until they hopefully disappear. So he said sometimes you do sit in the corner and what do you do if you're having something like that? I mean, I don't know what my blood tests are going to throw up, but they did say you've got small lesions in your brain, your lung, your spine, and your pituitary gland. I mean, basically everywhere. This stuff spreads. I think he had it 20 years ago. His wife died, of course, only a couple of years ago now. But it's a case of you don't know what goes on inside, do you? We have no idea. I still can't get answers from people, and we've done it over God knows how many years now, on why do some people get cancer and some people don't get cancer. I mean, do we all have it and it takes something to trigger it, or do we not have it and we pick it up from somewhere? Because if it's contagious, I want to know how it's contagious. I want to know, how you can pick these things up. Or have I got it in my body? There must be something that I then do which activates this thing. I mean, is it food? Is it drink? What is it? I don't know. I don't know the answers. I just know that some people do well with it and some people don't do very well with it. And it's quite indiscriminate as to who it strikes. So he's got lots of these things. There was a bloke on the test, remember? And he took his shirt off and his body was covered with all these. I mean, I spend ages examining my body. I have to, because you sort of think, wonder what that is. I don't remember that being there last week or something like that. You often, we're always told to check ourselves in the shower as boys. And so, but I've been doing that anyway. That didn't make any difference. But it's just that you don't know what's going on inside. You have a blood test. They might come back and go, well, it's actually not very good news. In which case, what would you do? In my case, I'd moan about it constantly on the radio. I could fill a very good radio programme with my illnesses by Steve Allen, aged sort of 7.5 or something. But it is true, isn't it? We don't know the answer. Why do some people get it? It's like, why are some people susceptible to coronavirus? Some people aren't susceptible to it. I mean, I have to be honest, that on Friday when I went out with some chums for the Steve Allen Lunch Club, we didn't socially distance. We didn't socially distance. We were sort of, I know we should have done. And of course, I mean, I'm top of the list for picking things up. I'm top of the list. I'm diabetic, All I need to, is have a few other little bits and pieces. But I feel 100%. Much, they always say that, don't they? Do you know he said he felt 100%? I know. Then he just went. Nice to be company. It's Monday morning. Steve, your car boot reminds me of Mr. Fox's van on Peppa Pig. See, the trouble is you can't see into my boots. It's going into the garage tomorrow. I'm going to get an MOT by the end of the month. So, of course, I know what's going to happen. They always open the boot and have a bit of a laugh for some reason. I don't know why. Steve, in the 1950s, says Alan, we used to buy a penny's worth of broken biscuits from the grocer. Well, you can buy broken biscuits now. They sell them in Iceland, a box of broken biscuits, yeah. And it's because they weren't perfect. They used to sell them cheaper. And I think in Iceland, about £2.50 for a box of broken biscuits. Yeah, seriously, you should get them. We used to get them in Woolworths. They used to have a little cafe at the back of Woolworths and they did milkshakes. Milkshakes. It was lovely. But there you go, box of broken, £3. That's 1.3 kilos of broken biscuits. It's huge. I brought them in here before now. Don't buy them on a hot day because there's chocolate biscuits in there and they melt all over them and it doesn't, it doesn't quite work the same. But they're very good value for £3, aren't they? You can't beat these things. I like that. A kilo of broken biscuits. But if you've got a big family, if you've got loads of kids, and kids don't care whether they're broken biscuits or not. It's just a biscuit, isn't it? Poor old Katie Price, or is she Jordan, or is she still nobody? Her battered pink Barbie car has been dumped back on her drive on the orders of her ex-boyfriend. The motor had been rusting away at Chris Boyson's place for a year. Katie left it there as she was said to be reluctant to press ahead with the repairs likely to cost £5,000. Well, she can afford to have cosmetic surgery and her teeth done, so obviously she's spending money on the wrong things, as usual. Not the brightest penny in the box. The Suzuki Vitara with Barbie written down the side has a collapsed roof and needs new wheel arches, tyres and interior restoration. In other words, it's a dump. Scrap it. A source said, Chris's dad has been looking after it, told her, what's going on? Are you trying to sort it? It's been lying there for a year gathering dust. But mother of 5, Katie, who's recovering from breaking her feet on holiday in Turkey, arranged for the vehicle's return to the Sussex home, cut the price of another of her cars, her pink Range Rover, by 10 grand. She'd been sick in it during a drink drive arrest last year and was later banned for 2 years. Doesn't have much luck, does she really, actually? You know, if you really want your life to be that bad, you know, become Katie Price, because it's terrible. So funny, there's a picture of poor old, what is her name? I can never remember her name. Oh, Gemma Collins, there you go. I'm so sorry, that's show business for you. You know, one minute you remember the name, the next minute you can't remember anything about them. And she was sort of filming her latest diva show, which turns out the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever seen on television. It was bad enough first time round, but they stupidly went for a second version. And so this time they've tried to cram her into a canoe. And they were filming down at Lymington or something like that. And they said the crowds were out in force. Well, I counted 20. I don't know what their version of a crowd is, I suppose. But and they keep going on, oh, she's lost 3 stone. Yeah, through having these fat-bursting injections. Very unwise, very unwise. Talking of unwise, here is Towie's Lauren Goodyear. Do you remember poor old Lauren, who droned on for years? She went out with Mark Wright so many years ago. I think they were both in pigtails. And then he sort of finished with her because basically, and she would not leave it alone. Oh, she was the clingiest person ever. She says, when Kim K posts a nude selfie, she's a feminist. If I do it, I'm an attention seeker. Yeah, but you're a nobody from a nobody programme. What are you on about? Kim Kardashian? Surely you're not associating yourself in the same words as Kim Kardashian. She says, I am what I am and that's it. I've got haters, but I don't care. Of course you care. That's why you've mentioned it. Otherwise, if you didn't care, why did you mention it? She says, there's no shame tweaking pictures. Instagram is not real life, and I'm not a murderer, so get a grip. A lot of angst, I think. A lot of angst and insecurities. But never mind, Lauren. I'm sure eventually you're going to find something to do. She did Dancing on Ice, but that was, donkeys years ago. And 2011, she was with Mark Wright. I think he did the best thing possible, and that's sort of disting us. But she wouldn't give up on it, would she? She became obsessed with it, and it's done her no favours, poor soul. Plus, Britain faces another day of violent thunderstorms today, bringing a week of extreme weather to an end. It's not been extreme. Where have they been? We've not had extreme weather, have we? Have we? Well, we had hailstones, but for goodness sake, that could have been anyway. It's not extreme, was it? Just hailstones. Goodness sake. Warnings are in place for most of the country with thunder, lightning, hail and torrential rain forecast. Brilliant. Brilliant. I love it. It saves me getting the car washed. I do like getting the car washed. Also, a torpedo boat used in a film called Appointment with Venus has been found in the Irish Sea 68 years after it sank. Do you know there was loads of stuff in the sea, at the bottom of the sea? Ships that were sunk during the war, you know, ships that just sank for no particular reason. They were doing an Australian programme the other day. It was like Borderline Security, something like that. Anyway, they were out there trying to catch fishermen from Vietnam or wherever it was. They bring their boats into Australian waters, and the idea is that the Navy out there capture the boats. Depending on how much fish they've actually got on board, because most of them are dead by that time, they sink their boats. They've literally set fire to boats before now and sunk them, so they can't go fishing again. They get fishing again, and they then give them a fine. I think it's like $5,000 or $25,000. But it's the Australian border. It's hilarious. The people there are so old. I mean, they use the oldest people, you know, and what did you not understand about, you know, you can't bring food in? Oh, I thought that was food that we bought on the plane. No, stupid. You know, it's food. It says food. Have you got any food? You said no. We opened up the suitcase and ta-da, food. And the people go, I didn't know. And also, it's illegal in America for you to take your apple or orange off the plane. They have dogs who will sniff out fruit. Oh, they'll wrap the back of your legs, I tell you, in Florida. You land there, they've got dogs which sniff out fruit. You can't start bringing fruit in. You're supposed to eat it on the plane. You're not supposed to bring it in as a snack for later. They're very funny about that. I had a dog sniffing around my ankles. I said, shoo. I said, because, I never bothered with the fruit on the plane. I would have done probably years and years ago. I'd probably taken an apple out. But, by that time, it's a bit boring. And also, you're in Florida. Every time you go past sort of the end of an orange grove, there's boxes of oranges. Help yourself. They've got loads of them. They don't care. So the idea of bringing an apple off a plane, not my idea of fun. And, Steve, in your school days, did you ever do any middle-class sport, like cross-country, running, or lacrosse? Who plays lacrosse? Dear, you obviously know what it is. And cross-country, I mean, that's quite normal. If you go to school out in the country, you would be doing cross-country, wouldn't you? That's not you think that's middle class? You're just running in the country. So, okay, go run down to the roundabout, do a big circuit at the roundabout, all the way back up the hill again. That's what we used to do. And that was sort of considered cross-country. You think that's middle class? God blimey, you must have some chips on your shoulder. And, Joe, you used to go round and round the school field. Yeah, I bet you hated that. Yeah, I bet you yes, always laugh. Come on, Joe. Come on, you can do it. Come on. We used to have every school has always got the one boy in the class who is bigger than everybody else and is always going to be last. Or it doesn't matter what sport you're doing, out would be Richardson, come on. Everybody help Richardson just a little bit. We've only just set off, Okay, we're going to do the egg and spoon. Okay, Richard, we've glued your egg onto the spoon, okay? Easier that way. But there'd always be somebody we'd always stand there. We'd all have got changed. And then the last one would eventually run in. And the master would go, okay, Richardson, in the showers. And Richardson didn't want to go in the showers. He'd been in the showers before. Steve, I used to buy Broken Biscuits at our corner shop when I was a kid in the 1960s, which is good. And today, Broken Biscuits. Always a surprise with what you talk about on the programme. Thank you. Oh, lovely. Huge, lengthy, but you thought we'd forgotten the poem. We hadn't actually. It's just we were sort of deciding. We were down to the last 3,000, and we didn't know which one to read to you before the news. And so I'm going to read this one. Very funny, carefully selected by Luke. And I'll bring it to you in a moment. Just more of your texts and emails. And somebody says, do you remember mixed broken Easter eggs, says Jill. No, I don't remember. No, I don't. No. Somebody says, which Woolworth? What, for Broken Biscuits? All of them. It was part of their staple diet. Also, somebody said, Karen, say, I couldn't log in for yesterday's show. Don't worry, it will be available. And it'll be on the website. We think it's going to be on the website. Yeah, info on the website. Polly says, is Joe your new producer? No. Have you given the Groovy Gang the day off? Yes, they have the day off. Well, in fact, Thomas has 2 weeks off. Because I think he's working on Ian Dale's programme. So, and Corey's going to be in here showing his luxuriant mane. His little hair, because he never gets haircuts. It's hopeless, honestly. I've tried my best, but you can't do anything about it. Another one here, which says, should we do there's another picture of Gemma Collins. My God, she fills out that canoe. It's a shame, really, they go, her long blonde hair. It's fake. It's stapled on her head. And they went down to Lymington. Crowds gathered to watch. No, there was complete disinterest. I'm sorry, there's a fat bird in a canoe. And that's it. They say, the scenes are the latest in a long list of comical scenarios. There's nothing funny about it. It's tragically sad, I'm afraid. Tragically sad. They say, whatever next for her? Whatever. Certainly not a boyfriend in sight, is there, I don't think. Especially after Arj ditched her, called her the hippopotamus. I mean, honestly, how cruel. So the poem today is called Snowball by Shel Silverstein. So it's beautifully selected, honestly, because I was watching, I think yesterday, QVC were doing Christmas. Isn't that great? Did you buy anything? Did you buy a tree? They had all sorts of things. And then they were doing, on the cooking channel, they were doing cooking for Christmas as well. And they were doing all sorts of lovely sort of sweetmeats and things like that. But it was the idea, even my neighbour, Lynn, she said, QVC today, she had her doing Christmas, knowing how much I enjoy things like that. So here is, in the theme of winter and everything else, Shel Silverstein's Snowball, read by Steve Allen. I made myself a snowball, as perfect as could be. I thought I'd keep it as a pet and let it sleep with me. I made it some pyjamas and a pillow for its head. Then last night it ran away, but first it wet the bed. That's so good. That's such a good little poem there. It was quite a nice little poem. That's it. There was no more of it. It was just a very short poem. We don't seem to get anything long now, do we, really? Nothing at all. We get a little short poem. I mean, now, where did you find that one? What did you type in to get... Funny poems for kids. Hilariously funny, honestly. Well, you can do that at home. After you've looked up bent coppers in America on YouTube, which I promise you will be the next bit of entertainment you will ever have. It's seriously, you've never seen like, and these people are being filmed, and the person always goes, "I'm going to put you up on YouTube." They go, "That's okay." Some of them hate being filmed, you know, but of course you are allowed to film them. If it's on the street, you can film them. Oh, some of them though, and you've got to. The American ones are terrible, absolutely terrible. Hey, it's the 17th of August. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. They all think it's dark. They think it's darker outside than it is normally. I mean, now whether or not this is to do with the impending weather. Sorry, what was that? Oh, right. I mean, is it dark out there still? It's getting a bit lighter. Oh, that'll be good. I mean, it's 25 to 6 in the morning. You would think it'd be a bit lighter by this time. They now think we're sort of running out of summer and basically heading into those autumnal days. When is it autumn? August. August, September, October, isn't it? I think. Apparently, Warren says there's only about 130 days to Christmas, and it's big signs of autumn here. In his garden, spiders' webs have arrived, misty mornings. He says, and I do sense... wait a minute. I do sense a chill in the air. Here we go for the start of a lovely, cold, snowy winter. Not yet. 22nd of September is officially the start of autumn, but Warren's confused. He said, I'm a bit confused. Are you live, or is this the best of? I'm a bit loopy to it. Well, it can be either, actually, Warren. I suspect it's live. Because that's the best way to be live. But you're right, actually. I've seen more spiders' webs outside at the moment, and there's a few wasps wandering about looking a bit dazed because they get crazed on old fruit. They drink it, and it's like drugs and booze to them. So you see, you know, wasps wandering around in a state of delirium, but they're very dangerous at that time. Also, on one of the beaches up north, they've got 10,000 jellyfish on the beach. You know, people go, "Oh, isn't that pretty?" Don't go anywhere near them. Seriously, you don't want a jellyfish sting. Thank you very much indeed. In Notty Ash, Steve, we had a broken biscuit repair factory until the 80s when it was closed down. Stephen Yvonne in Eastbourne, really enjoyed the show yesterday, thank you. And Steve in Middlesbrough, we did cross-country... Oh, here we go, things are live. We did cross-country, we were nowhere near the country, and when we got near the main road, we used to jump on a bus for a few stops to save our legs. That is cheating. That is badly cheating. You can't do things like that. Well, you probably can do things like that, but you're not supposed to. We didn't mind, actually. Cross-country was fairly good. I mean, I was fairly sort of athletically fit at that age. You are, because your metabolism is different. It's only when you get a bit older that you suddenly realise. I mean, I've worked with producers, most of whom actually are sort of fairly slim. It's changed a bit recently, and we're now going for the fuller figure, as I prefer to call it. But it's no, I mean, I was telling you earlier on that Ian Marshall, I think the second producer I ever worked with at LBC, had apparently passed on. But I'm trying to find out more on that. I want to know what he was doing. I want to know what he looked like, and I want to know how old he was. Because we worked together back in, 1979, so it was a fair few years ago. And if I'm the age I am now, he must have been slightly older than me. I think. He would definitely be slightly older than me. Mike Carson was my first producer, the one who does the voiceovers for JML and things like that. But then I got Ian as well. And I always remember Ian, I'll tell you, now, this is going to sound really odd, but it was the first time, because I get slight eczema. Not bad eczema, but slight eczema. And I think I picked it up on a beach in the south of France some years ago, which seems a bit bizarre. It was like sort of something that you could pick up off beaches. Well, Ian used to suffer from eczema, and some days it would be really, really bad. Other days you wouldn't notice a thing. There'd be nothing at all, and it would then flare up for no particular reason at all. So I'd like to know if that sort of cleared up in the latter part of his life. But no, he was my second producer. So... it's always sad when you hear it. So I've not had a very good couple of weeks, really, actually. We've lost quite a few people recently, and we don't like that at all. Steve, thoroughly enjoyed the show yesterday. Thank you. And somebody else talking about cross-country. Well, it was never really... for our idea, it was like cross-country, as the boys were saying. You know, you'd run around the school playing fields. Our one was once around the school playing fields, off out onto the road. You'd have other boys standing there, the invalided ones, you know, with their arms outstretched, pointing in the right direction of where you've got to go. And you'd run all the way down to the bottom of the hill in Berkshire, and then all the way up the other side. And it was quite some going, but at least we were fit. Nowadays, I don't think the kids are fit. Mind you, I'm not particularly a fit person, but by golly, I tell you, after you'd had a session, and I don't remember, we had football fields and we had athletics, and I think I opted for athletics. I think so, actually. Can't remember half the time. Other stories in the papers for today. What else have we got here? We got Cardi B is told why she started an account on the adult website OnlyFans. Oh dear, how tiresome, really. Also, Amazon has signed a deal with Lizzo. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about Lizzo or something like that. I don't know. It's a deal with Lizzo, the good as hell singer. But Lizzo. Oh, right, Lizzo. Okay. And Roman Kemp has urged anybody struggling with their mental health to seek help after the death of his pal, radio producer Joe Lyons. He said, if you're struggling, then please know you can reach out. Yep. You absolutely can. But people tend not to talk to anybody. Isn't that the worst thing? People tend not to know about these sort of things. Morrison's are ditching plastic bags for life because shoppers use them once, then bin them. That's what I do. I use the bags that you buy as rubbish bags. So I don't keep them because, I mean, every time I go out, there's another blooming bag you've got to buy. And I've ended up with hundreds of the blooming things. Anybody want any bags? About 15p as well, which is quite a bit of money. So they're going to begin a trial offering only sturdy paper bags in 8 stores today. Well, I don't think the British public takes that. The Americans do. The Americans, you see, because they have kids who take the bag to your car and put it on the back seat. And it's these big brown bags, which are very nice, actually. I don't think the Brits will take to that. I really don't think so. I'd be very, very surprised. Very surprised. Oh, look! Here's a picture of Louise Redknapp. And she'll be getting plenty of admiring glances for this sultry photo shoot, it says in this thing here. She's currently enjoying an Ibiza break with her children and friends. She'll be delighted to know that her ex-hubby Jamie is dating a Swedish model, Frida Anderson Laurie. Frida Anderson, which is fantastic. And so poor old Louise, oh dear, she's a bit older than you, though, I believe, or she a bit younger. Anyway, she's got four children, and she doesn't need to do photo shoots like this, does she? There's also a sunburnt crook hunted by police. He's struck after turning up at his victims' homes, claiming to be collecting rubbish. It wasn't quite revealed what he'd taken, but he's distinguishable by his sunburnt complexion. Oh, he's somebody who probably lives out on the streets then, isn't he? If you've got sunburnt, you know, you're not going to be somebody who sits on sunbeds, are you? I don't think so. Lots of football. Also, Champions League. Well, I don't know what it is. No idea. Seriously, have no interest whatsoever. Other stories as well. Bear's weather warning for the stars. He's tackled the world's harshest climate, but Bear Grylls says the I'm a Celeb stars will be shocked by the wrath that Wales unleashes. Well, it's going to be a bit cold for them. Kind of tough, isn't it, really? Listen, they have to sign up for the show. They don't have any other work. That's why they're on it. So it doesn't matter how bad it is. In fact, the worst it is, the better it is for us. More entertaining. So before they were sitting in a jungle with snakes and everything else, well, now you're in Wales in a castle that's falling apart. Also, you wouldn't expect to see former Labour MP Tom Watson in a rowing race. Yes, we would. He's got the word desperate stamped all over him. So he's going to be doing this thing with Victoria Pendleton, Lucy Fallon and Jodie Kidd. There are 12 celebrities taking part in ITV's Don't Rock the Boat, which sees 2 teams of 6 row 400 miles from Scotland to Cornwall. Sounds rivetingly boring, doesn't it? Watching people rowing. How boring does that mean? It is. Also, Darren Brown, a secret fan of taxidermy. He's got 2 cows and an 8-legged sheep and a toucan. Yes, I mean, I read this week's here. Why has it only just appeared in Andy Hall's Bizarre column? Because he's filling. Holly Willoughby is cutting short her 7-week holiday in Portugal by 2 weeks to isolate before returning. That's good. 7-week holiday. How lovely. 7-week holiday. I mean, I say lovely. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. But 7-week holiday. Oh, well, there you go. And Moira Higgins, oh dear, still touting around and sunning herself in Crete. It was just a cheap little photo shoot out there. As I say, really not that interesting. And she posed in a Burberry top. They don't still make Burberry, do they? That's not still going, is it? Yes, it is. I went past their shop yesterday in Knightsbridge. They've got a bloke on the door there. He's got all tattoos up his arms. Don't think that's the kind of image they're supposed to be aiming for. Seems to keep them happy. And Britain's said to be battered by Tropical Storm Kyle. Kyle, that's what they've called it, Kyle. This week bringing the heatwave to an end and ruining staycations with an early autumn of strong winds and heavy rain. Whoopee! Whoopee, can't wait for it. Bring it on. Bring it on. Giles Brandreth was banned from seeing The Crankies by his wife because the comedy duo were swingers. Ian and Jeanette confessed they each had a string of lovers in their 70s and 80s heyday, sharing an anywhere, anytime attitude. Oh dear, honestly. I was past that years ago. Seriously. Well, I say I was past it. It passed me. I don't think it bothered stopping at all. Also, here's a nice picture. Who is this a picture of? Oh, wait, no, it's a nice picture, actually, of America and China setting up bases on opposite sides of the moon within 20 years. First one to open a McDonald's wins the prize. Wouldn't that be great if all of a sudden, you stepped out of your spacecraft and somebody went, Doner kebab? Full English? And you go, wait a minute, just go to the edge of the edge of this planet and have it. Quite a long way down, isn't it? Long way to go for some breakfast. They think that the Chinese base will be far larger and times of conflict on and around the moon will have taken place by the centenary of the Apollo 11 landing on the moon in 2069. Like we all remember that. Fantastic. I'd love to be able to go up there. Oh, look, another picture of Gemma Collins. Oh, dear. I don't think you've lost as much weight as you maybe think you have, dear. She was squeezed into a wetsuit. When I say squeezed, I mean she looks like she was squeezed in. She's still 39, spotted in Lymington. Well, you couldn't miss her. They don't have people that look like that down in Lymington. They really don't. Thank God. Steve, I'll take your plastic bags. I use them as garbage bags. Well, that's what I'm using them for, Shane. That's what I'm using them for. I mean, I've got bin liners as well. So sometimes you can fill up two sort of bags because they just hang over a door or something like that. And then you put them in the bigger bags. Isn't that what everybody does? Do hope so, because that's what I've been doing for ages. Believe what's coming back. You won't believe this one. Jamie Oliver's not going to be happy at all about this one because Bernard Matthews is set to go to war after it's confirmed the return of turkey Twizzlers. Now, to be brutally honest, I didn't even know what a turkey Twizzler was. I had no idea until, were they nice? Is it actual, I mean, which part of the turkey is a Twizzler? I mean, is there actually a part of the turkey? Oh, there are several parts. Oh, dear. So it's like a spiral, is it? It's like a spiral. So the original style, it comes in two flavours, tangy tomato and chili cheese. Oh, I can see you're salivating already over these things, aren't you? And do you deep fry? Oh, no. Jamie, you'd not be pleased. Not be pleased. Would you have them on a regular basis? Turkey? Right. You wouldn't have them in adult life. No. Because they until now, because they are rebranding them. One jubilant fan had responded, if turkey Twizzlers come back, it could quite possibly save 2020. I've never had one. Obviously, I love the way that sort of Laughing Boy's smiling in there because he knows exactly what they are. You don't think he's sat at home and gone, oh, I'm vegan, I can't have a turkey Twizzler. I'll just try them and pretend it's another day. Have you ever had a turkey Twizzler? No. Have you had a fake turkey Twizzler? Oh. Well, they do everything else for vegans, don't they? They must have done a version of a vegan... Oh, have they? I didn't know... Oh, right. Oh, Lord. But apparently you can create, they say, a balanced meal by teaming them with plenty of vegetables. And they have a special statue which has been erected at their Norfolk headquarters to celebrate. It's a statue of the turkey Twizzler. Have a look. There's the turkey Twizzler. It's on a statue. No, it's not April Fool. This is what they've done. It's gone, they're back. And it's a turkey Twizzler. It's quite normal, honestly. I don't know why they always think I'm sort of joking. You mention something and they go, oh, is it April Fool's Day? No, it's real. Oh, the Ellen story has resurfaced. This is Ellen DeGeneres and a so-called fan of hers, somebody called Dana DiMatteo, got tickets for the show in 2018, okay? A fan of Ellen. Okay, you can understand that because she's very popular and her catchphrase is be nice to everyone and they do it. And she does it, I forget how many days a week, but it seems to be a lot. Anyway, the 29-year-old, this is Dana DiMatteo from Rosemont, Illinois, says during commercial breaks, Ellen would break out of her kind character and sit moodily in silence on her couch. She didn't say one word to the audience unless the cameras were on. She snapped out of her character the moment the cameras stopped rolling. Di Matteo said, when people arrived at the studio, they were given orders. We were told by the producers that if we were picked to appear on camera, we were not allowed to be funnier or smarter than Ellen, and that she is the star, not us. We were told that to act in a very specific way. I didn't enjoy myself on the show. You miserable little so-and-so. You ungrateful little baggage. Dana Di Matteo. I don't know whether Dana is a man or a woman. Difficult to tell, actually. Difficult to tell. But it's over in America, so we don't need to worry about it. But can you imagine moaning about that? You know, they were actually told, just don't try and be clever if you're picked out. Because what they'll do is, you know, more fool you if you want to go on one of these shows and create a name for yourself. If it's a pre-recorded show, which these are, they'll just cut you out. And they'll insert somebody else in there. So, you know, don't be stupid about it. And that would be exactly the thing you'd be saying. You know, you're not given orders. You're told by the producers, if you're picked to appear, don't be funny or try and sort of upstage. She's the presenter of the programme. I mean, that's normal things. You know, we were told by the producers that if we were picked to appear. God dear, you're one of life's losers, aren't you? But the Ellen Show did not respond to a request for a cut. Why would they? Can you imagine if every time somebody goes, oh, I don't like Ellen, and they have to issue a letter going, well, actually, Ellen loves everybody, and she raised a lot of money for charity, she's got a mountain gorilla retreat, and she's got all these other bits and pieces. Who gives a flying forex about some poor old burnt out from Rosemont, Illinois, who didn't have a good experience because Ellen didn't fawn all over them or something? Well, it isn't how it works. It really isn't. Not good enough. Busted star James Bourne blames technology for killing off guitar music. Oh. I don't kind of get guitar. Do you have a guitar at home, Luke? You play guitar, do you? How rivetingly boring. He plays guitar, ladies. I wish I'd never asked. Seriously. And to celebrate the fact that I wish I'd never asked. Thank you. Makes me cool down a little. Makes me feel a bit sort of, you know, breathe back in the room. Do you have a guitar as well, Joe? No, of course not. I bet you've got something like a triangle or a recorder. One of those sort of two things there. You just listen. How wise. What sort of guitar have you got, Luke? Like we care. Oh, electric guitar. Wow, 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 wow. Like, with an amplifier as well. Well, you wouldn't hear it if you didn't have an amplifier. That's how they work. Unless you've got one of those. Yes, we'll have to have you. No, please don't. And you sort of model yourself on whom? Play a bit of everything, yeah. You do a little bit of Eric Clapton. Da 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 down, 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 down. I know all the music. I've been there with these beat combos. I've bought some of their music. But and so do you at home? Do you go for sort of the rock look? You shake your head backwards and forwards, but like bet on a Corey. Oh right, so you're a little bit like James Corden, but without the car. Better looking, so much younger as well. But so that's lovely. When did you take up the guitar? I'm really not interested. About 10 years ago. Good heavens above. Anybody else you managed to bore in the family over the festive season? You used to take lessons. Kumbaya, my lord. Electric guitar, yeah. Wow, wow, wow. That sounds quite good. I always wanted to play sort of a ukulele. Friends of mine will tell you this is absolutely true. And I thought, it never looks that complicated. You know, it just, you know, blink, blinker, 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 blink, blinker, blinker, blink. And that's what it looks like to me. I'm sure it's a bit more complicated, and I'd probably rip my fingers to shreds, because you know me, I'm accident prone on everything nowadays. Yeah, I was going to buy one. You can buy a uke. I mean, not a huge amount of money. I call them ukes because I'm familiar with the business. But never ever fancied an electric guitar. Never ever fancied. So do you have sort of, you know, sing-along a guitar sheet music? You sing as well. Good Lord. It's a riot in your house, isn't it? Corey's house has got the hot tub and a bar. And over at... what's your name again? Luke. Over at Luke's place, it's apparently all down for a hoedown, you know. Do-si-do, meet your partners, 2 and 3, step in line, bling, 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 bling. Sounds fantastic, doesn't it, really? 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody else talking about Middlesbrough and going cross-country. But you didn't need to go cross-country. Joe said you just ran around the playing field, which must have actually filled him with horror. Absolute filled him with horror to go. And today, because you think, perhaps we'll do something easy, like, you know, the long jump, and I can just sort of do a couple of belly flops on it and just sort of leave it there. Or failing that, something in the gym if it's raining. No, we're going to do a cross-country. So in the middle of the pouring rain, small wonder we all went down with influenza. You're going for a run around the playing fields. and off we all go round. There's always the right sparky one, isn't there? For them, it's no effort whatsoever. They just sort of run in front of you. I've seen them doing it on the television now. They call them athletes, and not the sort of people I would want to hang around with, because they can only do fitness. I'm surrounded in this building by people who do fitness. They go to the gym. You've got to have washboard stomachs. You've got to look fit and healthy. Although, actually, most people yesterday said it looked as though I'd lost weight. And I have to be honest, from where I was sitting, I thought I'd lost weight as well. I'm sure I haven't. Because, you know, when you sit there at the end of the day and you're in your old man pants and you've got your shirt off and you look at that thing to rest the tray on, your stomach, and you think to yourself, have I actually lost weight or have I not? I think we get the tape measure out. I want one of those tape measures where you aim and it sends a beam of light out. It's a laser tape measure. I thought, that looks like so cool. You know, I am now 15 feet away from the nearest bit of air conditioning. I'm now 14 feet away if I stand here. Mind you, it's freezing in the studio today. Ozzy Osbourne fears the coronavirus. No, I think it's coronation. The coronavirus pandemic may prevent him from performing live ever again. Oh, thank God for that. There is something good that's come out of it. He's 71. He's paranoid. That was the single, by the way, in case you aren't familiar with his... It's exactly like him. In fact, I'm more articulate. But the legendary Black Sabbath star said he'd received a text from the group's co-founder of... What was this? Oh, this is... He's battling... I've forgotten he's battling Parkinson's as well now. He's getting the set. Good Lord. But he's been hiding in his LA mansion. He said he's terrified of catching COVID-19. He says, I was sitting in the kitchen, suddenly I broke out in a cold sweat and I thought, this is the first sign. See, that's the trouble. It's very easy, unless you know facts, to go, oh, that's it, I know I've got it. You know, you get some people, they go onto the internet, before you know where they are, they've got whooping cough, they've got diphtheria and just about everything else that's available to man. You haven't, of course, but it's that sort of thing, isn't it? What's this one here? Oh, interesting. This is sort of a reverse sex plot. This is a woman who sent naked photos of herself to a man and then blackmailed him. Her name's Sally Oldham. She made him pay 3,250 quid by threatening to falsely expose him as a paedophile. This is down in Portsmouth. This is the place. You remember, don't you, Portsmouth, because we highlighted it, because this was where a group of vigilantes surrounded a house that they thought was a paedophile, and it turned out to be a paediatrician. They were that stupid, they didn't know the difference between a paediatrician and a paedophile. Anyway, she sent messages pretending to be her boyfriend and claiming she had the mental age of a child. She posed as her father and demanded cash. She admitted charges of fraud and blackmail, was given a 2-year jail term, and then, very unwisely, it was suspended. What message does this send out nowadays, that you can get away with these sort of things? Mind you, she's got to be on best behaviour. Otherwise, dear, very nasty. This music means we're heading towards the news at 6 o'clock. I'm trying to look out and see if it's... When I walked outside yesterday morning, it was definitely overcast. By the time I got home, I thought we were in for a big thunderstorm, and then it brightened up and the sunshine popped in. It was lovely. Today, we're not too sure, but you are going to be getting rain at some time this morning. Welcome along to, well, the start of a very peculiar week, if the weather is anything to go by. And it was a bit odd over the weekend. We had sort of torrential rain, and then we didn't have torrential rain, then out came the sunshine. And now they're telling us in the newspapers that there's going to be loads more rain on the way, which of course is good news, because we were quite worried, weren't we, 2 weeks ago, when somebody said, oh, don't worry, we might be having a hosepipe ban. I thought, this is ridiculous. You know, we're among one of the wettest countries in the entire world. So let's have a quick check and I'll marry it up with what I've got on my screen. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today? Oh, Siri's obviously not talking.
Morning.
Oh, sorry, Siri, sorry. Hello. Can't even interrupt, can you? Hello. Excuse me. Yeah, all right.
The low will be 16.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, thank you. Just totally walk all over me. See if you don't care. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently clear at 16 degrees.
Yeah, all right. Is that it? Man of few words. You've got the hump now, haven't you, really? So the high of 16 degrees. Well, looking at my little thing here, and it says 23... What did he say? 16 degrees. Oh, it's dropped. On my screen, it says 23 degrees. Thundery showers and a gentle breeze. That'll be nice, won't it? We love a gentle breeze with a thundery shower tacked on the back of it. laundry shower. Actually, I'm all right because I don't have to sort of do anything. I sort of just have to sort of, get out, get in a car, get out, get indoors. Without trying to get too wet. Somebody was telling me the other day, do you know they do all these different sorts of things with Marmite in at the moment? Somebody suggested the other day we could make Marmite ice lollies. And we decided we couldn't think of anything more disgusting than a Marmite ice lolly. Ice lolly. Oh, I had a loddy, you had a loddy. Donald Trump's youngest brother and best friend has died. Robert Trump, passed away on Saturday, a day after the president made an emergency dash to be at his bedside. He was 71. I mean, the trouble is he looked 71. I thought he looked 71. That was it. And one of Britain's oldest car number plates has just been sold. And what was the registration? 09. 09. It dates from 1904. And it came up in auction in Ivor, and it fetched £216,000. I mean, that's an awful lot of money for just zero. Well, I don't know what the point is, but people like personalised plates, don't they? I've seen quite a number, actually, with some nice cars being driven around the West End. By children, it has to be said. The ones who put holes in their exhaust. So the car sounds like that. Sounds really bad, actually. Really, really bad. And have I got one? Have I got 01? What's 01? Number plate. Oh, number plate. Oh, I wish. But mind, if you had that from 1904, 09, I mean, who would buy that? Unless you're 9 years old, you're born in the 9th month. I mean, there's no significance to 09 at all. It just probably looks better on... put it this way, it'll not be going on a Mini or a Hillman Minx or anything like that. It'll be going on sort of a Rolls or a Bentley or sort of a Lamborghini or something like that. Certainly won't be going on a Bentley Continental Flying Spur in granite. Steve, we were in M&S on Saturday and spotted chicken Penang. Steve Allen likes this, I said, so hubby Frankie bought 4 because I told him Steve can't just buy... It's delicious, that chicken Penang. Yeah, it's sort of strips of chicken and everything else in this gorgeous sauce in M&S. I think it must be part of their Thai range. It's ever so nice. Have that with some nice jasmine rice. Or just eat it. It's sort of like a thinner version of Coronation Chicken, but not as curry-fied. Chicken Penang. There it is, look, with jasmine rice. It's delicious. It was absolutely delicious. I mean, I could eat 2 of those without any trouble whatsoever. There's no hesitation. Ready to collect in 5 days. Oh, that's nice. Don't think I can wait for it. Also, somebody's going to make it personally. I might as well. If they sold the sauce separately, you could just add it to your chicken, couldn't you? Like, I bought some of those Uncle Ben sauces, which are the sweet and sour sauces. Well, if you're a diabetic, you might as well just not bother. Just go and sit up on the chandelier, because that's where you're going to be heading, because it'll send your blood sugar through the blooming roof. Ghastly. Walking to work is better for you than a casual stroll. Don't think any of us walk to work, do we? Do we walk to work? You don't walk to work. You don't walk to work, do you? Car. You got a car? Oh, it's too far. Oh, right. I thought he said he had a car, and I thought, well, who's let him out on the road? That'll be a bad day, won't it? Yeah, Swarbrick runs. Tom Swarbrick runs. But, he looks fit, doesn't he? He has to run, really. And because he has to get to the car, and he's decided that's the best way to do it. I wonder if he runs all the way. I knew people who walk from Fleet Street to Waterloo Station every single day. I suppose after you've done it for the first week, it becomes quite easy because you spot the landmarks and then you just sort of get through Lincoln's Inn Field, then cross over the road, and then you're on Waterloo Bridge. And then you run the gamut of all the people begging, with their handwritten signs, all written by the same person. There's a gang of them. They all say at the end, God bless you. Every single one of them, without a shadow of, any embarrassment. Most of them arrive by car. We got one in Twickenham, claims to be disabled. He's not disabled at all. He walks perfectly well. He's just lying to try and get more money out of people. Pets Factor. It's some bloke called Dr. Rory Cowlam. He's obviously from Hollywood, and he's bringing out his autobiography called The Secret Life of a Vet. I'm sorry, you look after animals. What's secret about it? I don't quite get that. Yeah, you don't need to tell anybody you're a vet. What do you do? Can't tell you. Like all these sort of, bent copper programs in America, and the woman's going, give me a name. I'm not giving you my name. What do you give my name? Are you charging me with something? Give me a name. They don't give straight answers, and once you rile them, they're determined to get you. You must go and check that out. You will enjoy it. Steve, and the more people you know die just means you're closer to it, says Ted. Thank you. That's always quite nice. Steve, I was the one who was always last in sport, and I never got picked for anything. Yeah. So, okay, let's pick people out who's going to be on everybody's team, and if you're the one standing there, Joe, at the end, everybody's going, okay, does anybody want Joe on... Were you picked on the team? No, you weren't picked on the team. Exactly, it was just a blatant lie. You know, because we used to have a couple of kids as well, and they go, okay, you're assembling your elite squad and all the rest of it. And so these poor little rotund things, which they didn't want to do it anyway, they weren't happy. And of course, what was even worse is if you didn't bring your gym kit, they made you do it in your pants. Very old school. Yeah, because in our day there was quite brutal, I think. Very brutal indeed. And you had to have a shower. I don't know why. They obviously thought we didn't have showers at home or something like that. Or perhaps that was something else that I didn't pick up on. Fleabag's Andrew Scott has a rival to his hot priest sex symbol tag. Actor Aryan Bakari from his Dark Materials. So there you go. People are very keen. Oh, look, a pizza oven. Only 60... How many people buy all this stuff? Me. I'm the person who buys all this kind of stuff because I'm fascinated by it. I keep seeing all these adverts for things. All Creatures Great and Small is coming back again. And they've got different people here. So James Harriott returning to our screen 30 years after his last TV appearance. So it's a Channel 5 series. Whether or not... I mean, it's whatever happened to a vet, isn't it, kind of thing, James Harriott. That's what it is. So it's All Creatures... I wonder if they'll use the same music. I thought the music was actually quite good. Zhuzhed up a bit, yeah. Luke could go in and play the part on the thing. You can stand on a rock overlooking Scar Fell. You know, wow, 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 wow. They'll all be going, it's that new look programme. 1 in 7 staff are back at the Cabinet Office. That's not very big, is it, really, at all? And Debenhams has reopened 124 stores since lockdown. They cut around 6,500 jobs. City firms, as you've already heard on the news, are now saying staying at home can be the new normal. Now, I mean, do people want to work? I mean, is that the way it's going to go? Is that what we're going to be looking at? All these big companies, all these people. If you can work for home... You know, the company could probably save a fortune on travel and stuff like that. That would be the way forward. And can you still do it? Answer, yes. We have one of our newsreaders. He's been at home since we went into lockdown. I mean, 6 months ago. And nobody would know the difference. And also, you could save a load of money on your train fares. Mind you, the train companies then start complaining, as they probably are at the moment, that not enough people are using the transport. But that was what would happen. You know, some people you hear about having a season ticket which costs £3,000. Well, if you're working from home, you don't need to worry about that. You've saved £3,000 or £1,600 or whatever it happens to be. Seems like the way. And if you can manage to do it, because you can have conference calls, we've all got FaceTime on our telephones. Well, most of us have, and that would be something that would be helping. So, is that the way forward? Don't know. Not sure. But I wouldn't cross it off my bucket list at the moment. Steve, in Tesco at the weekends, picked up a tub of Marmite hummus. Peter dipping good, says Lee. Oh, not sure about that. It was when somebody suggested having it sort of as an ice lolly or something. I think. I've got Marmite shower gel. Yeah, I was bought it by Zora Suleiman. Zora Suleiman and I buy each other presents, okay? Don't read nothing into it. And I smell great. It's fantastic. But it's funny because it pours out of the container and it's brown. It looks like Marmite. When you wash with it, it goes white. It goes white. And it's a shower gel. You've never heard of Marmite shower gel? Well, I don't... no, not really, no. But it looks like Marmite. It smells like shower gel. Because that's what it is. It's shower gel. I'm surprised you've never heard of it. I thought you'd have been quite good at picking up on these sort of things. Yeah, I forget where we heard about it, but anyway, she then got it because I then got her something that she couldn't buy anywhere, but you could only get it in Costco. So we were doing a little bit of reciprocal shopping, which is very nice, actually. You wouldn't understand. It means friends. Right, we'll take a short break. Do you know, they've actually got a tour which takes place at the moment. What do you think this tour is? I think it's quite interesting. This is an unlikely tourist attraction off the south coast. It's a cruise liner. And what they've done, because at the moment the industry has gone and it's collapsed. And so they're having a look at these ships out there. They're doing tours, hopefully, to tempt you to go on one of them. We have been on it. They're so big, these cruise ships now. And in the Dorset coast, there's loads of them in lockdown. They're just sitting there waiting for somebody to go, it's okay now. But of course, as you know, it's very dangerous on cruise ships because once somebody gets something, it seems to spread like wildfire. But it's quite a nice idea for people to see these things, because sometimes the first time that you've ever seen your holiday destination is when you go round a corner and there it is. So if it's a cruise ship, I can remember looking at ours down in Southampton when we went off, and that was a Royal Caribbean, Beauty of the Seas or something. I can't remember what it was, but it was something of the sea, Legend of the Seas, I think. And it was interesting because you look at it and you think, wow, that looks enormous. And then you have a look next door and the QM2 is there, which is about 4 times the size of it. My friend Graham actually managed to get hold of the programme yesterday. He's in Thailand, actually. He said, I managed to register and watch the show via my UK mobile. Of course, I had to put up with the Thai subtitles. Imagine Thai subtitle. How interesting could that be on it? But no, it will be available today at some point. I don't know who's looking after that side of it, but I'm sure the details will be on the website. I'm pretty certain, 99.9%. Steve, on the fruit issue in Australia, they cannot fake fresh produce from state to state like meat, fruit and veg. They have bins for the food. Yeah. I think actually Joe was a bit surprised that in America, you can't take fruit into the country. They've got rules. In Florida, they want to keep disease out. And of course, the way you can bring it in is in your own fruit from the plane. So that's why they have dogs sitting there. Matthew says, I'm actually preferring this rainy, cooler weather to the blazing... Oh, but yes. I mean, I don't mind being a bit cold, to be honest with you. I really don't. I mean, it's because it just makes you feel a little bit better. If it's sort of too hot, I prefer winter, given the choice. Because you can always heat up, can't you? Whereas if you're in heat, you can't sort of heat down. Because wherever you're frightened to move, you're sitting there and you think, I'm not moving. And it makes you very drowsy. You can get very drowsy doing things like that. Love the glitzy showbiz jacket yesterday, Steve. We held a Steve Allen lunch. We watched you on the big screen. Where can we get the Groovy Gang T-shirt that was one of the boys wearing, says T and King. So he got it made. He actually pushed the boat out and got the T-shirts made. The Groovy Gang. We all got one. Thomas got one. Corey got one and I got one. So they are limited edition for us, which is lovely. Glad you enjoyed the jacket, because that's with the intention. Apparently, the Morrison's paper carrier bags are quite robust, says Dean. Right. Well, the one I got the other day wasn't particularly robust, but it didn't matter, actually. Darren says, first day back at work since April after being furloughed. Nice to hear you again. Somebody says, eczema's not contagious. I don't know, actually. It's likely inherited and triggered by allergens, irritants, or stress, says P. Oh, stress, always. Always stress. Yes. Another one here says, I remember when I was young, the shops used to use brown carrier bags. First bit of rain and the bottom would drop out. Then the string handle. I remember those string handles. So funny, actually. So funny. Those carrier bags. Lovely. Anne in Richmond says, another one soon, please. Love the show and would love to see the boys without masks on. Yes, they both had, they had to be wearing masks. That was part of the deal that all of the people in the studio, with the exception of myself, had to wear a mask. So there you go. Pitch black, says Julie, feeling very back-endish in York this morning. Pitch black too, where a few weeks ago it was very light at this time. Do you think we are heading into the winter? Is that what we're doing, actually? We're heading into winter now, and it's going to be cold. I mean, this year could be a bad one. It could actually be snow and stuff like that. Just as well, because I've got 2 special brooms for getting rid of snow. I do like snow. I don't like driving in it, because my cars are quite heavy. You think they would grip the road. Well, they don't. They tend to slide round, so you have to be very careful. It's a bit of a pain, actually. So I always, if I'm going to do a turning circle, a U-turn, I've got to make sure there's enough room for the car turning and sliding at the same time, because it packs down so quickly, snow. At the time I'm out in the morning, I'm on virgin snow. Get ice as well, yes. Well, we had hailstones the other day in Twickenham. Hailstones. Disney has featured its first ever bisexual lead character. The Owl House, which was first shown on the Disney Channel, follows 14-year-old would-be witch Luz Noceda, who finds a portal to a fantasy world. Show creator Dana Terrace confirmed that Luz is bisexual after an episode in which she attends her school prom and dances with a female classmate, Amity. It doesn't seem possible, does it? You know, Disney moving into sort of, you know, the modern era and going, we think we can have a bisexual character. Okay? How do you fancy that idea? And because their first openly gay character in May this year was the Pixar short film Onward. There was a short film. Such a long, long time. You thought they could have... But the Americans are very funny about stuff like that. They have sort of... You know, I'm sure if Donald Trump discovered he had any gays on the staff, which as far as I know he hasn't, but you bet your bottom dollar, if ever he did, I think that would be very interesting. Very, very interesting. Face to face with the vile savages who killed my husband. This is the widow of PC Andrew Harper. She's not giving up on this. She's not giving up on this at all. And the £668 million mogul who lent the PM a helicopter, which is quite nice. Police chiefs say potential recruits who don't support transgender rights will not be allowed to become officers. The National Police Chiefs Council declared that forces could not accept job applications from those who fail to emphasise and understand the needs of marginalised groups. Good Lord. It follows two police forces' refusal to accept a job application from a woman who said that while she was firmly opposed to discrimination against trans people, she did not believe you can change your biological sex. So they didn't let her through at a vetting thing, because there must be loads of police officers who managed to get in way before all this came out. Certainly are in America. Certainly are. And also, Prue has abandoned her latest book. This is Prue Leith. She's been forced to give up this forthcoming work of fiction because of a political correctness row. Already, she says, if I want to write about some prejudiced white middle-class male who's a racist, I should be allowed to do that. They said no, for some reason. I thought you could do that. Why could you not? It's a work of fiction. It's not a work of fact. However, the saddest story in the papers is the story of Oscar Knight. Now, for 8 years, Oscar has dedicated himself to wheelchair basketball and dreamt of a spot on Great Britain's Paralympic team. But the 17-year-old now faces a decision after being told he's not technically disabled enough to compete in the sport. So he thinks he may have to have a leg cut off. So he then becomes eligible, and his dream of competing internationally. Oscar was 9 when he began suffering from a complex regional pain syndrome, CRPS, which is a persistent, debilitating pain. He's also got hypermobility syndrome, which means his joints are weak and prone to break. But he's fallen in love with wheelchair basketball, but he can't do it at the level to which he wants to because he's not considered disabled enough. So he said, I may have to cut off a leg. Well, I hope it doesn't come to that. But on the other hand, if he's not sufficiently disabled, you can't enter. Did you know that when they have the wheelchair part of the marathon, you know, you get all of the wheelchairs in there. Do you know a lot of those people are not disabled? They're just people who compete in wheelchairs. Fundraising and things like that. It's quite interesting, because I thought if you're in a wheelchair, then obviously you are a disabled... No, they weren't. I remember seeing people I remember thinking, good Lord, is everybody aware of that? And it's for fundraising, if you fundraise in a wheelchair. But even so, you've got to sort of, you know, get your arms motivated, I suppose, for the whole blooming thing. Groovy Gang T-shirt, says Patricia, could be the next big fundraiser. And, yes. Thank you for the show yesterday, Steve. Nice to see the boys. Hour and a quarter, which is good, Diana. But only problem is I couldn't get full screen. You'll probably get that today. Details on the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. The person who invented autocorrect should burn in hello, says Steve. It's an old gag. You're barred. Okay, you'll never see the light of day. And somebody else says, pitch black in York. My back end. I'm a few miles from York, but it's raining but bright. Well, it's not bright here, but it's overcast. I don't know if it's actually raining. We haven't actually checked on whether it's raining yet, whether it's sort of going to be one of those days. Not yet, but I'm sure it will be. It will be. Oh, somebody else was sort of asking about the jackets yesterday, why I picked that particular colour. I don't know. I tried the other ones on, actually. I sort of, and then stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom, deciding which one I thought looked best colour-wise. And blue came out best. It came out quite well on camera as well. Plus, birthdays today, Lord Julian Fellows, and you know Julian Fellows from... He wrote Downton. And he also wrote... Come on, another one very similar to Downton. Gosford Park. He wrote... Oh, you've never seen that? Identical to Downton. Identical to Downton. Yeah. No, I loved it. Do you not like Downton? Oh, I love Downton. I love the music and everything. I loved it. I haven't seen The Crown, no. I should see The Crown. People tell me, watch it, Steve. You'll find it very, very entertaining. Is it a bit cruel? Is it? I quite fancy the idea. If it's cruel, I'm only going to watch it if it's cruel. And is it about members of the royal family? And is it supposed to be based on our... Oh, right. So it's about, it's not some fictional piece. It's sort of, it's based on, it's a drama. But is it a bit cruel? Is it? No. Well, you're asking me if I've seen it if you've never seen it. How can we have a sensible discussion about The Crown if you've never seen the thing? And so we're both coming and firing blanks because we've got no idea. You've never seen it and I've never seen it either. So what are we talking about? Have you seen the show? Oh, it's brilliant, Steve. Have you seen it? No, never seen it. Fantastic. Well, I shall go and watch it based on your appraisal of the subject, and it's about our Queen. And that's as far as it goes. We don't know anything else about it. It's a drama, okay? A bit like this programme on odd occasions. Oh, dear. Joseph in Bethlehem says, Steve, it's 129 days until Christmas. Which you're quite right, actually. 129 days to Christmas. Fantastic. Can't happen quick enough. Although QVC the other day did have QVC at Christmas. They had all the Christmassy stuffs and everything. I love that. Can't get enough of it. I'm not getting the stuff in already. I'm debating on various things. If I see something unusual, I buy it. Could be anything from a vase to a candle holder, something tall, you put a candle on the top of, something like that. Making sure it's sort of non-drip. I don't want any non-drip. I don't want any drippy candles. Got to be non-drip. Elvis 27. Do you remember the film about Bob the Cat? Do you remember Bob the Cat? This was a busker who had a cat called Bob, surprisingly. Street cat named Bob. Well, it was turned into a film. The cat saved him from heroin addiction, and he and the producer were all smiles. But now, weeks after, you might not know this, Bob the cat was run over, and so is no more. The owner, James Bowen, has had a bitter falling out with the man who immortalised him on the big screen. Producer Adam Rolston has privately accused the former busker, I'd forgotten he was a busker as well, actually, of online fundraising over a scheme to raise a cafe for cats. Enough money. A cafe for cats. I've never heard of such a thing. Really? A cafe for cats? Well, how does that... Do people take it out? Do people go and take their cats to it, or they've got cats in there? There's cats in there. This is already here. Well, apparently this one never opened, and then they wanted, or there's this busker, 200... Keep showing me, I can't wait to see it. Well, oh, my God. Oh, right. Where is this place? Where is it? In Shoreditch. And you just go in there and have a cup of tea and the place is overrun with cats. Are you touching the cats or not touching the cats? Are you self-isolating from cats? I don't know what we're supposed to do with them. We're not too sure, actually. But anyway, this Mr. Bowen, James Bowen, apparently has sort of worried people about these appeals for money. I mean, one, £250,000 in donations for a memorial to Bob launched within hours of the cat's death. Mr. Bowen, who says he's still mourning the cat who saved his life, because he did, he was a heroin addict, but paid for his £500,000 house in Carshalton, and he claims that he's been exploited. Well, actually, not really. I mean, I remember talking to the owner of the cat. I mean, they've sold 8 million copies in 40 languages. We're not sure if you can touch the cat cafe in Short. Oh, my God, they're all over the place, aren't they? All right. They spend a lot of time sleeping, cats, don't they? A lot of... they just come and sit and look at you. Not an I've never heard of that before. That's quite interesting. Anyway, this one never got off the ground. Never got off the ground at all. So So now the first tale of Bob the Street Cat, then 7 more, and he turned the story into the hit film A Street Cat Named Bob, and it got Best British Film at the UK 2017 National Film Awards. 2 months ago, Bob, 14, died, and fans were surprised that hours later, Mr. Bowen launched fresh online appeals for donations. Critics noted that 4 years ago, the Daily Mail revealed he raised £160,000 for a cat cafe, which never opened, yet donors didn't get refunds. Spokesman said Mr. Bowen had been confused, and the cash eventually went to charities. Well, it's all apparently he's now going to get married, I think, as well. It's a fundraising appeal for a tribute in memory of Street Cat Bob had reached nearly £110,000 last night. His £10,000 plea for wedding cash hit £3,500. I think I want to try this one. This sounds like a great wheeze. Sounds like a very good idea. You just sort of put something up there saying, I need to put petrol in the car this week. Anybody want to send me some money? I think not. Also, Belinda Carlisle, 62 today. I forgot to tell you, Lord Julian Fellows, 71. And Belinda Carlisle is 62. Born on this day in 1920, Maureen O'Hara. She was a star of Miracle on 34th Street, Jamaica Inn. She was born Maureen Fitzsimmons near Dublin. She was hailed as the Queen of Technicolor. Plus, in 1979, what took place in New York? Ba-da-da-dan. Always look on the bright side of life. Monty Python, yes. The Life of Brian took place in New York. When I went to see The Life of Brian in Richmond, it was being picketed, the cinema, by a group called the Festival of Light because of its taking the mickey out of religion. You know, Messiah. He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy. And so it went on. I mean, I thought the film was brilliant. I thought it was very cleverly done. But the Festival of Light people didn't like. They were doing their best to deter people from going into the cinema, but didn't really help because we all went into the cinema anyway and had a nice time. I thought the film was okay. I suppose you can find fault with everything, can't you? Somebody says, I love the show. You're as handsome in the flesh as you are on the radio. I know. I love a backhanded compliment. So wonderful, isn't it? Great face for radio, Gary Bushell said once of me. I said, shame we can't say the same about his writing, but there you go. Doesn't matter, does it? Steve, there's a cat cafe at Holloway. £10 adult, $7.50 kids. Entry, says John. What, and then you buy a cup of tea or something? So I suppose they've got to look after the cat, haven't they? So you can pet you can pet them, you think? Oh, right. Not sure I'd want to, really. I'd be quite frightened, actually, in case they sort of leapt on me or something like that. I seem to attract animals that leap on me. And there's a cat cafe in Leeds, says Craig, who's in Leeds. Loads of cats around you whilst you eat and drink. Very popular, you can touch. Thank you. So there we go. Now we know. Well, I tell you, you've told me something new today I never even realised. And I bet there's most of my audience listening at the moment going, cat cafes? We used to have a lady who used to turn up to my shows with a cat in a basket. Because the cat used to listen to Steve Allen as well. I seem to have an empathy with cats. Yes. Which I thought was quite good, actually. Poor Gemma Collins, still sort of spotted out in Lymington, trying to fit her into a wetsuit, doing a bit of kayaking. Bit tedious. Sorry. And that's called Diva. What's Diva about that? Sorry. Oi. Get yourself into the cosy, get in the boat and paddle off, OK? Keep going till we tell you. One in Nottingham, Kitty Cafe. This is obviously an epidemic of these. I've never even heard of them before. Is it very popular? I mean, you think you could have one, if you've got cafes for pussies, what about, dogs? Perhaps you could have a dog cafe. Going to be a little bit noisy, though, aren't they? I mean, cats, as I say, cats just want to sleep. They don't want to do anything, and they've got different perches where they can climb up and go and sit up. And it looks quite good, actually, doesn't it? Very good for elderly people, but a bit expensive for elderly people. If it's like 10 quid to go in, if you're an elderly person who likes cats, but you can't keep one, you would probably want to go there to something like that. See, I thought it'd be free, but then I thought, how are they going to make any money? You can't make money out of somebody buying a cup of tea, can you? There's a dog cafe as well. No. Oh, look at that poor little thing. They always get chained up under the table, don't they? They can't go anywhere, poor souls. They want to go exploring. This is in 41 High Street. Hampton Hill. They've got a menu for humans and a menu for dogs. They suggest things on toast for you and puppuccino, which is a big bowl of goat milk with chunks of black pudding. That's disgusting, doesn't it? I don't want that, thank you very much. Big goat milk with chunks of black pudding. Dogs like this, do they? Oh, horrible. There's one called Pug Cafe. They transform ordinary coffee shops and cafes into pug cafes for the day. So pugs, Dachshunds, French Bulldogs and Pomeranians and their owners can enjoy a cafe experience together. Pug Cafe is not a petting cafe. It's a space for dogs to make friends, play and run around. To make friends. Just as you go, right, we're going now. The dog goes, I've just made friends. What do you mean going now? I'm not going. I want to stay here and talk to my new friends. Yeah, I'm never going to see them ever again. Herne Bay, says Alan, thank you. Oh, you're everywhere, aren't you? This is amazing. We've got a cat cafe in Eastbourne, Steve. Talking to you as I'm walking my dog along the seafront. It's a beautiful morning, says Darryl in Eastbourne. When we looked out of the window, it doesn't look too bad out here. Apparently in Japan, cat cafes are very common. But when we say, I think they mean common as in there's loads of them as opposed to, common. And so, well, there you go. You've told me something new. I might have to go and investigate this further. What a lovely idea. You pay to go in and pet somebody else's cat. Or it's the cat cafes. And are they strays or something? Are they taking strays or they're just pussycats? We love pussycats. You know, there'd be kittens there as well. That'd be good. I don't know what you feed the cats, or whether somebody says you don't really feed cats. You don't want to, let the owners feed the cats. But that's good. If they can get money out of people to start looking after them, why not? That's we should have a parrot cafe as well. Or in my case, an elephant cafe. That'd be very popular. No walls, 10 minutes into the session. 17 minutes to 7. I only tell you that now. I'm not really bothered about bringing time checks to you, but I think if I tell you it's 17 minutes to 7, it means that you might have to get your skates on because you're likely to miss that bus and the train, and that's not very good, is it? Oh, look, Rianne Sugden with her clothes on. What a rarity. Showing off the new dog that eased her torment. The model... Well, they're not really models. They just sort of put their underwear on. We all do it. We can all be models. And she said, so many people told me that getting a puppy is a good distraction. Yeah, depends where you buy it from, though, love. Really. Depends where you buy it from. The Sun on the front page. Oh, it's Harry and William. They haven't spoken for months. They don't like each other. They don't want to see each other. They don't care. And it's a Royal Rift exclusive. I mean, to be honest with you, I think Harry needs a kick up the rear end and somebody says, listen, just stop it. Just stop it now. It's not going very well. Mind you, neither of them have jobs. And their mortgage has started. They've got a repayment coming up very shortly. 50,000 quid. Who's going to be coughing for that? Well, guess who? Guess who? Ain't going to be, anybody over in America. Nobody's going to visit them, as I said the other day. It's all a bit embarrassing. What they're going to be doing, I've got no idea. I mean, perhaps you can do a song and dance act. I'm Henry the Eighth, I am. Henry the Eighth, I am. I got married to the woman next door. She's been married 7 times before. Everyone, because that's his name, isn't it, Henry? He's really a Henry. Why do we call him Harry? Why can't we call him Henry? Perhaps he might have been slightly better behaved, but can't have everything. So Thunder Under the Weather, which is not very good. And these two teenage brothers, they called off the search yesterday, and then they found them. This is Ali Shabir and Mohammed. Have not been seen since they went swimming on Saturday evening, and the family have been notified. I mean, they were swept away off St Anne's Pier in Lancashire. I mean, those underrunning currents are dangerous, and every year we get another disaster, and it's got to stop. People have got to be told, don't go anywhere near this. Might just look like a little bit of water on the top. It's the undercurrent bit. Nearly 10 to 7. Nearly 10 to 7. You're definitely going to miss that bus, aren't you? And there's nothing... and then they just pull away. I'm convinced that I've seen people banging on the door of buses before now, and the driver's not going to let them on. Especially although he did the other day. We stopped in the middle of nowhere, and he just let somebody off the bus. I thought, I don't think you're allowed to do that. Dreadful. I was going to have a word with a friend of mine who knows about these sort of things. The Daily Express today, clamour to delay the GCSE results in exam chaos. This is going to be Thursday's little disaster. Wait for that one. And the new battle to free the UK from the EU shackles, plus Princess Margaret's grandson in a 2,000-mile rowing triumph. And he's called Arthur Chatto. And here he is, and he has just earned a big hug from his girlfriend after finishing a 2,000-mile rowing challenge. The dashing grandson of Princess Margaret. He enjoys The Crown. He likes watching The Crown, apparently. And don't we all? And he and he said, but of course he said, I have watched it. I guess it's only an interpretation, so I just kind of remember what they're actually like and don't let the TV persona mar my judgment of any of them. So there you go. But no, he looks... there's obviously there's sort of a picture, isn't there, of sort of people. There's a look to people, even if it didn't tell you that he was anything, you would know that he went to a very good school. You can just tell. I don't know what it is. And they all seem to be very impressed with him. Very impressed with him. Plus, there's a flood alert as a week of... We were in flood alert. It's only a short while ago we were talking about the hosepipe ban. Now we're talking about flood alert, which is interesting. Simon Cowell's taken his first steps at home. That's a week after breaking his back in a bike fall. I mean, what is he, Miracle Man or something? You know, people are in traction for God knows how long, and he's sort of done basically, a 7-day thing. Also, screeching of seagulls and their raiding of rubbish bins is a new urban menace, but nobody's got the power to tackle it. And, but it's the rubbish that people leave lying around. That's what it is that attracts birds and crows and pigeons and stuff like that. I dreamt about pigeons the other night. That's not normal, is it? Definitely. I come at pigeons. I dreamt about pigeons, and I can't remember why I dreamt about pigeons. Because, you wake up and you go, I'll try and remember that. Within a minute, you've forgotten what it is, because the actual dream itself only lasts seconds. But at the time, it's very, very vivid, and it's something that I quite like. So over in Milton Keynes, they've got little electric robots which whiz around the town. They've got little air. I'm surprised that the good burgers of that place haven't ripped these things off. There's about 100 of them. They trot about and they deliver shopping. Well, I can't wait to get one of these. How does this work? The customer unlocks the robot with a code through the app, ensuring goods are saved. They drive along the pavements, can detect if anybody's in their way. They stop and wait for them to pass. Heavens above. I mean, they've gone mad. They've gone mad. Orders are made through an app and picked up from a store or a takeaway before at a maximum speed of 4 miles an hour before making the drop-off. They're developed by a tech company, part of a fleet of 100 autonomous vehicles. And so you then sort of open this thing. How big? A bit difficult to tell how big. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it looks... I don't know. You couldn't run off with it. And also, what would be the point? It's only going by somebody controlling it on the app. So what have you got? You've got a useless piece of equipment. There's bound to be some numpty somewhere. There isn't I've got one of these things, mate, and I... Well, what would you use that for? Nothing. It won't work. Well, of course it won't work. It's on an app. But good for them. Tesco offers free delivery like Amazon. Is Amazon offering free delivery? Is that part of the Prime? Well, free delivery. What a brilliant idea. I've never done that, actually. I've often worried, because friends of mine have always said, they actually sent it, but it was missing this bit of it or that bit of it, They didn't have anything in stock, We wanted a banana, but we got a watermelon kind of situation, I mean, it's a bit different, isn't it? A little bit different. The Daily Mirror today, the ultimate guide to the perfect fit for your bra, girls, this morning. Never let it be said this programme doesn't cover everything, or uncover everything. And also... the only copy of Ed Sheeran's first demo album that he doesn't own himself is being auctioned. It could fetch more than £10,000. He recorded it when he was 13, and it's got 14 songs on it. I mean, that's got to be worth more than 10,000 quid, isn't it? If you buy that, presumably you're buying the rights. He says he thinks that there are 20 copies of the CD and he owns 19. He didn't want anybody else to get hold of a copy, but one of the demos has been unearthed. Oh... well, he has enough money to buy it, doesn't he? So he could push the price through the roof, so there aren't any more of them. I mean, isn't it funny? He thinks 20 and he's got 19 of them. I think that's hilarious. But he has got the money to actually buy it. Even if it goes for £20,000, it's not gonna mean anything at all to him. Jackie Beltro. No, it's not Beltro, is it? It's Beltreo. Beltreo, that's what I thought, actually. She's the Sky News sports presenter, recently diagnosed with breast cancer for the second time. But she says that the cancerous lump has shrunk to half its original size. So that's good news. That's good news. And do you remember Peter Butterworth? He appeared in all the Carry On films. If you saw a picture of him, you'd know him. His wife was Janet Brown. She used to do impersonations of Margaret Thatcher. And Peter Butterworth was great. He was actually turned down for a role playing himself in a film based on a prisoner of war escape plot because he was too fat. He auditioned for the Wooden Horse, a group of POWs who dug a tunnel out of Stalagluft 3, the camp, and they had to get to the other side of the fence, and he would have been playing himself. But they thought he was too fat to play himself, because they literally took the reason it was called the Wooden Horse is because they took this wooden horse. It was like you used to get in the gym years ago, and you'd jump over it and everything else. like a pommel horse, sort of like a pommel. You could swivel round on it and do all sorts of things. And they used it for everything. But what in fact it was, is there was somebody under the ground who was digging their tunnel, filling the bags with earth and putting them inside the wooden horse, which was then carried off at the end of sort of their day, and they would scrub over the little thing on the ground because that was the tunnel. And eventually they would then take somebody in the wooden horse to the middle. They could then go into the tunnel and go outside again. And it had, if I remember, it had little rails and little wheels that they'd made for sort of lying on this board, and you could get outside the camp. So, interesting, isn't it? Interesting. I only mention it because it was Peter Butterworth, and I always thought he was great. Luke Goss, talking about life after that documentary. Hilarious, Luke. Luke, the only sensible one. Luke, the only one who was sort of there, the calming influence. Matt, the one having a bit of a Queenie tantrum all over the place. Shouting, effing. I mean, I've never heard such language. I seriously wouldn't want that kind of language. He'd thrown his toys out with the bar. At one point, they're sitting waiting to go on to, I think it was Good Morning Britain or something like that. And Matt just stands up and throws the wobbly of all wobblies. And I'm going, sit down. Dear me. Whereas, you know, because he's not quite the full ticket, I don't think. But he has to tell him. He has, and we had this in the thing, yeah, because you never loved me and all this kind of stuff. And Luke has to sort of almost placate him. And he says, I tell him I love him 4 times a day. I tell him at the beginning, the middle, and the end of every call. Does he say it back, though? Yeah, I love you too, bro. Do you think that's what it is? I mean, how old is he now? He must be heading towards 50. Must be heading towards 50. But Luke, coming over in the documentary, which I found fascinating, but it just demonstrated to me that sort of Matt was living on cloud cuckoo land and Luke was in the real world. So we'll wait and see, shall we? God knows what he does at the moment. Also, the most misheard songs. The Police's hit record So Lonely and ABBA's Dancing Queen are Britain's most misheard songs. Fans struggle with Taylor Swift's Blank Space and Queen's We Will Rock You. Listeners most commonly mistake hearing Sue Lawley instead of So Lonely in the Police's 1978 track. A tenth of all adults surveyed heard Tangerine instead of Tambourine in Dancing Queen. Nobody remembers it. Tina Turner's Steamy Windows. The wrong lyric is Stevie Winters as opposed to Steamy Windows. Oh dear. Fatboy Slim's Praise You. Apparently the wrong lyric is I have to praise you like a shoe. The correct lyric is I have to praise you like I should. Who are these people singing these silly songs? I gotta go. But it's a mixed bag in the papers today, and especially for the kids set for their heartache GCS at Golden knows what's going to be happening on Thursday. I mean, that'll be one to savour. Thank you, incidentally, for all your texts and emails and for all the comments about yesterday's show, which was lovely. And apparently, Steve, a quick correction here, says Richard, cats do not have owners. Cats have staff. Yes, I'd heard that. Yes, cats are like... People used to do jokes about cats going, feed me. I'm not eating that. Feed me something properly or I'll go away and leave you. And you'll be all lonely. And you think, do you know, could cats be that evil? Yep, absolutely. Of course they can. Listen, they can sit there, you know, we are Siamese, if you please. Goes on all the time. Anyway, let's see what this week brings. Weather-wise, it doesn't look particularly promising, does it? But I do have a podcast. And I would love you to download it. In fact, I'm desperate for you to download it. It's very easy. Just go to the LBC website. You can download the app. So today on my free Little Bit Extra podcast, huge sigh of relief. Peter Andre's back in the papers. He's been out for weeks and weeks. Jess Wright still trying to pretend she's a model. And the new Welsh I'm a Celebrity diet is revealed. Bin men apparently being abused on a daily basis, which I find a bit difficult. I mean, why on earth would anybody in the right mind want to abuse a bin man? No, just go and get the blooming things. I've just spilt drink over the console. Standing there, honestly. Now he's gone in the other room. God knows what we're going to end up with. Probably a tea towel, I should imagine, which will be quite nice. Or not, as the case may be. Honestly, I've got this thing with sort of cups and everything else. Sort of losing the will to live slowly but surely. But anyway, so yesterday... Which I got very confused with on deciding on what sort of day of the week it was. But anyway, at least it's all finished. And we've had a nice weekend. And we've had Monday, so we've kind of got into things. And this is the weekend, as Darren said, the week that we're going to get loads and loads of rain. And I'm thinking, I do hope not. But at the same time, I actually quite like the idea that we can have Oh, a whole packet? Oh, great. I only needed one or two.
You didn't say anything rude, did you? When I was gone?
Yes, I did, yes. Don't worry, it'll keep you busy later. So if I put those there... Wait a minute, just bear with me. I don't like to sort of... Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what that button's for. Oh, we'll never find out now. I have pushed a button. I think inadvertently I pressed a button, but I don't know what it does. It doesn't say anything on it. It says... Oh, it's moved. It's gone miscellaneous. So if I put... No, I can't push it off. I don't know what it is, actually. I don't know what I've done here. Bear with it. There could be a huge bang any minute and it all goes a bit quiet. Yeah, we might be off air, but it's unlikely. Very unlikely. Anyway. So here we are, Tuesday morning in London town. And I've developed a sniffle. Because you remember yesterday I said I had to get home because I had a phone call from the doctor to discuss my blood test results. And so it was scheduled between 8:30 and 9:30. It's a phone call, which seems to be the way that they're going at the moment. You sort of phone up and you make an appointment, and then 8:30 to 9, your telephone will ring. And so I was waiting for my doctor to phone me to give me the results of my blood test. So the phone rang, and a very unfamiliar voice said, "Oh, hello, this is Dr. So-and-so, so-and-so. What can I help you with?" And I said, well, I was hoping you're going to give me the results of my blood test. I said, but I don't think it's you. You're not my diabetic doctor. And so he said, no. He said, did you want to speak to him? So I said, well, that's who I thought I'd made an appointment with. When I spoke to the surgery, it was to make an appointment for my blood test results, which presumably, because I'm diabetic and it flags it up on the computer, would be done through the diabetic doctor. But anyway, so he said, well, I can tell you what they are. They're not good. They're not good. And the average, you do the average of your bloods and all the rest of it, it's supposed to be 40-something. I'm over 100. It's like seriously bad. But anyway, the good news is liver function's fine and everything else is good. But on the other thing, so I think what we might do, I think what we might do, I've got to arrange another appointment, is to change the insulin, because there's so many different types, and I've been on the same insulin since day one, and I'm thinking maybe we need to try another insulin, which might sort of help, you know. Well, no, because I hadn't spoken to my doctor. I spoke to just another doctor who, he's not familiar with my case, and it's now a suitcase. He said, I have to be honest, he said, it's about the highest I've ever seen. He said, and I've been in the business for ages. I said, well, I'm still getting up and going to work, you know, that's how it works at the moment. That's my, you know, especially when they said liver functions were all fine. I'm thinking, that was the thing I was expecting might not have been fine, surprisingly. So onwards and upwards, as they say. Onwards and upwards in the business, which is great. And then I've started to forget it, because if I thought today was Monday, I don't know why I came in thinking today was Monday. There's no logical reason. One of my next door neighbours has gone off to the Lake District with the family. And there's a piece in the paper today of the people who are destroying the Lake District with rubbish. Peasants. People who go up there and they stay in the Lake District, they don't bother to put their They're like the people who stand at bus stops, thickos. People who stand at the bus stops, eat something and then just leave the box on the ground and the packet. And yet they're sitting next to a bin. Dirty people. And the people in the Lake District at the same time. They're doing the same thing. They're dumping they're not bothering to look for rubbish or taking the rubbish with them in a bag, which is what most sensible people do with half a brain cell. These ones are leaving it there on the ground for other people to come and collect. Which is not good enough, is it? Why have we got so dirty? Which is terrible. Also, I noticed that... Where was that other one that I noticed? Because they were talking about this the other day, and I got a little bit confused by it. And I think it's the... what was it? It's the airline, EasyJet. They've shut 3 bases that they're flying from, so they're cutting back there. We were talking the other day, me and my driver, about all these redundancies, and I found somewhere else that looks like it's about to lay people off, apart from Debenhams, which has brought in a company, and they're generally the people who wind up companies. What they're going to do with all these businesses, God alone knows. The buildings are huge. I mean, the only thing I thought you could do is sort of convert them into flats, but they're not really designed to be as flats. So I'm assuming they might have to sort of knock them down and then put up something else. But what? I've got no idea, because if they close all the Debenhams, which would be a disaster. But yet, when you think about it, over the years, we've had loads and loads of these department stores which have popped up, and then you go into some of them now, and it's like walking around a ghost town. Because most people go out and the one thing that dominates the high street, especially around our neck of the woods, is charity shops and coffee shops. And that's what you've got loads of. Because the coffee shops, they're not paying tax, most of them. And the charity shops get a discount anyway. That's why the high street is collapsing. Nobody else can make a living. Or filling that phone shops. Phone repair shops. We buy phones. Hairdressers, very popular around my neck of the woods. Very popular. But it's not enough to keep the high street going. And it's a bit of a shame, really. So we don't go out to department stores. Unlike the supermarkets, where you go to the supermarket and you do your week shopping. I mean, I haven't weekly shopped in my entire life. I shop daily. I will think, all right, I'll go to Marks and Spencer's now, pick up a few bits and pieces for the boys, you know. And, sometimes. And then sort of pick up something that I want to eat, because I can't plan a whole week's meals. Obviously, mums and dads and people like that, if you've got kids, you have to plan this out. There's always got to be stuff. Well, I haven't been shopping yet today. No, not a clue until I walk in to a department store. Well, actually, today I've got to take the car to the garage because it's getting its MOT today. So I shall then come back. Then I shall probably go out and buy. Could be chicken Penang. I don't know. I mean, it really depends. It depends in where I am, and I'm either going to be in Waitrose or Marks and Spencer's. And, delicious. I love that cup of tea. That cup of tea in the morning kind of sets me up. And, Eddie Mayer's soundbite. There could be a big bang any minute. Oh, well. So Paul Gascoigne's come off the drink. He's having tattoos done instead. That'll be a long journey, won't it, for somebody? And two common little Herberts decided that they would film themselves doing over 100 miles an hour in stolen cars on the motorway. Unfortunately, for the poor little lovies, they got caught, and one's gone to prison for 2 years and one's gone to prison for 3 years. They obviously know something about prison that we don't. Plus, somebody from Towie fell in the gutter. Nobody noticed, because she's done it before, apparently. She's a bit like Uncle Albert in Only Fools and Horses, falling down the cellars of the pubs, which turned out he'd done loads and loads of times. And she was out with sort of poor Bobby Norris, whatever his name is, who's now got a new look. Unfortunately, he looks ancient. He's aged rapidly. You've never seen anybody who's aged so badly, poor soul. Prince Charles could be quitting his landmark farm. He's decided that maybe, he sort of got to that age. And happy birthday to Robert Redford today. Robert Redford, star of The Sting. God, what else was he in? Oh, he's in loads of things. The Way We Were, stuff like that. He's 84 today. His face looks like a road map of the Sahara Desert. He's so old. He's so 84. Some people I don't think he's ever had surgery. I think he's just let himself grow. It's a bit like the people I work with. Not one of them will have surgery, because it's a waste of money. There's no point. Why would you want to all of a sudden change your appearance, which is that's why Jordan looks so freaky now. I mean, she has got that caught in the headlights rabbit look just before it sort of disappears under the front of the car. Again, I've been amusing myself by watching the vile people of America, not just the bent cops, which we had the other day, of which we found immeasurable amounts of sort of footage people have filmed on their phones of bent coppers in America. Nothing surprises us. We were saying the other day, it's embarrassing, really. They've got it over there. We get off really lightly over here. We have one or two incidents. Over there, they seem to be on a daily basis. Cops who are basically lying through their teeth. It's terrible, really. And you've also got the people who will not. I am not wearing my mask. It is my constitutional right. And this woman, she's in a store, obviously like a convenience store. They have loads of them on every corner in America, and she's not wearing a mask. And she says the man says, well, I'm not serving you because you're not wearing a mask, and it's our policy. And she says, you will serve me. He said, no, I won't. And she said, yes, you will. You have to. It's the law. He said, no, I don't. This is my store and I don't want to serve you. So she said, listen, I'm not wearing a mask. Are you going to serve me? And he went, no. It was a simpler. She had to she pulled this bit of paper out, which sort of says you don't have to wear a mask because done by stupids. I don't need to wear a mask because it doesn't do this. Well, I'm having to tell you today that, in fact, the benefits of wearing a mask are to stop it's to protect people from you. So people who are there without their masks on, and the people who stand on the bus without putting it on, go and sit down and then put the mask on, they're the idiots. You know, and so there's this woman, and they've said to her in, I think it's Costco in America, where, you know, they have a sign as you walk in. We require you to wear a mask. If you don't want to wear a mask, I would, you know, Costco, I think, are well within their rights to, we're not serving you. Okay, you can walk around with a trolley all day, but we're not serving you. It's as simple as that. You can stand there and pout and scream and stamp your little legs, but it ain't going to be happening. Ain't going to be happening. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Morning to the boys, says Matthew. Talking of the weather, I've woken up freezing and I've shut the windows. I didn't think it was that cold out this morning. Well, Corey's got a jacket on, so that's generally some indicator of either. You know, he's putting a jacket on because he's back in Burton's window due a little bit later on. Standing there sort of pointing to the ceiling, and one of those classic poses that they have, looking at a yacht in the... They always do... Have you ever seen all the Freeman's catalogues over there? You have to... I always used to go and turn to the underpant page, because there you get men in these really old-fashioned underpants, and they're just standing on a hillock, pointing like that, which apparently detracts from the fact they're just standing there in their pants. It's the funniest thing ever. And they've got all sorts of things like that. Apparently it's Nick Abbott's birthday on Saturday. Is it? God. You say here, another host sounding younger than his age. He's 71. What do you mean younger than... He doesn't sound younger than his age at all. He sounds... Yeah, I'm going to the party. Yeah. Well, I have to, because I'm apparently got a gig as a waiter. And I'll be walking around with a tray. Drinks, Cinzano, Prosecco. Anything like that at all. Anything you want, yeah. Nick Abbott's party. You can imagine what that was. It'll be like a Happy Meal in McDonald's. He'll not be spending any money. He will not be spending money. Listen, he can't even buy a decent car, so there's no point of putting... I mean, I don't know what you'd expect from a Nick Abbott party. A lot of people talking radio, I suppose. I don't know who his friends are in the business. I really don't know. Carol McGiffin. Well, she's not very well at the moment. She thinks she's going to get a return of her cancer, but because they're holding people off from sorting things out because of coronavirus, she's a bit worried about it. And then we had somebody else the other day talking about all their sort of worries with things. It's just a bit slow in the NHS because they're trying to deal with as many things as possible. And it doesn't help when some people... It was on the... one of the television the other day where you sort of get people who get into fights on the street after they've had too much... It's always drink. It's always drink-related. It's never not drink-related. And then the police have to waste their time and they go, well, we better send you to hospital. You think, listen, I've got more than enough to cope with in hospital. Get yourself the Libra sensor. Yes, I'm on my third, actually now. On my third Libra sensor. So... In fact, this is the thing that fits under your arm. Comes with a little strap, goes around there, and you've got a little machine. Every time you want to test your blood, you run the little machine under it, and you can get it gives instant reading. It's very good, actually. It's very, very good. Yeah, no, I'm on my third. But I'm being good boy. I'm paying for mine. I'm paying for it. I'm not expecting to get it on the NHS, which I probably could. Hey, welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to the 18th of August. 18th? I can't believe it. There's also loads of birthdays we celebrate this month. Loads of birthdays. So if you're one of those who's an August baby, many happy returns of the day, of the week. And I hope you have a fantastic day. The postman sort of delivering loads of cards and good wishes and stuff like that. It's nice, isn't it, really? I think so. It's also, I think for the next 2 weeks... I think I have a friend of mine who's going to be producing round next door, because he sent me a thing saying, I'm going to be producing round the corner, Steve, so I shall be seeing you every morning at breakfast. Well, I always think it's a bit of a treat for everybody else. I always think so as well. And I've got two things, and I can't get rid of them, actually, on my telephone. It's, you know, when it says you've got two messages up. Well, I've been through the whole thing and I can't find which ones they are. They're obviously not as active as I thought they were going to be, which is a little bit of a pain. But apart from that, it doesn't matter. I'm now sort of trying to work... Somebody said to me, not really working out what's going to be happening at Christmas. And I said, yeah, absolutely. I mean, why? It's around the corner. It's around the corner. Callum Hyder's... He won't be up at the moment. He's one of these people, he leaves it to the last minute. I don't know how he actually manages it, but he's an evening show producer at one of our sister stations around the corner, but I think he's going to be doing breakfast for a couple of weeks, which is quite sweet. So I get the opportunity of seeing him. Every time I see him, he changes his appearance. He's one of these chameleon kind of people. And I got sent in a DVD from an actor who really, I mean, I've got to take my hat off to him. I'll tell you about it a bit later on, because they're finding it very difficult to get plays of this. You could buy it on Amazon. It's a film, which I'll tell you about later. But he sent it out to me, saying, with the coronavirus and the pandemic, it's very difficult for people to get showings and screenings and stuff like that. And so he's taken it on his own head to send in this package with sort of, the DVD, the publicity for the film. And I think they've done it on a budget. It's one of those sort of, I think it's a couple of all right geezers. Like that, says Steve Allen, trying to be butch for the first time on a Tuesday. But it's always good. It's a good appeal. I wonder if the strawberries are still downstairs. They can't be, can they? Do you think somebody went and took them? I did mention them to somebody, and I said, "Oh, do go and take this," because I've got a vision that the strawberries, which we had as part of the set, have now been overrun by insects and everything. It's like whenever they get people at the Australian border control, and they open up their suitcase and they go, "Well, you can't bring these in. Why?" Because there's live insects in here. And there's things crawling around inside these plastic bags full of sort of dead chicken. Opposed to live chicken, I suppose. But it's awful, these dreadful things. And they go, what is it about the word food you've not quite understood? But apart from that, I can't even tell you what I watched on television yesterday, because there was nothing that appealed to me. There's nothing on at all at the moment. There is no... All the decent programmes are old ones. Because... I don't want Netflix. What do I want Netflix? I wouldn't love Netflix. I wouldn't. I've got DVDs. I don't want to be on it all the time. That shows a misspent youth. You're just sitting on Netflix. There's more than enough on my television. And I've got some Tom and Jerry box sets. Cartoons about a cat and a mouse, which are very popular. And Woody Woodpecker and all the other people like that. And I've got some films. I can watch The Amazing Mr. Blunden. I could watch Christmas films. And then I turned on the telly the other day and they were doing Christmas on QVC. And they were selling mince pies, which you'd have liked them, actually. They look very nice, like a frangipani mince pie. Because you could have that, you could pretend it was vegan. Nobody would tell on you, except me. And, but they look really... Have I got a smart TV? Well, it looks fairly smart to me. Oh, well, I don't know. What's a smart TV? What does that mean? He's got a tuxedo in the morning. Don't look at me. I haven't changed. Please, wait. I'm all embarrassed. I'm too shy. Don't look at me. What's a smart TV? That's all different things on there. Oh, right. Yeah, I can do that on my television. Yes, I can. I've got a button for Netflix. Yeah, but I don't want it. I've just told you. What is it about I don't want? You're not understanding. But they were also doing chocolates. Boxes of chocolates for Christmas. They deliver first week of Christmas. Whereas I tell you where I go for sort of loads of stuff, and I generally order a box full of it and then send it to my brother. Lakeland, they do some really nice things for Christmas. Yeah, I've been to, yes, yeah, been to Dunelm, yes, thank you. Of course he would go to that one, wouldn't he? It's in the same road, actually, as Lakeland in Kingston. But I order online because they've got all the Christmas... what do they call it? Liqueur chocolates, and they've got cherries in brandy, and I order, generally speaking, a whole load, because if my brother's got visitors over Christmas, well then, they should they should be having things like chockies and everything else. Not for me, of course, you understand. Not for me. Steve, imagine doing the show from California. Yes, it's not Death Valley it's been recorded at, is it? It's what's the name of this place? It's something called Furnace Mount or Furnace... Anyway, 154.4 degrees, which is 130 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the hottest that they've ever recorded. I mean, that is just unbelievable, isn't it? So it might be part of Death Valley, but it's called Furnace. It sort of lives up to its name. I wouldn't want to do that at all. Steve, I should tell you my name's Andy from Salisbury. Okay, and... I've been to Salisbury, actually. My brother's called Andy, and he used to work in Salisbury. It's got a cathedral. It's nice. It's a nice cathedral. Go in there and you hear the choir rehearsing, Good King Wenceslas looked down on the feast of me when the snow lay... Yes, it's Salisbury, yes. Climbing up on Salisbury Hill. Who was that? Was that Peter Gabriel? Yeah, come on, you've got to be quicker than this, mate. I mean, I've got years on you. Yeah, all right, Sledgehammer. It'd be a sledgehammer. And Cathedral Close, you go through, and the cathedral's in sort of like the middle of a field, and the houses around the outside, it's where Edward Heath lived. Edward Heath. Remember Edward Heath? No. Okay, well, forget that bit of the conversation. Imagine you mentioned something. If I'd said Winnie the Pooh, or Rita Ora. He'd have known straight away. Rita Ora, quaw. And not exactly the same for Winnie the Pooh, I'm afraid. But no, Cathedral Close, that's where Edward Heath lived. And some lovely... I'd love to live on Cathedral Close. He was a former Prime Minister of this country. Yeah. I'm not expecting... You don't have to know the heavens above. This is not The Chase. I'm not going to start grilling you and going, I am the Grim Reaper. You know, and then you have to sort of try and guess who it all is, and I know the answer to these things. And 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. I was reading earlier about Greggs closing in Twickenham. No, it's staying open. And the property isn't looking for planning permission for the new business. It's up at the station. They're opening one up at the station. So there you go, Dion. That's the way it works. But they don't need to close. It's very popular, actually, although not as busy as it was before, which is strange. Roger says, I can receive an obscure French TV channel. The French show an awful lot of sexy type things. I remember seeing a film years ago. It's a French film. I've never managed to find it since. And it was very good. And it was about a young French lad who fell in love with a prostitute. And it was sort of like a rite of passage movie, because it was dealing with the fact that he couldn't cope with the emotions of this girl. And she came to see him in school, and all his mates are teasing him and all the rest of it, because people knew what she was, and they ran away together. And then his parents came and collected him, and it was such a sad little movie. Such a sad little movie, because he was so excited, you know, that he was going out with this girl. He was probably about 14, 15, something like that, and she was probably a bit older. And they sort of ran away, and life was idyllic until his parents came to take him back home again. And all of a sudden, his life collapsed. It's like the first time you fall in love, and then it finishes, and it's the most miserable time of your entire existence. You don't think that life is ever going to get any worse. We've all done it, you know, the falling in love. They go, oh, isn't it great falling in love? You go, no, absolutely not. Most miserable time of your life. Imagine falling in love with somebody who's not interested in you. I mean, that must be absolutely awful. Absolutely awful. But to be taken away, you know, by your parents, not so good. Steve, I also like Nothing to Declare and border control programmes. The favourite, the New Zealand customs, and people trying to bring things in. Yeah, I mean, some of them are fairly sort of regular people in these countries, and they still don't seem to understand what you can take in and what you can't take in. I mean, the word food kind of covers, you know, just about everything, but they don't seem to understand about that. Harry woke up to racism after attacks on Meghan. Well, he'd know all about racism, wouldn't he? Seeing as he has himself been racist on quite a few occasions, using the P word and other things like that, which is not very nice indeed. But again, whoever told him off? We all know he's got a very short fuse, bit of a short temper, so we'll wait and see how long they last with the press in America. Of course, the thing is, they're going to have to cough up, aren't they? You can spend so many days in America. He's not an American citizen. You can't just move over there and start working. They're going to expect you to do something. You know, that's how it works in America. He's going to need a visa. He's going to need everything. And for so many days of the year, he needs to leave the country and have to come back in again. I think he thought, oh, we'll move out there. She's American. I can just stay there without sort of filling in all the forms. I think not. Some of the Love Island stars are very upset at the moment. They're having a big reunion coming up. It's like the Towie one, 10 years of rubbish, and you've got to put up with it again. You know, the sight of sort of Chloe Sims dragging her weary carcass around Brentwood is almost too embarrassing. But they've got the Love Island stars, but they're only taking 4 from each series. So, of course, there are quite a few of them who will not actually be appearing, and they're furious. As indeed you would be, thinking you're an integral part. But of course, what actually happens is that their careers now start winding down because there isn't enough work for these deadbeats. Where do you put them? Very difficult to find something because they're all looking for the same. There's a limit to how many times you can start wearing a bikini. You know, I mean, we might as well work round here and the boys could wear bikinis or swimwear or some... No, maybe not. No, we don't want to do that. Don't want it. I was going to say it was 26 minutes to 5, but I thought, no, let's just say it's 25 minutes to 5. It's much easier. Johnny Perry says it's Salisbury Hill above Bath. You know, the one that Peter Gabriel... He lived there and had a spiritual experience there after leaving Genesis. Hence the song. I've got pictures of Genesis when they first started performing, and Peter Gabriel would sit on stage with a big sunflower on his head, and he would sing these songs. It was like a friend of mine. I used to share a flat in London with these girls, and they went off to see Leo Sayer when Leo Sayer supported Roxy Music, and he came on stage dressed as the clown with the little Pierrot suit on, baby. He's been in here, actually. Not blessed with height. But sometimes, little things come in little packages. But, he used to perform on stage. He'd come on stage and sit down in front of the audience. A Roxy Music audience. There's a new sensation. Do the Strand. Everybody loved Brian Ferry, didn't they? Until he ended up going out with one of his son's girlfriends. We all thought that was somewhat peculiar. So she's been with your son, and now she's going with the father as well. Really odd. Very odd. So what else have we got? The hottest day. Oh, an app. Producer didn't believe this at all. The assistant producer didn't believe. That can tell if you've been drinking from the way you walk. It's true. It's true. Well, I've got an app here that can tell me how many steps I do in a day, and I don't even talk to it. It just tells me how many steps I've done. It will also tell me if I've done more steps this week than I did the same time last month and the month before and the year before and stuff like that. So why should there not be an app that can tell by the way you're walking? Because you've got the phone with you, and you might be, wandering, and it would know if it was a disability. Yes, it would so, honestly. Goodness. When I've been drinking, I hardly drink, as you know. I'm an absolute dreadful slur on my character. If you trip over, that will be you've tripped over. But most people, when they've had a few drinks, do sort of wander a bit, don't they? We wander this way, and then we wander... You do, people do. I've seen them walking down the road. I've seen the police interceptor programmes. Come here, mate. She's left for me. And then they lurch into a wall. And that's what happened. So you would know. You would definitely know somebody had had a few sherbets. You were sick? Oh, were you? What were you drinking? Just beer. Yeah, but had you had something to eat? Oh, well, there we go. I mean, you fooled yourself. And also, in the hot weather, drink reacts differently in your body. And also, because you're not blessed with height, it's a case of... 6'1" in your dreams, 5'9", I hear. But anyway, it doesn't matter. And you think that your drink capacity is actually very good, whereas in fact it's probably not very good at all. I mean, Corey's hopeless. I mean, he really is hopeless. I mean, a couple of drinks and he's useless. You tried absinthe, did you? What do they say about absinthe? Makes the heart grow fonder. Which is a very good one. Oh, God, Callum's up. There's a bad sign. You can always tell when there's a bad... He's done a picture of me as Peter Gabriel. He does these pictures there'll be something I mentioned on the programme, and he sort of does it. And so it's now a picture of me... I don't know where that's taken, actually, but I'm dressed up as Peter Gabriel. He's very naughty and will not be spoken to. Well, he will be spoken to when he arrives in, which is probably about 5 o'clock this morning. Bless his heart, honestly. My favourite was... What was the one did you ever see the one that Callum did? He's one of our producers here at Global. But he makes these different little videos and everything else. And on one of them, he comes round a corner in just his pants. I couldn't quite work it out at all. And then he did another one in his garden, where he's playing football. I think he likes football. Well, I mean, I think he likes the showers at the end. But I mean, apart from that, it's all... He's sort of young, which is sickening, isn't it? I mean, I hate young people. I don't know why I hang around with them. I used to think years ago, I was a bit naive, and I used to think if you hang around with young people, it makes you feel young. Because you're and you think you're the same age that they are until you suddenly realise that you mentioned like Edward Heath, as we did a short while ago, and Luke kind of looks at you blankly like, who's that? Did you know who Edward Heath was? Ted Heath, you knew? Oh, right, okay. Well, how come he doesn't know? Who's actually oldest out of the two of you? Only by a tiny bit. Oh, but why did you not... Yeah, but you're young and hip. But, I mean, you've heard of Diana Ross. Okay. Oh, you like music? Oh, okay, then. All right. Okay, Roxy Music hit, do the... Oh, you don't know that one? Oh, you know Dance... Well, I'm not interested in that. Okay, what was their best-selling album called? Oh, hopeless. Okay, who was the girl on the front cover of the Roxy Music album? And who... No, that was the one who went out with Mick Jagger. Hall. Another band. Okay, let's do the Happy Mondays. Okay, And you know everything about the Happy Monday? You don't know anything about the Happy Monday? So what's the point? So what sort of bag are you in then? If you say it's not my bag, it's like sort of, can we only have sort of, questions about Tom and Jerry dating from 1958? Yeah, vegan food for beginners. Where do we start? Would it be roasted peppers or something like that? Another stunning dish created in the kitchen before we throw up all over the place. Bet your girlfriend loved you. Oh, she's not living there, is she? No, how well. Does she know that you were sick? Did you tell her? How embarrassing. She wasn't. I'm not surprised she wasn't happy. That's a terrible thing. You must have had an awful lot of alcohol to make you sick. You had. Were you sort of sitting there watching one of those Steve Allen sad movies, going, "It's so sad." I see people doing that on the television all the time. Steve, and how's this for a connection between the phone app and Genesis? Unfortunately, that's all I got, actually. And Roger says, as you said, the stars appearing in the reunion are getting on a bit. Things start heading south for them. Well, in fact, they haven't gone anywhere at all. Have you seen Long Weekend with Rick Stein? He was in Vienna. It looked like a great spot. Yes. I love Vienna. As you know, I've got a friend of mine, Paul, over in Vienna. He's been there for donkey's years. You wait till I see Callum Hyder this morning, honestly. What a cheeky devil. Apparently it's 180 days you're legally allowed to stay in America, says Iceman. Oh, right. There's a playhouse. I hate Salisbury. There's a playhouse there, and my favourite Suzanne Vega was playing, so booked a hotel for the night, ordered a bottle of red wine, passed out and woke up at 11 p.m. just as the concert finished. Oh, that's terrible. But I've done that, actually. I did that the other morning. And what had I done? I can't remember what it was now, actually. But I sort of woke up a bit early. I watered the plants and all the rest. And I sat back in front of the television. I sort of flicked through the news channels, try and find out what's going on. And I all of a sudden had this overwhelming desire to go back to sleep again. And I thought, I'll just close my eyes. And you know what it's like? You might be sitting there in bed at the moment or lying down going, I'll just close my eyes a little bit. And then, and you know when you're going, don't you? Because it all starts going a bit wishy-washy. And then all of a sudden gone. Must have gone. Lovely. I like falling asleep. I'm very good at falling asleep. A lot of people who listen to this programme turn out to be insomniacs. Because it's, you sort of wake up and you go, oh, what time is it? Oh, Lord, it's 4 o'clock. At least there's Steve Allen on the radio. And then by the time you've listened to that for a little while, you kind of, it becomes bearable. Doesn't it? It becomes very, very bearable. Oldest working clock in the world at Salisbury Cathedral. Oh, yes, we know about that. Because didn't the spies, go there, the ones who provided the virus that they brought over. They were coming to be photographed with the clock at Salisbury Cathedral. What a load of old rubbish. What a load of old rubbish. The oldest working clock in the world. How fantastic. Allison's in Stamford Lee Hope. We don't have a cathedral. In fact, we don't even have much hope, to be honest. Probably it, actually. And somebody says, when you go to Waitrose and Marks and Spencer's, do you get recognised by members of the public? They want to stop you for a chat. Does it get a bit annoying? No, I pass a few people. I should imagine probably on a daily basis, 2 people. Every sort of day, somebody say, morning, Steve. I get that a lot, because I have to go out. You can't just stay in, can you? And Matthew said, did you see the classic EastEnders with Barbara Windsor? Excellent entertainer. Get it on catch-up. Get out my pub. So good. So good. More of your texts and emails in a moment. How many times have you overslept and missed the show? Do you know, I was asked that as we walked into the studio. That's what Luke said to me. He said, have you ever missed the show? I said, excuse me, I'm a professional radio presenter. Of course I've never missed the show. Why would you want to miss the show? Never, ever, ever, ever. Never been late. Never been late. I did wake up when? Dale? No. What was that about? Yeah, but I've never been late for a show. That was the question. I've ever been late for a show. I woke up one time. I had some friends round to stay in a flat I had in Isleworth, and we woke up and it said 8:30, and I didn't know if that was 8:30 in the morning or 8:30 at night, because we looked out the window and it had been snowing, and everything was so it was quite bright. Coming through the curtains, it looked quite bright. So we looked out, and I said, oh, it's 8:30. We'd only been asleep like an hour or something. We'd all just sort of had a few sherbets and dozed off. And so luckily I was in plenty of time for going to work. But for that brief moment, I was very disorientated. I've had that before, where you wake up and you go, Like this morning. What day of the week is it? I think it's Monday. I don't know why I think it's Monday. Must be something about, I don't like Mondays. Boomtown Rats only hit. Although they must have had Rat Trap and a few others, but certainly wasn't enough to fulfill the ego that is Bob Geldof. So yes. But I've never been late for a show. I couldn't live with myself if I'd been late. No, of course not. I'm a professional radio presenter. It's like saying I'm a doctor. Have you been late for surgery? Of course not. That's what you do. 41 years. What do you mean I must have been late? I've never been late. Why would I be late? They'd be deducting money. I've had to go home early when I've not been well. But, I've never been late for a show. No. I'm always in plenty of time. I arrive in plenty of time for the show. I'm at least, an hour and a half ahead of time. And at the weekend, more. So I wouldn't... God, I'd have to drum myself out the brownies for that. Out, Stephen. Can't even make it for a radio programme. Good Lord, honestly. Today I shall go home... I shall, make sure the car's sort of okay, and I shall take it to the garage. They'll give me a loan car, another one of those embarrassments, and I'll sort of pootle on home. Probably won't go and do any shopping. I'll probably go and do it a little bit later. Then they'll phone me after it's past the MOT, which it will, because it's only just had a service, and I should then go and collect it and pay whatever the fee is. But no, never overslept. Missed the show. Honestly. And somebody says, I hope you're well. Thank you for your show last Sunday. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Christmas a while ago, you mentioned where you buy Christmas crackers, a particular store. I get them from Costco. They do Paul Smith crackers. And I've always bought them there. Because crackers are a bit different. Because you buy them for what they look like in the box. Some of them look really, really pretty and they look very expensive. And Tom Smith crackers are very nice crackers. So I've always bought those. And so I'll buy them and take them down, a couple of boxes, depending on how many we're going to be for Christmas lunch. If indeed we're having Christmas lunch this year. I'm hoping that we will. I'm hoping so. Steve, an American friend, told me when you have over $1 million, it makes it easier to stay in the States permanently. Yeah, well, unfortunately for them, they will have to start paying extra on their earnings and things like that. You can't they'll have to pay tax somewhere. But at the moment, they're not earning any money. They have no income at all. They've been over there God knows how many months. So they've managed to get a mortgage. They've saddled themselves with $50,000 a month. So it's $6 million a year. Is it, £600,000 a year? No, it's more than that, isn't it? Yeah, £600,000. Yeah. For 12 months. And so their outgoings are about £5 million a year. And where do they think that's coming from? It's not going to come from anywhere, is it? Even though people go, oh, don't worry, Oprah will sort out a talking tour. Most people in America couldn't give a stuff. Why would they be remotely bothered about two young people who've jacked in the royal family to try and sort of make a go of it? And so far, they haven't managed anything at all, apart from an unauthorised book, which they must have authorised, given by the very nature of the book and of the content. They'd be checking everything. But of course, they haven't contributed to the book, or have they? Nice to have your company this morning. It's Tuesday, it's the 18th of August. Do you realise in about another 8 days' time, it's another payday? Not for a lot of people on British Airways. We're still trying to get over the shock of the amount of people who are going to have to start retraining and doing all sorts of things. We have heard some good stories, but they're a bit few and far between, I'm afraid, of people who've sort of managed to retain their job because they've only been there a short time. What they appear to have done is actually got rid of people who've been there a long time because it was cheaper to bring somebody else in. So there you go. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I was told my blood sugar was high, Steve. Went to the health food store and they said certain tablets. I checked it out at the chemist. It was okay. And when I go for a check, my blood has been okay ever since. Yes. Well, there's, all sorts of things you can read on the internet and all sorts of things that you find people are promoting. But just remember, everybody's different. Everybody's different, which is quite surprising, actually. James has completed his first night shift in 10 years and then came across this programme on the way home. He says you make the hour drive home so much more an hour driving. Can you imagine? And that's just going home at the end of the day. I think that's quite a long time, isn't it, really? Quite a long time. I was watching, as I say, some more of these programmes on YouTube, which you must watch, because it's so interesting to see people who quite clearly are on medication or they're drunk or they've taken some sort of substance, because the language is just disgusting. The amount of people in America who come over and go, "Why is your yard not tidy?" And this couple were going, "Why don't you get the hell off my property?" And then they start obscene, and their answer is all the time, A, "Don't touch me, don't come anywhere near me," or failing that, "I'm going to call the cops." They don't call them the police, they call them the cops. which is quite sweet, isn't it, really? Oh, they're mad. They're absolutely mad as broomsticks. Front page of The Sun this morning, A-level and GCSE marks torn up after outrage. I mean, these ministers, bungling would be a very good description. How to change your life like Adele, if you really want to. And snooping smartphones can tell if you're tipsy and could soon warn you against risky behaviour. And have Luke in their sights straight away. Scientists used the device to tell which users were boozers and got it right nearly every time, because the amount of alcohol changes the way that you walk. I'm not necessarily saying you fall over, but your pattern of walking would be different if you'd had a few sherbets. I'm telling you, it's true. It says so here in the paper. Dr. Suffoletto from Stanford University in California says that he wants phones to alert their users if they've had too much and are in danger. So he knows. He's a professor. He's in California. He knows these things. There are lots of people wandering about all over the place over there, weaving backwards and forwards. And that's what you do. That's what you do. George Michael's ex-lover has been arrested by police investigating hammer attacks on parked cars. This is Faddy, who looks like a shadow of his former self now. But he was born in Australia but grew up in Lebanon. And he was the one who actually found George's body that Christmas. Plus, the BBC's been accused of valuing conspiracy theories rather than real science. Well, absolutely. And you know it is. It's bosses have axed Stargazing Live with Professor Brian Cox, but plan to keep Scarlett Moffat's random ramblings on a conspiracy theory podcast. The pyramids were built by aliens, and that's what the BBC subscribed to. There's obviously more daft management there than I've ever been available to talk about. Prince Charles is set to quit his landmark Duchy Originals farm after 35 years. He turned it organic in 85. It's 900 acres of home farm. He's instead set to convert Sandringham into the country's biggest organic sheep farm. Oh, right. They do Duchy Original food boxes, now sold by Waitrose. And Home Farm is in Highgrove. I bought Duchy biscuits before and things like that. I thought Waitrose owned most of it. And the Sandringham estate is 2,000 acres. A spokesman for the Prince declined to comment. Well, sorry, mute or something, darling, are you? Or you just don't understand the question? I'm sorry, is he going to keep on the traditions? We couldn't possibly comment. Why? Because we're stupid. Honestly, do you have any comment on the... No, we don't have any comment on that at all. And yet, blow me down when they've got something to plug. God, they'll be the first ones there. First ones. Honestly, this is surprising, isn't it? A solicitor at one of the world's top law firms has been suspended after 2 cocaine busts. It's obviously more common than I thought. He was found with the Class A drug twice in 4 years. He didn't tell his bosses, fearing it would ruin his career, but there was an anonymous tip-off. In other words, he obviously told somebody who went, I'll tell his bosses. And so he was found guilty of misconduct, barred from the profession for a year. Because I should imagine that's the tip of the iceberg, don't you think? Cocaine? I mean, I'm lucky. I'm a bit sort of nonplussed about anything like that. I'm far too mean. Ali Ross on TV is talking about everyone get back to work or Rolling in It gets a second series. And he says, down to her last 3 chins and totally devoid of inspiration, Gemma Collins tried answering this Stephen Mulhern question. In which sport will you hear the terms googly and full toss? A short silence followed as Gemma quickly dismissed the cricket option and then responded, I'm going shot put. I mean, that's how bad it was. A brilliant career switch, I thought, for Gemma, who could launch that thing through the ozone layer. Didn't really help, unfortunately. We love Stephen Mulhern. Ali Ross doesn't like the programme. He said it's got sort of all these people in it that you don't really want to see, actually, including sort of Gemma Collins. She's neither funny nor interesting. For a 40-year-old, bag, she's not the cleverest. Not the cleverest. So perhaps we need to up the ante a little bit. Otherwise, it just becomes a bit of a joke, I'm afraid. Jan says, I've got a problem in sleeping and waking odd times, not knowing whether it's AM or PM. So I set the clocks to 24 hours. Saves confusion, but you make insomnia fun. Whee! We do, actually. We do. And BA want rid of older, higher-paid staff, replaced with younger ones on lower pay, whilst trying to buy out competing airlines in Europe. Well, that's always the way, isn't it? That's always the way. Buy out the older people who've been with BA for, 25, 26 years, some even longer, and replace them with younger people who do exactly the same job but for about a third less, or sometimes 2/3 less. That's it. Oh, it's Furnace Creek, this place where everybody swelters. Furnace Creek. And it's in the Death Valley National Park, and they think 134 degrees. I mean, you just wouldn't survive, would you? If you didn't have water with you, or something like that. I've got water here, actually, for the first time in ages. I brought some water in. If you're lying in bed now, you've got to get out of bed, haven't you? Because I've just made you a bit thirsty. You have to go to the fridge. I now keep the fridge full of water. Because it's quite nice. I take some more tablets with it in the morning. Sometimes I take my tablets with tea, sometimes with water. Where are you on lemon curd? I bought some the other day. It's a bit sugary. I mean, I didn't mind lemon curd when I was a child, and I'm aware that it's nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. I'm with you till 7, Monday through Friday. I'm also here Saturday between 5 and 7 a.m. with the best of Steve Allen, and I'm here on Sunday between 5 and 7 with more Steve Allen. I mean, there's no end to this one. We have a poem for you. I have scanned it. When they say you scan a programme or a poem, you have to look at it and think, oh, we're going to fall apart on this one. This one could be... It's by Anonymous, which always worries me as to, whether or not it's somebody on the team who's written something. Because normally you get Corey's poems, which are all full of death, and the captain lies on the burning deck and all the rest of it, and the cabin boy's been eaten by sharks or something. And always with a happy little twist at the end, the captain really is dead. And then you get sort of Luke's, and they tend to come from the junior side of Google. And so the one today by Anonymous is called Mr. C Owned a Saw. You can imagine where this one's going, can't you? Mr. C owned a saw, and Mr. Saw owned a seesaw. Now C's sword, saw's seesaw, before saw see, which made saw. Had saw seen C's saw, before C sawed saw's seesaw, C's saw would have not have sawed saw's seesaw. So C saw sawed saw's seesaw, but it was sad to see saw so sore, just because C saw sawed saw's seesaw. Thank you so much indeed. I'm here all week. Thank you. I can even read tongue twister. Do you know, honestly, it's such an annoying poem. Such an annoying poem. But listen, if that's what they produce... I mean, sometimes it's a test. Let's see if the old soul can actually do it. I just saw my friend Callum round there. He's doing 2 weeks and 1 day, because apparently... In the next 2 weeks, there's a bank holiday. So when's that one? We'll be getting 31st of August. Oh, that's my brother's birthday. Which is very nice. John Warrington sent me a very nice thing the other day, saying that he enjoyed the show on Sunday, which was great. Callum Hyder looks good this morning. Shorts. He's wearing shorts. I mean, so I said to him, it's a bit cold out there this morning, isn't it? I mean, none of my lot are wearing shorts, but I don't like people wearing shorts. It's all right if you're working young and trendy. Yeah, well, that's young and trendy, isn't it? You're not young and trendy. You're sort of Yeti. Abominable snowman, Corey. Yeah, it's okay if he does it because he's working trendy. You're working with me. You never know. The management might want to walk in here and you'll have to stand up and they'll be going, they're wearing shorts, Steve. Why are they wearing shorts? And I'll have to go, I don't know, Ashley, why they're wearing shorts. It's just one of those things. Ashley wears shorts. Tom Cheel hasn't worn shorts, has he? I was just trying, that could be the next thing. I might push Tom Cheel to wear shorts. That would be good fun, actually. And Jack says, nice to see the Beckhams taking their place as one of the super rich in the world. I know, the super rich with no work, nothing for their children at all, and her business, which is dying on its proverbial, which is a bit of a shame. I mean, so far it's about 45 million in debt. It's never made a profit. Different. An elderly woman drove into town with a live hand grenade she found in her husband's study in St Helier. Which out of the islands, you might know this, ladies and gentlemen, which one out of the islands are there no cars on? Is it what? We don't know if it's Guernsey. Is it Guernsey, Jersey, Isle of Man? You know, where is it that's got no cars? Because we quite fancy that, because we're looking to send Luke somewhere. I mean, to be honest with you, far enough away the better, you know. Pluto seemed fairly popular at the beginning of the week. But which island's got no cars on it, so that you can wander about? I mean, because I think what he wants to do, because he was going to be going to Malta, and which is not really a lot of Malta to go to, but he thought it was something exciting. When you come from where he comes from, believe you me, anywhere's exciting. So Malta was like top of their list. Well, we're going to Malta, we're going to see people. And so he now thinks... He now thinks that he's actually going to go somewhere else. And I thought, oh, that's good. That's good. We don't know where. And so we did think Guernsey, which we thought could be quite nice, or the Isle of Man. But where is it that's got no cars? Not that he's bothered about the car thing, because you can fly into wherever it is, presumably, and then you can just, you know, potter about, do an Airbnb or a little hotel. Well, you could go to North Wales. I don't know why you want to go to North Wales for. What are we looking at? Sark? Oh, Sark has got no cars. Oh, right, Sark. That'd be an interesting one for you. Very historical. Very historical. Lots of things there from the war. Because I think the Germans invaded Sark, didn't they? Didn't the Germans take over Sark? And they've left all their tunnels and all sorts of things. That'd be a good place for you to go to. We could lose you in tunnels. Which could be great. There's Sark. I've never thought about that. Do they do Airbnb on Sark? I suppose they must do. They're doing... Yeah, have a look. See if you can find me some Airbnbs on Sark. How big is it? Here you go. It's elevation founded 1565. And there you go. It forms part of the bailiwick of Guernsey with its own set of laws based on Norman law and its own parliament. There's a population of about 500. There's an area of 2.10 square miles. So it's not exactly big, is it? I bet they went, oh, the hotel's in Sark. There really is hotels in Sark. Oh, of course, it's French, isn't it? Maison Rouge. And then you fill in, you know, what you want and what they're offering. And see, I've never done an Airbnb, but some of these, they look quite nice, these places. You might have to quarantine. Oh dear, what a pity. And, yeah, some of them look really quite nice. Yeah. They say take bikes if you don't like walking, because there's a lot of walking on site. I didn't realise there were so many places. The bed and breakfast is continental or buffet breakfast. After a day of hiking, cycling or fishing, you can relax in the garden or in the shared lounge area. We speak your language. That's nice, isn't it? Well, there you go. I've learned something new. I didn't realise that Sark, a little tiny place like that, would actually have Airbnbs, but it has. Somebody says, Steve, the Scilly Isles will be very expensive to stay there. Sark is without cars, Steve, thank you. Scilly Isles have no cars. And Jane says, great show Sunday, it passed so quickly. Corey is as cute as a button. He's never been called cute, not by anybody, not even his parents, who are the ones with the hot tub and the bar. They don't see him as cute at all. No, you're not cute. No, you're not cute, okay? Just a worker on the programme. Sark does not have cars. Thank you, Steve. Sark is car-free. I think that's quite a good idea, actually. Oh, bad news for us. Bad news for us down in Richmond. The COVID cases have gone up. In something like 4 days, 29 new cases in Richmond. Luckily, it's far enough down the road for us not to worry about it. Victoria Beckham, bless her. We love Victoria Beckham. She hasn't had a whole lot of success with her business empire. Well, it's been a total disaster. I mean, it's never made a profit. So she's off to China to give it one more shot. And then finally, they'll be doing... Because I tell you, the day she closes it down, it'll be a case of it's never made a profit. Never made a profit at all. And she follows in Dave's footsteps. She's teamed up with a Chinese wholesaler called Tmall to promote her pricey makeup and skincare ranges. And she says Chinese consumers are some of the most well-informed beauty shoppers in the world. Well, then why didn't you go there first of all and try and flog your stuff? Why have you left it this far down the line? Because it's not working, is it really? There's millions of new customers. And then she put... You remember there was outrage. She put 30 of her staff at the fashion label on furlough, despite her and Dave being estimated at 335 million quid. She later reversed the decision. Then she took another loan to prop up the business of 6.4 million. So it's racked up 42 million pounds in losses over 4 years. She's been bailed out by Golden Balls numerous times. A fashion insider said at a time when China's relationship with the West is somewhat strained, looks a bit cynical. But at least she may fare better over it. Yeah, we don't exactly have the best arrangements, do we, with China? So that's where she's gone, as usual. You know, apparently Brett says Sark has one tractor. It's only small, but there's 500 people in a small 2.1 mile area and 500 people there. You see, I mean, one half of me thinks that'd be quite nice. You could go and live there and have sort of a, you know, a healthy lifestyle. Not that I really want a healthy lifestyle, you know, but you get your food and everything else. It all comes in on the boats and the ships. One of those places, like loads of places, that rely very much on the outside world, because I don't know what they produce in Sark. I'm assuming there must be the usual farms and stuff like that. But that's a good place, because we've just got to find somewhere to send him to. But he can't do Sark because he thinks he'll have to quarantine. Well, why don't you do Guernsey then? Why don't you do Guernsey? Oh, same thing. But oh, right. Why don't you just stay at home then and stop being a pain? Because frankly, we've offered 2 suggestions and you've rejected those out of hand. So, yeah, Richmond Park. Why don't you just get a bivouac and sort of go and camp in Richmond Park? Disguise it, so do it in camouflage, stuff like that, so the wardens who drive through the park, nick, won't actually sort of discover you. You just sort of do it in the middle of the park or something, put up with the snakes. Because there's bound to be snakes, aren't there? Adders and stuff like that, and slowworms. Yeah, but to be honest with you, I mean, I don't know why you're going on holiday. I mean, you haven't exactly worked long enough or hard enough to warrant taking a break. You know, a break from what? From sitting on your bottom, you know, with a pair of headphones on. That's not a day's work. A day's work is building an house. You know, digging a reservoir or something. Doing a podcast. I love it when you can wind the boys up. It's so much easier. Have you ever heard of Danielle Harper? No, me neither. But apparently, she's married to somebody, blah, 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 blah. And, so she is the axed darts walk-on girl. Make of that what you will. Make of that what you will. I'd no idea at all. Another one here. Somebody says you would quickly suffer from island fever. I quite fancy the new thing. I quite fancy. Somebody says Jordan's been test driving the new Bentley Bottega 4-wheel drive. Well, it's not new now. It's been out for years. What a car. Well, she'll never get insurance. Never get insurance on it. And she's got a ghastly thing. I mean, I'm not sure when her ban is up from the driving, but it's all a bit embarrassing for her, isn't it, really? You know, at the moment she has no job. She's trying to sell everything. She thinks she was... I mean, mind you, it's not as bad as poor old Kerry Coke. She doesn't even own a property. She only rents. Because nobody would give her a mortgage. Definitely not. And here we have somebody called Saffron Lempriere. I don't know, she's apparently from Towie. But nobody's ever heard of her. I asked around the office, nobody's ever heard of her. But apparently she does take to sprawling in puddles. So she did it again. She's obviously a bit desperate. And she was out with Bobby Norris. That must have been a dreary evening. Bobby's done something different with his hair. He's had it curled or something. Anyway, he looks fairly ancient now, but unfortunately owns his mouth and still the same old rubbish. Steve said, I was watching Bargain Loving Brits in the Sun yesterday, and it got me thinking, if you were to open a premise on the Costa del Sol, would you have a drag act bar or a bed and breakfast? Oh, drag act. Absolute drag act, without a shadow of a doubt. Good Lord above, of course. It's what people want to go to. People want to go to. Gran Canaria, we used to go to the drag bar over there. There was only the one, actually, which we thought was great fun. Great fun. Dale and I, the very first time we went there, we went to the drag bar, and he discovered there were other bars there as well. But no, why would you want bed and breakfast? That's a lot of work. You've got to make the beds. What happens if somebody's incontinent in your bed? Oh. Definitely not good news. Definitely not good news. 6:50 news again at the airline. EasyJet. They had to close their bases at Stansted Airport. They call it London Stansted, but I mean, it's nowhere near London. Southend and Newcastle airports. 670 job losses. And they blame the coronavirus crisis. But, so there's more. I mean, it's just getting worse and worse, isn't it? Also, the £50 travellers check as in CHECK, a simple test used by Iceland can end the need for 14 days self-isolation. Croatia and Greece may be the next to be struck off the travel corridor list. They say Birmingham is days away from a lockdown. So that's not particularly good, is it? And a family paid for an Airbnb £500 for a night in a children's playhouse. It measured 8 by 6 with their children, Beau and Brooke. The playhouse is in Jason Keen's garden with toilet facilities and a replica TARDIS. He put it for a laugh on the accommodation website, but they said it was great. The kids went in the paddling pool, they had pizza, they loved it. He said the £500 will go to charity. Well, that's good. Which charity? Which charity? Still good, though, isn't it, really? Also, back end of Storm Kyle, bringing torrential rain and 60-mile-an-hour winds. I've got the problem I've got on the patio at the moment is there's a pigeon every day that comes and drinks from my fountain. And I'm trying to get rid of it. And I can't... what I need is a huge water pistol, which I have got, but it's sort of finding the blooming bird. It's sitting at the end, and then it sits on top of the ball, which is a ball that rotates and the lights change underneath. We put perfume in? No. Well, that's a point. Because that gets rid of pigeons. I managed to get rid of the pigeons who were about to nest on some pipes by filling the water pistol. It's a giant soaker, and I put some room freshener in. They don't like that one, let me tell you. But the mess from pigeons, within a day, you are knee-deep in you-know-what. Ghastly. Steve, apparently... something interesting about Sark from the Daily Mail. The Challand Island of Sark is now trying to double its falling population by 500. The German entrepreneur who has launched the Sark Society. It's the smallest independent state of the British Commonwealth. But another snippet, a police constable says the Challand Island of Sark is overrun with offenders. Really? I don't think so. I think, in fact, it's relative. I thought, actually, it's one of the safest places to go to, isn't it? Safest places. Otherwise, you'd be checking people left, right and centre. I would have thought so, but you never know. You never know. So £500 for Airbnb for the night, and it all goes to charity. And they were staying in a kid's playhouse. He put it up as a joke, and that was good. And so we've now got all this, the bad weather continuing into next week. What are we going to get today? Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently partly cloudy and 17 degrees. Expect rain starting early in the morning at 11 a.m. and thunderstorms in the afternoon with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Today's high will be 23 degrees, and the low will be 17.
Good, it's getting cooler and cooler. I'm liking this. There's other people who like it hot and everything, but I mean, I've had enough of the hot weather, thank you very much indeed. Let's have a bit of rain, a little bit of cooling mornings. It does mean that we start playing, because we were working out over the weekend that it's definitely darker. It's definitely darker now in the morning. Another one here says, I blame their prices. Driving to Europe yet again, as can't afford to fly. Is it really that expensive? I mean, I have to be honest, I haven't been on a plane for some time, and normally I do it all through John Warrington. I let John Warrington sort out, because he knows about these things, because being a travel agent, that's what he does for a living. Prince Harry only truly grasped the harm in his past blunders on race after seeing attacks on his wife. So says his biographer, and I believe a word that's in that book. I really don't. I've decided, no. Thank you very much indeed. How the mighty have fallen, you know. A book which they can sit and apparently there might be a second book. Might be a second book as well. Which is not good, is it, really? Also, there's a bloke here. He's called Joseph Beer. Joseph is 15. And he goes out every day, okay, with some soapy water, sponges, and hedge trimmers. Now, I have to tell you that what he does is clean dirty road signs, and he cuts back hedges. Now, I remember seeing this story some time ago, and somebody was stopped, I think, by the police from doing something very similar to this. He was cleaning road signs because most of them are filthy dirty. The council don't have time. But anyway, he's got autism and ADHD. He's been given £1,000 after locals set up a fundraiser to thank him. He said it was a huge surprise. I want to donate part of the money to our local food bank. He goes off every day and he comes back filthy dirty. So he's got a trailer on his bike, he's got his soapy water sponges, and he's got a pair of hedge trimmers. But I'm pretty certain, in my mind, there was a story of a bloke who also did this a few weeks back, and the council stopped him doing it. Because he was cutting back all the ivy that was growing around, road signs. Because unless you can see things clearly... But, I mean, he's 15. I mean, they can't stop him. Well, I wouldn't have thought they could stop. Why? Why not? They do get dirty, these things. I love the idea. His mum, Lisa, says he's got an incredible heart. He goes off every day and comes back filthy. But good for him. Very good for him. So, and people raised some money for him because they obviously appreciated everything that he was doing. Tesco is to offer free delivery for members of its Club Card Plus loyalty scheme. So this is Amazon. Amazon have got the same thing, haven't they? There is no charge if you've got Prime. I ordered some sweeties on Prime, and they're like sherbet lemons, only they're all different flavours. They're sort of sherbet sweets. I quite like sherbet. Do you like sherbet? Probably shouldn't have it. Probably, I don't know what it is. Always just looks like talcum powder to me. I'm never worry about things like that. Do I like what? Kayli? What's that? Kayli? What's Kayli? Don't keep repeating Kayli to me. I've never even heard of it. I've heard of sherbet, and you say it's like sherbet, so it's not sherbet, or it is sherbet. Anybody else heard of that? Kayli. There's a new one for us on a Tuesday morning. Honestly, I thought the day was going to go so well. Then all of a sudden, he chucks the spanner in the work. Kayli. Like Kayli, he goes to me. Keep repeating the word Kayli. I've heard of a Kayli. That's like a dance, isn't it, for people, but not a Kayli. Are you sure you've not just made this rubbish up? You are prone to doing things like this, I've discovered. It might be a northern expression, because I'm sure that there are expressions, as the ladies and gentlemen listening to this programme say, that sherbet Kayli is made by blitzing ingredients. Oh, you've got to make it yourself. You don't buy it. You don't buy it. It says here, you blitz ingredients in a blender until no crystals are visible. Then you add milk to the mixture. Give it an hour to cool down in the fridge. You can then use an ice cream maker, or if you don't have one, you can freeze it for 8 hours. It's an indulgent vegetarian treat that kids will love. There you go, Luke. So you don't buy it. You don't buy it. You make it. Hopeless, honestly. I used to like those flying saucers. They sell those in Costco. The flying saucer. Oh, I don't like those. Very fussy, very fussy. I don't know what poor old Bobby Norris has done with his hair, but it now looks the most ridiculous you've ever seen it. He looks so ancient. There's a couple of pictures because he's with this girl who spread over herself, or fell over herself, and fell into a puddle. Kind of improved everything, really. I mean, you'd have to laugh, wouldn't you, really? Meanwhile, as Gemma Collins struggles with her latest diva show, they managed to cram the poor woman into a canoe. That was an achievement in itself. Naomi Campbell is a bossy mentor. She's a horrible piece of work. She's had trouble in the courts through her nastiness. Oh, yes, Naomi Campbell is not very pleasant at all. She thinks she's sweet, or that sweet that younger models have awarded her the honorary title of auntie. Old bag, I thought, would have been the more appropriate one. Lulu fell for David Bowie. She also recorded The Man Who Sold the World, didn't she? She had a brief relationship with him. She had a little bit of a fling. A lot of my friends go, oh, he's not my type. I couldn't have fancied him. I say, go and look at the thighs. He's apparently got good thighs. Well, he had good thighs. And here she is, a competitive guzzler, Kate Ovens. It's probably pronounced Ovens or something like that. They generally are. Who gulped down... She's used the Eat Out scheme to gulp down a 6,000-calorie mega feast. She tackled the Challenger platter at Blue's Smokehouse in Bracknell, including a whole rack of ribs and half a chicken. She said, I took my time, but I still managed to finish in under half an hour. And it's got sausages. Sausages and some chips and some coleslaw. That doesn't look like very much at all, actually. It looks like an average meal around our way. But if that's the best that she can come up with... good for her. Singer James Bay admits that looking at social media stresses him out. Well, don't look at social media. I don't know why people get so stressed about social media. There you go. You're right, Steve. Kayli is northern. If you called it sherbet, you were posh. Sark, yes, no cars, but when you were there was a tractor, taxi and trailer to get around. I love it. Do you get foxes digging the garden, says Jane? I don't think so. We're about 500 foot up in the air. Highly unlikely, unless they've got wings. And Shane says, there's a bloke up the road from me feeds pigeons in front of my flats. He's a nuisance. We're trying to get rid of them so he won't feed them near his place. Just spray the food that he puts down. Just walk around and spray it with anything that's got perfume on it. Okay? It'll get rid of them very quickly. Very, very quickly. Also, Pointless host Richard Osman has slated Twitter and insisted most people are really nicer away from social media. Let's have the news, shall we? It's 5:30, the LBC News headlines, and with the headlines, I must say morning about 20 or 30 times during the course of the programme. Only because every time we have a little break, we come back, new people have joined in. You know, from the original spike, there'll be more people adding to it, which was nice. Steve, the show was great. The chair really suited you. Kaylee was a great treat as a 60s Dewsbury lad. It is nothing like sherbet. It's crystalline, sugary stuff that we used to buy from the shop in 2-ounce bags or quarters, says Simon. So it's not like sherbet at all. Is it? It's not like lemonade powder, is it? Is it like lemonade? Because we used to go to the sweet shop when we were little, and I can still see it now. You come out the school gates and there was a little sweet shop, and he used to have all these jars. You know, now they're plastic, it's not the same. But proper glass jars. And there would be rainbow powder. And it'd be all different layers, and then he'd put the scoop in, and you'd hope he'd push it down a long way, so you could get loads of different colours into your little bag, and it was a twist bag. He'd put it in like a little conical thing, and then he'd twist the top of it, and then you'd sort of wet your finger and dip it in. And it was lemonade powder. It wasn't, I mean, to be honest with you, I did mix it with water once. It was rubbish. It was just, you know, a little bit of lemon, I suppose, and sugar. That's all it was, really. So nothing like sherbet, which is that white stuff that looks like cocaine, but it isn't. And that sort of gets up your nose a little bit. But we used to get the sherbet fountains. But I don't know what sherbet is. I just know that it was a sweet. And then you would take the top off, because you used to get all soggy and wet, with a little bit of licorice going in, which you'd suck the sherbet up through, which was never really possible. So you'd rip it off, and then you'd tip it into your mouth. You used to dip a sugar stick in. Oh, right. Did you ever have... What was that exploding dust? Space dust. Did you ever have that? Oh, space dust is hilarious. You've never had space dust? Oh, that was brilliant. You put it in, and it's like all of a sudden it explodes inside your mouth with poppings and everything else. It's very good, actually. Very good. But Simon said, so he knew. He's a 60s Dewberry lad. I'm not sure, actually, what a Dewberry lad is. It's not an illness, is it, or something? Steve, you're asking Siri for the weather. Set off my phone. We must have the same voice style. No, it's just using the word, hey, Siri. There you go. Come to life. Hey, Siri, play me something for Christmas. There we go. I don't... Oh, there we go. It started doing it.
Here's some Christmas music for you.
Oh, for goodness sakes. We're not licensed. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, it was going to be Jingle Bells he was going to play. That's nice, isn't it? I think we'll turn the phone off or anything like that. Can't turn it off. Why is nothing turning... Honestly, when you really want to turn the phone off, it seems to have a mind of its own, doesn't it? There we go, now it's repeating. Turn the phone off. It seems to have a mind of its own, doesn't it? It's now repeating. Turn the phone off. And it's typed it all up. I'll be going along. It is like being stalked. It is absolutely like being stalked by some machine. I still think we should have had Jingle Bells. I mean, Jingle Bells played in August is nice. Steve, Kaylee had a lollipop in the bag. No, that was sherbet. That was a sherbet dab. It came with a lollipop. You licked the lollipop, and then you dipped it into the sherbet. Definitely. It was sold by weight in the 50s in Birmingham. Both lemon and strawberry was available. It was just like fizzy-coloured sugar. I think sherbet was the same thing, says John. Yeah, but having lemonade powder in the lemon and the strawberry was, you're right, just coloured sugar. And that's really all it was. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm sure it was particularly bad. And do you know what Spanish is, says Paul? Sweet tobacco, isn't it? That's what we used to get as sweet tobacco. It was it looked like sugar strands, and it was in brown, and it was sweet tobacco. Remember sweet tobacco? No, obviously not. Please don't write in with your favourite sweets. This is not local radio, OK? Just thought I'd tell you that now, just in case you thought we might be prompting you in the right direction. Milkbot, yes. And Simon says, you've hit the nail on the head now with the coloured crystals on the jar. The chain is now complete. You genius. I know, there's no end to radio presenters' talents nowadays, which are, in theory, they used to say, radio presenters should be able to talk about anything for at least 15, 20 minutes without knowing anything about the subject. You should, in theory, be able to talk about that, because if in, sort of one of those particular situations where everything collapses, then, apparently Spanish is northern licorice. I didn't know until I went into Costco years ago that they do red licorice, strawberry licorice, and I only like the black licorice. That's the only one I like. Licorice also is somewhat different. You know, licorice, you can buy a bag of... In fact, they do a box in Costco, they used to, of licorice treats. They were all licorice. You know, like the Catherine wheel, the pipe. Remember the pipe? And look... How old are you? When you were born, did your mother sort of hide you back under the gooseberry bush and you stayed there till you were 18 or something when you went to that, let's just call it a club, and leave it at that, and it involves a dart, but it doesn't matter. And I'm sort of thinking, so you don't know what... Looking at him for guidance, he won't help you. You dug this one yourself. I'm just doing the headstone on it. That's all I'm doing, you know. Luke lies here sometimes, you know. But no, you don't remember the licorice pipes and the licorice wheels where you pulled it all out and it had a little gobstopper in the middle. Oh, now you remember it. The ones with the cartoons on? No. When you're at home, think back, and you're sitting down of an evening. What do you two talk about? I mean, you know, does she go, so, how was today? And you go, it was good. We talked about licorice pipes. And I asked him if it was cartoon characters, and he said no. I mean, what do you talk about? It intrigues me. Not much. Do you sort of just sit down there immersed in your in your newspaper or something like that? You put the TV on. Saves conversation, doesn't it? It's so much easier. Shh. Watching the programme. You know. I used to get annoyed, and my parents would come in and they'd stand in front of the television talking. Out the way! I'm watching Top of the Pops. My mother would say, it's rubbish, isn't it? Rubbish. She never liked Top of the Pops. Never. So what else we got? Another one here. Large areas across the UK set to be battered by further thunderstorms and torrential rain. They reckon we could have 1.6 inches in an hour. 1.6 inches of rain in an hour, which is an awful lot of rain. Awful lot of rain. Also, Drake. I don't know anything about Drake. In fact, when I read that James Kabuta's column, I never know who any of the people are. I mean, George Ezra, I think I've riding shotgun, down. I think that's his hit single. And I've heard of Iggy Azalea, but I don't know anything about Ziggy Azalea, I'm afraid. Plus here, it's another picture of Demi Rose. Has fans going, yee-haw. She's posing in another one of these. She's in, it's a raunchy shoot in Ibiza. She's wearing a bikini, okay? Nothing raunchy about it. There's something quite dreary about the poor thing. I'm a little bit disturbed to think that bin men, aren't they, don't they have another name? Refuse collectors or something like that. But anyway, they're being abused, stabbed, shot and bitten as they attempt to police increasingly complex rubbish collection laws. A survey of councils found that last year 150 refuse workers were physically attacked whilst carrying out their jobs, which is a rise of 40%. A refuse collector in Wolverhampton was threatened by a member of the public who tried to punch him. And one of their binmen was shot in the back of the head with a BB gun. I've never heard of anything like it. Apparently, in Thanet Council in Kent, had a case where a bin man was threatened with a Rambo-style knife. They're coming around to empty your rubbish, peasants. Goodness sake, what do they think they're there for? Not there for... Mind you, that's why they have to do it probably in the early hours of the morning. Ours gets collected Monday at about 7-ish, between 7 and 7, half past. Here we go, fruit winders. I don't even know what they are. I've never even heard of them. They had cartoons. What's the point of that? Made by who? Kellogg's? Was it a sweet or something? Or what is it? You eat the sweet and you get a cartoon as well? How riveting, honestly. Obviously, your mother must have had more money than sense. I bet you anything Corey's mum didn't have it, did they? No, because you were saving up for the hot tub and the bar in the garden. Weren't going to be wasted, because your parents haven't got the hot tub and the bar in the garden, have they, Luke? So there we go. Oh, look! It's another page 3 girl. This is lovely Lily. Lily has been airbrushed within an inch of her life. In fact, so much so, she looks like she's about to be run over by a tractor. She's got that kind of look. She's 23... and she's stunning in a two-piece as she chilled in a secluded spot in the south of France. Seems a long way to go to be standing there in a bikini, dear. Couldn't you just stood, at the front door or something? Make it an awful lot easier. So the two thieves, excuse me, I mentioned earlier on, who actually filmed themselves doing 100 miles an hour in stolen vehicles. Ricky Cox and Jake Ward were behind burglaries and thefts in which 28 cars were taken. In one video found on a phone, they boast, "I'm coming for your A5, whatever it is." Both pleaded guilty at Leicester Crown Court. One got 4 years and the other 5. Oh, diddums. What a shame. It's always lovely when you get caught, isn't it? We, of course, derive great pleasure. I'm sure you'll make loads of friends. Loads of friends. Steve, it's strange how many northern words are so different. There are. I mean, there are definitely words which people use in different parts of the country that we don't know what they mean. It's like, if you believed Joey Essex, otherwise known as the fantasist, you know, he comes up with ream. Nobody ever says ream. Nobody's ever said ream at all. They gave him a few words to try and make him a bit more interesting. Unfortunately, you know, it was a little bit difficult, actually. And somebody says, I have no idea what Kaylee is. The Steve Allen Show is going totally on this one. This one bores me. Well, good. We're glad when you're bored, actually, because I always think you're obviously not that interesting at all. Very boring. And Jonathan says, I'm not writing in with my favourite sweets, but I can't let the moment pass without mentioning Spangles. I'll tell you, I'm going to bar you now. You will never be able to write in ever again. I'm not having sweets done. This is not BBC Radio Shropshire, thank you very much indeed. I promise you, that's the kind of thing they'll be doing today. So, you know, somebody somewhere, the producer will be going, that's a good idea. What's your favourite sweets? What's your favourite Christmas present? You know, what's your favourite lottery win? Not the big one yet. 84 million tonight. 84 million. I was fantastically spending it the other day, actually. And I decided I was going to help the boys out. Not these boys. Some other boys who work on the programme over the weekend, you know. I've said to them, listen, you know, you're up for a tenner each. You don't have to thank me. I can go towards, you know, half a Chinese takeaway or something like that. You know, you can get, or some creme brulees for Luke. But, yeah, if I won 84 million, would I become unbearable? Well, no more so than usual, I don't think. I think I'd be nice. I think I'd be sort of, you know, very... Have a minute. So you've asked for money. I mean, that's it. You don't ask for money. You have to play humble and hope that I then go, Luke, have some money. It would never be 1 million. You know, you'd be very lucky to get 1,000. Very lucky. Because I know you'd waste it on beer and being sick again. Morning, I'm 78, Steve. I've watched your show twice now and I loved it. And so, do I have to send some money in, says Sally in Abbey Wood. I've got no idea. I've got no idea how it works. She said, I thought it would come from my mobile account, but nothing's been taken. To be honest with you, you're asking the wrong person the question. You're asking I wouldn't know the answer to that one. Pamela says, I love listening to the Steve Allen Show on LBC. I shall tell him. LBC, he helps me get through the night shifts. I'm a support worker. Oh, nothing worse, is there, than trying to get through the night shift. And you look at the clock and oh no. only got another 4 hours. Steve, Kaylee was fruit-flavoured coloured sugar, nothing like sherbet, not fizzy, says Pam. Yes, that's what I thought. It's like lemonade powder. That's what I'm thinking it is. Harry Hill fears Jamie Oliver doesn't see the funny side of his jokes because he wants to use footage from the chef's old programmes in his new BBC Two clip show called World of TV. He says he's desperate to feature a scene where Jamie pronounces a word using a posh, then a Mockney accent. I'd forgot that he's actually got a show on BBC Two. The comic tells Radio Times, we're waiting on Jamie Oliver. I expect he'll say no to some of it. He's got a new greenhouse he's building at his Tudor mansion. Gorgeous house. It looks fantastic. I could lose myself in a place like that quite easily. Also, telly and film hardman Ray Winstone has never been on I'm a Celebrity and faced a Bush Tucker trial. But the actor's latest TV show sounds just like that. It's called Ray Winstone's Sicily. Launches on Blaze at 9 p.m. Do you know, there's so many different TV channels. I don't know how people keep up with them. I really don't. And also, there's a TV show using dummies. So we thought of League of Their Own. And here you've got Jamie Redknapp, possibly one of the most boring commentators ever, Ramesh Ranganathan and Andrew Flintoff, who are both delightful and charming, looking like they've been replaced by models. So it's a new Sky One show. Plus, Billie Piper. She was a pop sensation at 15. And by her early 20s, she was a Saturday night star on Doctor Who. But she admits she didn't cope with a lot of the stress she suffered at the time, so she doesn't want her children to follow her showbiz career path. Yes, most people I speak to about things like that say couldn't care less if they want to go into the business. You know, they'll soon find out the pitfalls. I mean, I'm quite sure that the Beckhams' little brood will be going into show business. What? I've got no idea. I really can't wait to see how that one pans out. Especially as somebody was telling me the other day there could be 2 weddings. There's going to be St Paul's Cathedral, but I think the Beckhams have been put off. You know why? The reason that they can get or Brooklyn can get married is because Daddy's an OBE or something. Didn't get the knighthood because of the, let's just call it an incident. And if they get married in St Paul's Cathedral, it won't be private for them. Anybody can wander in and out. Anybody can wander in and out because it's a cathedral. Can't start sort of fencing it off for people, so they can have their little wedding for little Brooklyn, and they can do whatever. But also all the foreign students and tourists, they'll all be in there at the same time. They won't know who she is. No idea at all. Can't wait to see it. It's going to be hilarious, isn't it? Brooklyn Beckham gets married. Thank the Lord. The Daily Mail this morning. I have to tell you this one. The government making U-turns again. And the travel industry crisis over chaos in France. The ferry companies, Eurostar and airlines, have warned of cuts to services to France and tough decisions ahead after mass cancellations. It's ghastly, isn't it? I mean, it really is ghastly. We say every day on the programme, it's not going to get better. Come October, when the furloughing will be finishing, there's going to be a lot of people who are then going to be discovering whether they've got a job or whether they haven't. A wedding reception here with more than 100 guests was among dozens of lockdown gatherings broken up by exasperated... I mean, what is it about these thick people? You know, I'm sorry, you've been told you can have up to 30 people, OK? And you do 100 at Wahid's Buffet and Banqueting Hall in Blackburn. They've closed the venue. They've closed the venue. These people are obviously particularly stupid. 100 people turn up. Ridiculous. Although the good news is that all the latest research on masks, remember the masks? It blocks 99.99% of large respiratory droplets released when people cough and speak. I mean, I'm distanced from the boys next door. They're behind 2 panes of glass, 2 Rottweilers and a search tower. But apart from that, you know, we get on really well together. We sort of really enjoy ourselves. Scientists at the University of Edinburgh said face coverings appear to be tremendously effective at reducing the spread of COVID-19, apart from the thick, stupid people who go, it's my right not to have to wear it. Yeah, good for you. Well, I tell you, see you in hospital. That'll be it. Steve, somebody else telling me about Kaylee, this flavoured coloured sugar. Nothing like sherbet. That's what I thought. I thought it was lemonade powder. But, of course they love proving you wrong. You can't make a statement and get away with things on the radio nowadays. I mean, gone are those days. You know, maybe on some of your little stations that maybe you worked at before, you were probably able to get away with it, but not on Big Boys Radio. Not now. Bob Mortimer says Paul Whitehouse is like a father to him. They filmed this fishing programme, which is very good, apparently. Also, World's Hottest Day, which we did earlier on. Paul Gascoigne off the booze, so he says. He's now, apparently, to get over the booze, he's having tattoos done. Not the best thing to do. And Wuhan goes back to normal. Huge picture in the Daily Mail this morning of them all swimming in a pool or some sort of outdoor kind of thing. The Little Outs laying waste to the Lake District, where my neighbours have gone. And the doctor's training is racist as you can turn blue. They think that's offensive. We are turning into a nation of little snowflakes, aren't we, really? I think you'll find that racist. And also a councillor who greeted another councillor with the words, hello, sailor. Has had to quit after an inquiry. Hello, sailor. I mean, I don't know, it's just, you know, councillors nowadays saying, oh, no, call me that, you know, and you sort of think to yourself, I mean, come on, hello, sailor. Unless that's an inference for sort of somebody being slightly camp. Not that I ever thought sailors were camp. But it's, you know, oh, hello, sailor. You know, don't they say that? We don't know. We've never been to one of these council meetings. Perhaps they use that all the time. But he's quit. He's quit as a councillor because he called somebody hello, sailor. Perhaps it's... I mean, I call people darling all the time. It's only because I can't remember their blooming names. It's the easiest thing to do. Hello, darling, how are you? Then you think, who, for goodness sake, is that? They go, that's Corey. And you go, right, that's what he looks like. Now we know. That's the one with the parents with the hot tub and the bar in the garden to upset the neighbours. But apparently I'm invited. As if I'm going to be heading in that direction in my car. No chance. It'll be on bricks in about 5 minutes, I should imagine. His mother will have to send somebody out to go and stand in the road looking after the car. Perhaps I can get it cleaned at the same time. Steve. Lost it now, actually. Sweet tobacco with strands of coconut. I was a 60-a-day sweet cigarette man. I loved sweet cigarettes. We used to have broken cigarettes. Did you have broken cigarettes? And Sarah says, I've only just discovered you. I know, it's awful, isn't it, really? I've been around for so many years, and now she's discovered me. And she says, you've lit up Nottingham. You're lighting it up every morning. I'm getting up early, fit, after losing 8 kilos in lockdown. God, I wish the same could be said for all of us. And Reggie says, the sherbet fountains. Yeah, it was never actually a fountain, was it? But I don't think Corey has ever had the space dust. I'm going to get you some space dust, the popping dust in your mouth. Have you had that? You'd remember. No. What you do, Dale and I tipped a whole packet in our mouth and then just proceeded to laugh through it. And we didn't even drink in those days. And imagine, we went on holiday. We go to the south of France, not one piece of alcohol. Honestly. Isn't it funny, isn't it? And having had my blood test the other day, my kidney is good. Kidney function's good. That sort of reassures you. Blood sugar's rubbish, but I mean, the kidney function's very good indeed. Right, we've got the news at 6 o'clock coming up very, very shortly, and then I can't believe we're into the final bit of the programme. Where does the time go nowadays? Where does the time go? It just disappears. We'll tell you more about the diabetes link in youngsters, and also lager pack rings canned. Now, I've never bought lager, quite clearly, but Heineken are going to ditch plastic multi-pack loops from beer cans for a cardboard version. It's taken them a while, isn't it, to get round to doing all of these things, but if they're doing that seems quite good. I'll tell you the trouble I have. That's taking the plastic coating off a bottle of milk, you know, off a litre of milk kind of thing, and sometimes it seems to be glued on with the strongest glue. And here's a picture. A Lake District campsite. The rubbish that the people left behind filled 6 wheelie bins. It's not good enough. Not good enough. Willie Rushton did a Hello Sailor. Trust you are well. I trust you're looking forward to Tuesday. I'm not particularly looking forward to Tuesday any more than any other day, I suppose. It depends what the weather's... because yesterday, I was just crossing the road, and just as I'd picked up a couple of items from Iceland or something, and it just started, little tiny bit of rain. So I waited patiently for the crowd. I'm not one of these people who rushes into the road to try and dodge the traffic. I'm not going to risk my life, thank you very much indeed. And I get to the middle island, and all of a sudden, it tipped it down. I couldn't work out if it was hailstones or it wasn't hailstone. Whatever it was, it tipped it down really, really quickly. And, of course, everybody goes and hides and, we're going to get wet. Like people have never been wet before. Treasure in Hatfield says, you're the best presenter on LBC. You certainly have longevity. Your show was great. I was in the front row. Please do it monthly. We all loved it so. Monthly. Can you imagine if we did it monthly? Actually, it is available for you to listen to. And I think if you go to the LBC website, if I push, they always say to me, can you push the traffic? That's what they say, push the traffic to the LBC website. And don't forget, if you go to the LBC website anyway, which is lbc.co.uk, you can find out all sorts of things about the podcasting. And the podcasting, I always tell people every day, do please do it, because it doesn't cost you anything to download the app. Once you've got the app, you can download everything for free, and you get to keep it. So you can go back and have all the In Conversations, and you can have all the programmes and the little bit extra and all the bits and pieces. So definitely go for it. Definitely go for it. Do you remember Screwballs, which was an ice cream in a plastic cone with a ball of bubble gum at the bottom? I never had one of those. Of course you would have had those, wouldn't you? Yeah. The Knickerbocker Glory. What, from the Ice Cream Man? They don't do Knickerbocker Glories. No, they don't. That's not a Knickerbocker Glory with a flake. A Knickerbocker Glory comes in a very tall glass with a very big long spoon. It's about that long, the spoon. And that's a Knickerbocker Glory. And it's got... Don't try and tell me what it is. Yeah, you're obviously having a 99. If it comes with a flake. And then perhaps they squirted some sauce over it. Knickerbocker Glory is completely different. I can't see you walking around the streets of Salford with a Knickerbocker Glory in your hand. That's not the sort of thing that's going to work, is it? Not in Salford nor nowhere. There you go, Knickerbocker Glory. No, it didn't. Yeah, these look horrible. They don't look like proper Knickerbocker Glories. But it's a tall glass. Look, a tall glass. Yours are in obviously some sort of plastic affair. That's what it's supposed to... yours looked like that, did it? Of course it looks better. Mine's a Knickerbocker Glory. It's got a long spoon that comes with it. And squirty cream on the top. What you've had is a cheap version from the ice cream van in Wigan. You know, hey, Corey, what were you like today? I'll have a Knickerbocker Glory, please. Yeah, there you go. There's your Knickerbocker Glory. That's not the same as the Knickerbocker. Knickerbocker Glory's got fruit and cream and ice cream and different flavours, and they squirt the sauce in there and everything else and bits of biscuit and all. So, yeah, that's Knickerbocker Glory. My mother used to say to me, you'll never finish it. Of course, I used to have to suffer with this blooming thing, trying to finish it, just to prove my mother wrong. So, yeah, I told you could eat it, Mum. Oh, I feel sick. They found runaway Ethel. Sounds like a producer of mine once. And it's an emu at large for a week as new home after a rescue mission. Oh, bless. They look as though they could give you a nasty bite, actually, emus. So I'm never too sure to get close to them. Also, there we go. This is the doctor racism story. The reason I hadn't actually read it properly is because I just saw doctors' training is racist as it warns of patients turning blue. So, what does it mean? The way, they say, in which doctors are trained is inherently racist, a leading medical school has claimed. Teaching focuses on how illnesses affect white people, such as advising trainee medics to watch for a patient to turn blue, University of Bristol Medical School says. Backed by the General Medical Council, it's attempting to decolonise its curriculum with training on spotting unconscious bias. So far, so good. Students have expressed concerns that they were left ill-prepared to treat ethnic minority patients. Students at other medical schools have also called for training to be more inclusive. So that's it. He said, sometimes students go through their training without seeing common skin complaints like eczema in people with darker skin tones. Who'd have thought about it? Honestly, we have become, haven't we? These things normal for years and years. What were they saying the other day? There was something I read in the newspaper about somebody saying, "Oh, this so and so here is very, very traumatic," and people are offended by it. I thought people are offended by everything nowadays. Steve, have you had that filthy McDonald's yet? I have not. I have resisted. I've gone nowhere near it. See, normally I would go to Waterloo Station and have a car that sort of whisks me away and keeps me until the next day. And so I've not really been anywhere near a McDonald's. And I wouldn't really, actually. There's nothing that I'm craving. I don't get cravings, thank the Lord. New migrant records, 1,200, crossed the channel in 18 days. Doing really well, pretty. That one's working really, really well. Steve, have you tried the Yorkshire biscuit tea or the nighttime tea? No, the latter has a hint of nutmeg and is just bliss, says Harish. I can send you a box. No, please don't send me a box, honestly. I did get sent something today, though, which was actually quite interesting. In fact, I got two things. One is a DVD and the other one isn't. One is a mention because Lynn, my Lynn, sounds like Mylene, doesn't it? But it's my Lynn. Met up with a guy from Richmond Highways Agency. I had to come round to have a look because we're having stuff done. And his name's Malcolm. And so he's a great fan of this programme. Like that, I had a driver the other day. And we get into Twickenham and he turns around and he goes, "This is the biggest thrill of my life." And I thought, what is? And he said, "Having you in my car." And I got it the day before as well from somebody saying, "I'm your biggest fan." So there's obviously a lot of drivers out there who are listening to this programme. But Malcolm from Richmond Highways Agency, I have to say thank you to him for coming out after hours. He had to put a cordon on a pavement for us. And so he will be listening after 6 a.m. So there you go. So Malcolm's our new Bezzy mate at the moment. But it's amazing. This driver yesterday, this is the best thrill of my life. I don't get this. For these two next door, nothing short of misery. Seriously, I walk in thinking, they're going to be really pleased to be working again. Right. There's no sort of joy or happiness or anything like that. If it wasn't for the Karen videos that I'm watching on YouTube, my life would be quite depressing in the morning. Coming in, trying to sort of, get myself a bit excited about doing the show. And then you get from them, "Oh, I saw this, Steve, when I went on holiday once." Yeah, all right. They're both odd. You've seen Corey, you know what Corey looks like. Thank God you can stay well away from Luke. There's no point in going down that road. You've because he's still looking for a holiday destination. And you know what'll happen? He'll be finding somebody and they'll go, oh, Luke, you can come and stay at my farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, middle of the Northumberland countryside. He's thinking about Wales. Aren't we all? I think about tuna fish and octopus as well, but he thinks about Wales. And so he was going, oh, perhaps I could go to Wales. I can go where you like. I couldn't care less. I'm going to make any difference in my life. As long as it's not Twickenham, and I'm not driving you there. So you have to put yourself out on that one. Although, having taken the car in this morning, well, I will be when I finish, it's awful because the boot is absolutely full of packets of sweets and everything else. They're going to be looking at it. I hope they don't have to move anything in the boot. That would be a disaster. Please don't touch anything in the boot. I'll have to make sure. Lotus Biscoff ice cream comes in a tub or on a stick. I like things on a stick, but I do actually have problems with things falling off sticks. You know, you get a Magnum and all of a sudden and you think, oh, you can't go back to the shop, can you? And say, my Magnum just fell off its stick. The brown Derby dessert at the Wimpy Bar in Northwood Hills was my favourite. A donut, ice cream and salt. Yes, I never had one. I know what it is, but luckily not many calories of sugar in that one. Thank you so much. No, hardly anything at all. Steve and this one here. Wait a minute. I had another one, actually. I've just lost the blooming thing. Where the dickens is it? Have you tried the Yorkshire biscuit tin? No, I haven't, actually. Now, this one here, Kaylee, was made of large, crunchy sweets, flavoured crystal. So, sweet flavoured crystal. Yeah, I mean, I think it's what we used to call lemonade powder. Another one here, which says, I'm wearing a mask and gloves. But I've noticed, says Connie, people in the courtyard close to where I live are coughing and sneezing. Do I have to be worried? Well, I mean, just turn away from them. Just turn away, because that would be the best thing. I'm hoping they're going to be tested. Yeah, you can get tested really quickly now. It just seems to take some of them ages and ages to get round to it. But you never know. You never know. We shall have to find out, actually. So, Malcolm from Richmond Highways. Woo! You watch, he'll be going, I'm Malcolm from Richmond Highways, which is good. So Dara O'Brien has complained bitterly about Brian Cox's programme being dropped. You know, he's so interesting. He's so interesting. And this is the Stargazing Live. Instead, you have to suffer with Scarlett Moffat's Conspiracy Theories podcast, put out by one of the stupidest people in the entire universe. Ridiculous, seriously. So, happy birthday, Hugh Edwards. The newsreader from Glamorgan. How old do you think Hugh Edwards is? How old do you think Hugh Edwards is today? 63, says Corey and Luke. 66. You're both wrong. He's 59. Looks so much older. 50. He's not even 60. I thought he was ancient. I mean, I was with you. I was going to say about 67. But no, poor soul's only 59. He earns around 450,000 a year for reading an auto cue. But he did take a voluntary pay cut of £120,000 in the wake of the gender pay gap. He still earns about £450,000. It's not bad money for sitting there just staring into a camera, is it? And just sort of reading the big words. 1984 was significant on this day, August the 18th, because George Michael achieved his first solo #1 with Careless Whisper. Careless Whisper. Also, who was born in 1904? A cosmetics entrepreneur, Max Factor Jr. There really was somebody called Max Factor. So Robert Redford also has his birthday today, 84. He's a fan of the Prince of Wales because of his environmental campaigning. In 1985, this is an interesting one, it emerged that for several decades, BBC staff appointments had been vetted by MI5. I suppose I knew a company once that used to make people apply for jobs but do handwritten applications, and they would get the handwriting analysed by a graphologist just to find out what the person was really like. Because you don't know, if you have somebody coming in, you have no idea whether or not they're any good at the job, whether they're going to fit in with everybody else. So I've always said, offer yourself. This has always been my advice to people as somebody who come and do some work experience. You know, for the particular company you want to go and work for. My godson did it. He went to a bank in the city. Unfortunately, he was too young for them to take on, but they were really keen. They said, listen, come back when you're X age and will be very interested. And that's what he wants to do. He wants to move into high-flying banking, which is great. I mean, burn yourself out quite easily, but that'll do very well indeed. Bad news if you're going to Hampton Court today. They charge for the gardens. It always used to be free. For donkey's years, you could walk into the gardens. Now you've got to pay 27 quid. And the reason is they've got a huge shortfall. Huge shortfall. Nice to be company. 21 minutes past 6 is the time. So the royal palaces. Now, we told you about their shortfall because they get no funding from the government. That's the Tower of London, Hampton Court Palace, the Banqueting House, Kew Palace, and there's another couple of them as well. But they get no funding, so they've lost so much money over this lockdown. But it used to be traditionally, and it's the only place where you can do it. The Banqueting House obviously stands alone down in Whitehall, and the Tower of London, you can't just sort of wander in for free. You have to pay to go in there. And but if you join, it's a lot cheaper. I seriously mean it's a lot cheaper. So if you look up historic royal palaces, it's much better to buy a ticket for a couple of you, because you can go as every single day in the year. Every single day of the year you can go there. But what people used to do at Hampton Court Palace is go there, take their sandwiches and go and sit in the grounds of Hampton Court Palace. And you can go and sit by the river. They've got the gardens, they've got the grapevine, and it was all free. But people discovered the other day when they went in there that they were being charged. And you're being charged £27 for the privilege of entering the gardens. Previously free. One disgruntled walker, Polly Smith, says, the gardens have always been free to enjoy, but I was told I had to buy a full-price ticket. When I asked why, they said it was because of COVID-19. Ms. Smith is a financial consultant from London. Well, for goodness sake, put your hand in your pocket and pay for it. Goodness sake, honestly, it's run, for the Queen by Historic Royal Palaces. They've got about £100 million deficit. And here's somebody who's a financial consultant moaning about 27 quid. Well, go walk somewhere else. Go walk round Hampton Court Green. Go walk down by the river. Go and walk round the yacht club and everything else. But if you want to go, you've had it free for all these years. Surely now's the time to cough up. I would have thought that would have been the best thing, actually. Steve, love your show. Thank you. Actually, we get that a lot. David Taylor is gutted. But they've got a shortfall, Dave. You must understand, a shortfall of £100 million. What are they supposed to do? Close the thing completely because they can't afford to keep it running? No. You want to go and sit in their gardens. And some people sit there all day. 27 quid, it's worth it. But you can also probably go into the palace as well for the same price. You've got to pay to go in, which is how it was for going round Hampton Court. And believe you me, if you don't think that place is worth 27 quid... there's no justification. It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal value for money. You can go there, you could stay there all day. If you join, you've got your own private room there as well. They've got a members' room where you can go and buy yourself for about 20p or 25p a cup of, coffee, hand lotion. So I think it's, a bit of a shock if you've had something for free and then all of a sudden they go, well, you've now got to start paying for it. Well, start paying for it. Because it won't be there otherwise. They've got to keep these places going, and they're fantastic. I think it's the best value out of all the things you can get. It's like joining London Zoo or joining the V&A Museum. Join the V&A. That's another brilliant one in London. And the reason being that when they get their exhibitions in, and they do good exhibitions at the V&A, really good exhibitions, you get in for free. And all you've had to shell out could be 60 quid, and you can go there all the time to all the exhibitions. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Other stories in the papers. A lot of people talking about the scars that tell the story of our lives. And, I'm covered in the scars. War paint it is. And they've got people here, who have been teased over their scars and everything else. And they've got pictures, I think here, of Princess Eugenie. And let's be proud of them. Let's be proud of scars. Absolutely. I wear them like a badge. I'm constantly discovering scars. It's an amazing thing. But I never bother. If I see somebody with scars now, it never crosses my mind to sort of think that's somewhat peculiar. I really don't think it is, because I'm actually, I'm actually covered in the blooming things anyway. Steve, 27 quid, Hampton Court will have a shortfall of visitors. Well, they will. They will have a shortfall of visitors. So they've got to try and get some of the money back in again. Not a lot to ask, is it? Not like they're asking for £100. If you join, go in for free. Join. Larry says, growing up, the biggest treat, the Knickerbocker Glory in the Wimpy Bar, tinned strawberry at the bottom of the tall glass. I know, it was always we didn't do fresh strawberries. Didn't do fresh strawberries at all. So it's a case of, being able to survive on... I used to quite like tinned strawberries. I don't know why, actually. People used to say to me, and, do you have fresh strawberries? I said, I do have fresh strawberries. But for some reason, I quite like the tinned strawberries as well. They're a bit sort of soggy. They're not the same sort of firmness you get. But strawberries at the moment, loads of good British strawberries out. £2 a punnet. Can't complain. And you get a free punnet, which you can use for things afterwards. Use it, for keeping, nails and screws in or something like that. Leah Washington. Go on, tell me who Leah Washington is. Let's see if you know. Let's see if the boys know who Leah Washington is. I bet they don't. Leah Washington. Okay, she hit the headlines in 2015. No? Isn't it funny how people forget things quite quickly? Sorry? Well, if I told you what before, then you'd know the answer, wouldn't you? I'll give you a clue. She was at Alton Towers. She lost her leg. Lost her leg, yeah. So she's on a beach at the moment in Greece, and she's with her partner as well. And so she's done loads of stories about losing her leg. It was on one of the rides, I think, or something, which happened there, which kind of puts people off a little bit. Also, a lorry supposed to be carrying perfume and coffee arrived at Dover docks filled with almost 3 million fake cigarettes. The Polish driver, Jarosław Skalinski, admitted evading nearly £1 million worth of duty. The judge jailed him for 2 years and 4 months. It's not long enough. Should have been 10 years. It'll teach him a lesson. Because 2 years and 4 months, he'll be out in, less than half of that, which is not so good. And Alan says, where else would you get a fantastic day out for £27? What's wrong with these moaning minis? It's because something's been free and then it's been taken away from them. But I mean, most of the people who go there, it's quite a well-heeled area around Hampton Court. We're not talking Poverty Street by any stretch of the imagination. It's nice. For £27. I mean, you don't have to go there. But, if you want to go, they're going to charge you for it. And good luck to historic royal palaces. I hope they get loads of money coming in. I mean, most people now are paid. Did you see something the other day? There was something, it was on one of these YouTube things. All these people who moan about everything. This particular one was moaning about, you have to take my cash. It was in a store in this country, believe it or not. And the bloke said, no, we don't take cash. We only take cards. You have to legally take it. We don't have to legally do anything, mate. He was tempted to say, but he didn't say that. He just said, no, we don't take cash. And there are signs everywhere. I've only discovered a couple of places that take cash. One is Paul Cooper's shop in Twickenham, fruit and veg, and the other one is Iceland. Now, I don't know if Sandy's takes that. I mean, even in Marks and Spencer's, they do take cash. They've got a couple of their self-service machines which you can put cash in or use a thing. But this bloke was in somebody else's shop, and the bloke said, you have to take it. He said, no, I don't have to take it. And on the other hand, I don't have to serve you either. That kind of put him straight, didn't it? Steve, Heathrow Airport, short stay parking Heathrow, 1 hour, £10.50. Used to be £7.50. Is it £10.50? We'll find out. We shall check. The boys will check for short stay parking at Heathrow Airport. I mean, I suppose it could be up to any one of a number of hours for £10. Seems a lot of money, doesn't it? But that's short-term parking, which is the most expensive. If you're flying away on somewhere, for goodness sake, put it in long term. Because there's been people who've come back from holidays and had bills for like £600. Very, very expensive. So don't worry. We shall find it. That's the brilliant thing about the internet, isn't it? You can really. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Yes, will you be queuing at Iceland, Steve, for your turkey Twizzlers? They're coming back. They're actually coming back, turkey Twizzlers. I'm not sure whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Not so good. Joseph in Bethlehem says 128 days till Christmas. Let me just... did we find out how much short-term parking is at Heathrow? We have. Here we go. First 30 minutes, £4.50. 30 minutes to an hour, £7.80. 1 to 2 hours, £12.50. 2 to 3 hours, £15.50. 3 to 4 hours, £19.50. Well, actually, I mean, that's about the same price as Central London, the £19. So it's not much different, actually. So that's the short stay parking. Your first 30 minutes is £4.50. You've got to run like heck, though, haven't you, to get there? The one thing I'm very, very keen to talk about every so often on the programme is people who go the extra mile. At the moment, as you know, because we're in lockdown, because we've got coronavirus, you know, people who are in the movie industry, they've got a hell of a job on their hands because it's very difficult to make movies, very difficult to get the funding. Once you get the funding, it's very difficult to get them released. But I got sent a film the other day, actually. And it's, in fact, they've done the most brilliant package ever of this film. This is Lucas and Albert, a double act with extra bits added. And I got sent by A.G. Longhurst. We don't have a first name. We only have A.G. Longhurst, who's been in everything. Everything. They formed this company. There's two of them, Longhurst and Putt Productions, back in April 2018. And they've been trying to get coverage for their film. And so he said, I've been acting for over 30 years, various parts on stage, TV and film. The film Lucas and Albert, 15, is a low-budget independent film shot on the east coast of England. It's a tale of two ageing hitmen who are put together by an underworld crime figure to clear up the remains of a robbery 20 years previous. A dark comedy set in a British crime genre. And it's got James Osborne and A.G. Longhurst, of course. John Altman, Kim Tailforth, Sidney Livingston, Robert Putt. They did have screenings at the Prince Charles in Leicester Square. We've been nominated, they say, for Best Picture at the National Film Awards, and we're able to stream, available on Amazon Prime. But the current situation with lockdown and COVID-19 has hit them very hard, like everybody else. We had screenings planned, and with nominations we were flying, but now we're just trying to keep our heads above water. If you like the film, an endorsement, or if you just get your colleagues to watch, would be great. Well, I tell you what, Mr. Longhurst, I've given it to Corey, and he will report back on the film. He has the film in his hot little hand. But well done on the presentation, well done on the package of just sending it out with, you know, a beautifully produced brochure and everything else. Good for you. Good for you, because it's blooming difficult out there at the moment. And I've said that a million times for, you know, it's not just the people in the theatres, it's the people at the airlines, the people in the shops. There's just everything which is so difficult, actually. And as a member of staff at Hampton Court, says Maria, I can't thank you enough for positively mentioning how great it is there. And yes, become a member, 10% off in the shops, the cafes and the restaurants. And yep, visit every day if you want, but currently do book a time slot online. Also, the members' room is closed at the moment due to COVID. Oh, poo sticks. It's the only reason I used to go there, Maria. I've been in that room so... Do you know, I can never remember the blooming number on the door either, and it's so dark there, so you have to ask somebody locally. But you can still go there. Henry VIII used to walk those corridors, for God's sake. You can't sell it any better. The grounds and the gardens look beautiful. Absolutely stunningly beautiful. It's worth it. It's worth every penny to go there, wander through the corridors, go and have a look at the tapestries. You know, go and have a look at all this. There's just so much to see. Go through Fish Court. Have, you know, end your day or go and have lunch there and then pick up and go and walk round the gardens after you've done that. Go and do it. For goodness sake, trying to get people off their bottoms in this day and age. But do remember to book a time slot online. OK, but it's well worth it. And then, actually, if you're really feeling up for it, you can get a boat from Hampton Court Pier, which takes you back to Kingston or to Richmond. That's worth it. You can have another cup of tea on the boat. I'm all in favour of doing these things because these places, I don't want to see it. Seriously, it breaks my heart to see some of the places that are closing. I don't want to see that. I want to try and get us out there to do things. And if we all pull together, you know, we might eventually emerge with some sort of grace the other side of it. Please God. Please God. And Steve drove through Hampton Court in my lorry yesterday, dropped off a load of sand to the golf course. What a view. Well worth it. Oh, it's lovely around there, isn't it? I told you, I looked at a house. I can't afford it. Albert says, has Hampton Court still got the maze? Yes. Yes. I don't want to ruin it for you. But yes, they have the maze. They've got everything. They've got a vine. They've got beautiful gardens. You could even use some of the buildings there as wedding venues. They've got everything. And Henry VIII walked through it. You know, that's where he, I mean, admittedly, he was down sort of at the very, I always call it, not the front of it, but at the back of it. And sometimes he didn't even venture into the banqueting halls or anything like that. He would just be there. So you were quite lucky if you actually got to see Henry VIII, although people did pay to watch him eating his lunch or his tea. You would pay sixpence or a shilling or whatever it happened to be. And you could sit and watch this fat, overweight, bloated murderer. Being erring on the side of caution, you know. But I mean, because if you married him, I mean, your life was really hanging by a thread, wasn't it? He didn't waste any time at all. If he didn't like somebody, they would be dispatched. So he could then marry the next one. But you've got to go. Seriously, it's beautiful. It's great photo opportunities and everything there, especially the gardens. Gardeners would love it. So for 27 quid, do it. It's good. And, Steve, I heard you mentioning the way BA staff have been treated recently. I was driving to work at the time. I've done 23 years, says Mark, and take it from me, it's disgusting, the way that the law's done. They don't care. They don't see you as people. They see how much do you cost. Can we get somebody cheap? That's what they see. It comes down to money. It's such a shame, isn't it? I find it really quite depressing. I've got lots of friends who work for BA, some of whom... Well, in fact, nearly all of them actually have lost their jobs, and they don't know what to do. They're going to be. I've said to them, just be positive, because that's all you can do nowadays. You can't. Otherwise, you get yourself into a terrible state. So I know exactly where you're coming from, and I've been bigging up, you know, people there, and I think you've been treated badly as well. But then I think loads of people have been treated badly. It's such a shame. Geraldine says, I'd have made Hampton Court £30. I'd pay. It's for what it is. And you look at it, but as I say, join. If you join, that's the equivalent of just going for 3 days, and you can go for the whole year, and you get the discount in the shop and the cafeteria, the restaurant. Seriously, it's well worth it. It makes it sound like I'm bigging it up, but it's only because I am bigging it up, because I don't want to... It's just, they need money to survive. 100 million down. You can imagine the theatres, you know, the theatres are open now, and you go, yeah, fantastic. Fantastic. Steve, I parked for 1 hour, and it cost about... it's been increased since lockdown. I parked for 1 hour, 30 minutes this morning, says Bill, £13.20. Wow. See, I think parking's ridiculously expensive. I remember paying, it was over £20 to park in Covent Garden, because I had to do the maximum, because, you know, you can't sort of start eating. And now they've actually done this congestion charge thing 7 days a week. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're so appreciative that you killing theatre single-handedly. You know, it goes up till 10 o'clock at night. How are people supposed to survive? Really? Steve, why can't the royal family support their previous royal palaces? Why should we, says David in Liverpool. Well, it's a good question, but they get no funding at all. It's a separate body, Historic Royal Palaces, and they look after them to the best of their ability. You know, the government give them nothing. And these are tourist places, tourist attractions. Steve, talking of Hampton Court, do you know anybody who's lived in a Grace and Favour home? I don't, but they had a big fire. Do you remember? One of the Lady Alice or Lady whatever it was, and she had a fire in her Grace and Favour apartment. She left a candle burning. Let that be a lesson for everybody. Andy at Go Cinemas says, I could help with the screening of that film. I run an open-air cinema and can run safe events for larger crowds. Ask them to get in touch. Andy's at gocinemas.co.uk. There you go. There's a brilliant offer, isn't it? For Lucas and Albert. But it's available, it's been available since January. That's a nice offer. Thank you for that. That's a nice thing to do. Sure that the boys will probably let you know. My sister Christina washed her Groovy Gang tote bag. She told me it shrunk slightly. You now get fewer Prosecco bottles in it. Don't spoil my day. Don't spoil my day. Somebody else saying, you know, huge fan, electronics music musician and DJ, and we're suffering. Spent 30 years in the industry. I wish COVID would end its madness for the entertainment industry. It's just everywhere. You know, it's absolutely everywhere, and that's the problem. When we come through this thing, dear God, you know, when we sort of come through it, let's hope that we're all in one piece, shall we? But if you stick with us, we'll look after you all the way through, OK? We'll hold hands together and we shall skip into the moonlight. It's actually, not necessarily skipping into the moonlight, I think, but it always reminds me at the end of Oliver, when, the Artful Dodger teams up again with Fagin, and they go off together into the sunset. It's really good, actually. Nice to be company. 10 to 7 is the time, Tuesday morning in London town. The papers, it's Sack the Clown. Are you a moron who couldn't organise a booze up in a brewery? You notice they've changed the language for the Daily Star. Beefy's escape, because apparently he's going to be going into the House of Lords and he's going to tell you about some of his misdemeanours, of which there has been quite a few for Beefy. Another fine mess, say the Daily Mail. It says university admissions plunged into chaos after an astonishing government U-turn on exams, which left Gavin Williamson fighting for his job. The poll finds 75% say it's been a fiasco for the Tories. Well, it's certainly been a mess. The Daily Mirror are offering you, who with, I've got no idea, a 7-night cruise for 2. Which year will that be taking off? And blundering Boris Johnson did another screeching U-turn, front page of the Mirror. This time over the exam grades. Adele and the book that changed her life. I mean, changed the size of her as well. Did you see the pictures of Adele? I mean, absolutely amazing. That she's lost so much weight. It is fantastic. The Sun this morning, they're also doing Adele. Oh, there must be some tie-in, I should imagine. And the ministers last night forced into a screeching U-turn on the markings fiasco after an outpouring of fury. They're furious. Absolutely furious. Billie Piper says she can't remember much about her early rise to fame. Not many people can remember these sort of things, actually. Very difficult to remember anything. Sorry, I haven't a clue. Gav's apology amid the uni stampede. And people here, it's been 5 days of despair for so many. My grades were not a reflection of my ability. Iceland's isolation copy call. They're going to combine the cut-in isolation with swab tests, which is good. And Wuhan, the second wave pool. I mean, nobody's socially distancing. They're all in big rubber rings. And, it doesn't look like fun at all. And ice cream lovers with nut allergies are up in arms over production changes, which means they can no longer enjoy their favourite brands. Unilever has added may contain warnings on previously nut-safe treats such as Magnum, Cornetto and Solero. Angela Waters, whose 19-year-old daughter has lived with a nut allergy for 8 years, says we're extremely upset. Imagine being a child and told none of your choices are safe anymore. She's 19, hardly a child. Another important issue here is the new warning is very small. Unilever said product safety is its top priority. People should always read the label. How many of you have ever read a label on an ice cream? Have you ever picked up a Magnum, a Cornetto or a Solero and discovered that, may contain? Have you ever read that? I've never read it. I wouldn't even be looking at it. The thing to do, you buy the ice cream, all you've got to do is make sure it's hard enough when you take it out of the freezer. You take the cover, you start eating it. Wouldn't even be thinking about anything like that. Stars like Arabella Chee and Hayley Hughes among those who've been left out from the Love Island favourite. Well, I mean, nobody knows who you are. Arabella Chee and Hayley... I'm sorry, we don't know who you are, love. It's very sweet of you to make a contribution, but not really, OK? Maybe next time round we'll sort of think about you. Because they're going to do a group of all these people. And those who've taken part, they'll have the Tommy Furies, the Megan Barton What's-her-faces, and all the other ones. But Arabella and Hayley have been left out. But there's loads of them that have been left out. They're only taking 4 people from each series. So don't worry about it, girls. You'll find a job sometime. Where, I have no idea. It's Rita Ora, another picture of Rita Ora. It's hilarious, isn't it? Every day, Peter... I mean, this is some deal done with her agent, that there's got to be a day where you sort of put her in every single newspaper for no reason at all. There's never a reason for it. The book which taught Adele to love herself is called Untamed by Glennon Doyle. It's like a self-help as far as I can see, but I've never read it. I don't know if it's for everybody. Also, what have we got here? Unexpected morons in the bagging area. This is Ali Ross's thing. He says, tipping point, Ben Shepherd. In 1952, Prince Charles became the Duke of which English county? Amanda, Wales. The Chase, Bradley Walsh. What unit of power is abbreviated to HP? Jack, Houses of Parliament. You see, you give up, don't you? Where did they get them from? There's an agency. The terminally stupid. Some of the questions are so simple and some of them are just so... You're never going to guess this in a million years. Loads of water. Where's this? This is a waterspout on the English Channel. More thunderstorms today. So that's not very good, is it? High Street on the High Street. This is at Loughton in Essex. Good grief. And Teignmouth, the beach there. And somebody, you know, people in Cambridge always want to go out on the river and they want to go out in one of those punts. So the punt people have to say, and so there's some bloke here. He's trying to punt this blooming thing. It's tipping down. He's holding an umbrella at the same time. Not going to last very long, is it? Goodness sake. The Daily Express. The scandal as half of free cash point machines vanish. Do you remember when you could go to a cash point and they used to charge you for it? I can remember distinctly they would have a thing saying, oh, there's a £1.50 charge. And I used to think, well, I'll go somewhere else. And so you go, and now I just get used to not paying for a cash point. Also, who's that girl? Madonna aged 62. So, you know, 62 is okay. And Steve, we enjoyed a lovely walk along the river at Hampton with lunch at the Mute Swan afterwards. My kind of day, says Jane. And Steve, my dad's uncle was the Queen Mother and Queen and Princess Diana's chef and had a Grace and Favour flat in Old Windsor. Oh, that sounds quite nice. But I've only ever seen the ones in Hampton Court Palace. Only ever seen those. Steve, I have a British strawberry breakfast every single day of the week, which is good. Listening over in Prescott, which is in Arizona, or that could, yes, it is a place, because you can never tell. You see, over here, we might think that Prescott is somebody's name, but it is a place actually in Arizona. So I hope you're well this morning. We don't know what your name is, but it doesn't matter because you're very welcome to the programme anyway. And a lot of people telling me how tough it is out there. And then somebody says, your shirt looked a bit big on you at the recording the other day. Have you lost weight? Somebody else said that. Somebody said, have you lost weight? I don't know. What do you mean? What do you mean? Pfft. You don't know what to say? No. Well, you don't say anything. That would be safer. Yeah. See this wet? See this dry? Yeah? Keep your mouth shut if you want to live. Didn't even rhyme, did it? Didn't even rhyme. Steve, you still get charged and put your credit card in the cash point. Who puts their credit card in a cash point? What, to take money off a credit? That would be the most expensive way to borrow money. Why would you do that? Good Lord, definitely not. The Guardian. Maureen Lipman, let's rip. Thank you. And the government forced into humiliating exams U-turn. The Times this morning. Scramble for the university places. I don't know. And this self-help guru is in every single paper. This is interesting, isn't it? Also, everything you thought about dieting is wrong. Celia Walden, we were burgled in our Riviera villa. She's the other half of Piers Morgan. And Williamson shifts blame onto the exam watchdog after the grades climb down. Newspaper, it's the same thing. Plus, has Ronnie O'Sullivan made peace with the Green Bays? So there you go. Those are the stories which are running in the papers for you this morning. And I'm sure you'll find something in there which will keep you going throughout the day. But I think it's a bit thin on the ground, actually. I don't think it's as busy as it actually could be. But nevertheless, I'm back with you tomorrow. But I do have a free little bit extra podcast. Katie Price's old car set to be sold. I mean, it really is falling apart. I wouldn't waste your time. Many ex-Love Islanders are furious at not being included in a reunion episode. Nothing better than an annoyed, washed-up old has-been. And Jamie Oliver has been given the approval on a new greenhouse. So I should be getting me invite any time soon for dinner.